Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a live broadcast here for the second final day of the North American DPC here with T-Panda and with Fear, as we are going to be discussing a very long day of Dota up ahead of us, and of course followed up by the usual one series day for tomorrow. But Fear, we're at the final stretch, basically. The teams, they've got to pull their best together and get those W's on the board.
Yep, the final stretch here to see who's going to be staying in the division, who's going to the major. As Rebellion, they've already secured their slot going to that major for sure here. But we're going to see if Nouns, they can just close it out against Alpha, right? That's pretty much all that needs to happen here.
That is definitely the big storyline, for sure, if Nouns is able to get that win on the board. But, of course, looking at how they fared yesterday, well, I mean, on the last broadcast, that is, they didn't do so well as expected. If we take a look at the first series, however, it was Felt versus Alpha, and I was actually looking at this game a little bit with Mike and John on the cast. Felt was doing pretty good here, and Alpha, well, they still haven't been able to stretch past that one victory they got on the board versus Bait. It was a pretty rough series for them, 24 minutes, especially in this first game.
I mean, just speaking of Bait real quick, this lost Alpha they had might end up haunting them as they're in danger of relegation as well as Felt. Well, they took care of business quite quickly in both these games here. Game number one didn't look like it was pretty much a walk in the park here. 21 minutes already on the high ground here with an Ultra Fat Doom and Terrorblade. That's pretty much all she wrote. Alpha not really being able to do much in this particular game number one, I should say.
It is kind of rough for Alpha as well because they're coming up with drafts that are completely reasonable. Maybe the Juggernaut feels a bit out of place from time to time because it's not the hero that everybody's playing right now. But I can see a place for it. I can see it working in this particular draft, especially with that Magnus. But Felt
Mag Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, I mean, they just, you know, much faster reaction time, much faster in communicating and getting together on the side of Felt, and Alpha just feeling a bit disconnected here and there.
That's the thing about NA Dota, and that's why we love it so much. One day, Alpha's beating some Bait, right? And the next day, it's like, things aren't really working out. The inconsistency in the North American region is a bit insane from time to time, I must say. Yeah. Like, sometimes we got some good plays, and other times, like, what is going on here? And that's just, it is what it is at this point. That's the NA charm, baby.
Yeah, game two also was a very snowbally game. Ended up in 31 minutes for Felt. Also just steamrolling their way through from that game. And this is one of those games where CK is actually having a good start and getting to continue from there. A lot of these CK lineups just kind of run out of steam and just kind of end up in a place where, guys, what the hell are we doing right now? Can we do anything about this game? But this one was a complete different story for them at least. So Felt can make some of these heroes that haven't had high success, they can make them work, especially against Alpha.
Yeah, for sure. And they're definitely playing some meta there as well. Fade on the Batrider. Very rarely do you see a Batrider just stay top one net worth for the entirety of the game. Really just taking control of this game as the Batrider here. And as you mentioned, the CK working wonders here. And you can see 31 minutes into the game here. It is a 30,000 net worth lead. This is 1K per minute for 30 minutes. And you don't get to see that every day. That's a huge net worth lead. Bit of a stomp here. It took a little bit longer to close this game out. But it is CK versus Terrorblade. Terrorblade in the game number one, it can kill the buildings much faster. With CK, you kind of just gotta baby steps. You gotta win the fights, and then you'll go to the high ground when heroes are dead. You gotta build your advantage, but pretty one-sided series nonetheless.
Yeah. And then going into the second series of the day, it was Rebellion versus Nouns, and I have to say, this first game, replay starting at 57 minutes, this was a barn burner. Nouns playing the Medusa lineup, they were having some really good opportunities to just kind of hold themselves in the game, winning some engagements, but not really getting ahead of Rebellion in time. They have their entire base still together. Even at 57 minutes, both teams still have a full set of racks in every single lane. And Nouns was showing a really competitive team in game one against Rebellion.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Rebellion is a team that has always had Nouns' number, but Nouns, they put up a fight this time around. Generally, when I watch their games, it's like, well, Rebellion's kind of stomping Nouns again. But getting into this game number one here, they brought it to the ultra late game here in a 60-minute game, which is impressive nonetheless. They beat TSM. It's nice to see that you see clear improvement from Nouns. Potentially another contender here. I wouldn't even say potentially. A new contender has arrived for NA. It's not just the same two teams here. And Nouns, they're looking good. even though they lost the series, but that was kind of expected. Nouns, I think going into this, we had the Ostini interview. He didn't really expect to win this. It was just nice to have that cushion that they could lose the series and still potentially end up going to the major. Yeah. But they still have one more series. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They got to win that one against Alpha too to secure that.
Especially, yeah. Like, that was basically for every other team except for TSM. Well, basically, Rebellion and TSM. After that TSM win for Nouns, everybody else just got that hunger up that, guys, if they can beat TSM, we've had our shot at Nouns before. So, coming out of this series, of course, Rebellion, the expected victors, but Nouns really showing a fight, especially in that game number 1. Game 2, it did drag out to the mid-game, late game, basically. They had themselves the Slark line up on the side of Nouns, but Rebellion, of course, pulling out that Wind Ranger, combined with the IO Shadow Demons. So something a little bit different coming out from Rebellion in this, but still making this draft work wonders.
The Shadow Demon hero has been something we've been seeing a lot in Western Europe. NA hasn't adopted it so much here, but you know Rebellion, they scrim against these Western European teams. They pick up on the meta. Whatever region it's from, they're one of the teams that's the best at following the trends and what's OP, because they have the players that can do it, right? They can play any hero in the game. You already see RTZ, he's playing Wind Ranger carry in this particular game. Fly, he's already platinum on Shadow, he's no stranger to it. They're just waiting for the opportunity for these heroes to be in the meta, and they'll just swoop them up right away. So we get to see a little bit of different things here in NA region, but a lot of these heroes, maybe not the IO so much, are meta in other regions.
The big difference maker here is Rebellion, for the first time this year, have their sights on a 7-0 ending. Of course, 6-0 right now, but looking at the leaderboard, of course, the big storyline is Nouns currently in second place. DogChamp tying up with TSM, and both of these teams will be playing today. So the either team to get that W on the board, maybe even both, who knows if they're both able to get that big win under their belts that could push them into third place, and potentially with whatever is going to happen with Nouns later on today as we take a look at the schedule as well. Things can turn completely upside down, but of course an upset in NA is not always the big storyline that happens. We've already seen it earlier on this tour. At the bottom end, of course, still looking at the leaderboard, SKG, Sankin Gomez, Bait, Alpha, they are at the elimination line right now. They're all tied up, so any difference that they can pull with a W on the board is potentially going to be saving you from elimination, because the opponents that they're going to be playing up against, at least some of these teams, they're very tough opponents. But let's take a look at the schedule for today. We're going to be kicking ourselves off with Rebellion versus DogChamp, and this is a big series. Rebellion looking for the 7-0, but DogChamp with a win could be contending still for a major. That is down to Nouns later on today with that Nouns versus Alpha series. If somehow miraculously Alpha's able to get a win off of Nouns, very unlikely, but of course, if they do, we have tiebreakers for the major. And of course, in the middle of the day, Sankin Gomez versus TSM.
Definitely gonna be difficult for all these teams here to change the narrative of how things we think are projected to go here. Rebellion versus DogChamp, this is a big one. It would be pretty wild to see, even if, you know, you do win on Nouns and you get to the major, you'd have an opportunity where DogChamp could tie TSM in some weird world, and that would be really strange if DogChamp could manage to get like a top 3 and TSM got 4th in the league or something like that. So there's still some small upsets, and that is DPC points that could matter a lot for TSM going into TI, potentially to get that invite or not. So I think for TSM, they won the regional twice in a row. They did pretty well at some of the majors here. They got some points at least. I think it's really important they get a decent placement if they do want any chance here.
Yeah, currently it's looking like TSM, they have around, they have 700 secured points and currently holding on to 100. They could get an extra for that third place. Maybe if they still somehow get themselves into the major, down to what Nouns is going to play against Alpha, what happens in that series all the way to the end of the day. They are basically, they're right there, you know? Last year it was 1,020 points required. TSM currently has 800. They could jump straight to 900 points, which could to be, you know, okay, I'm just going on a rant here. Everything is hypothetical and just theory here. But
there's a lot of theories here, yeah.
There's a lot of theories in play. But talking about theories, Rebellion versus DogChamp already set the storyline. Basically, the Rebellion is looking for their first 7-0 of the year, and DogChamp looking for the upset potential.
Their first place in the DPC as well, and that is another team that they've done well at the majors, a lot better than TSM's done at the majors, but they haven't got that juicy first place DPC finish to get all those points, and they're going to need them too. I think if they get a first place here, I haven't done the numbers of this whatsoever. However, they should be pretty close to getting an invite if they manage to get that first place in the DPC league, as you get a boatload of points.
Yeah, at the start of this season, was looking at some of the numbers about Rebellion directly qualifying to TI. It is super high. It is literally super high, even with points. So they have a small, minimal possibility that they would be out, but securing this first place for them, it is nothing less for Rebellion. They don't want to get anything else except first place and maybe a couple extra points, bonus points from the major potentially, and they're through to TI. But then again, DogChamp, they have the biggest challenge up ahead against them. This is their final series as well, their 7th game in the North American DPC so far, at a fantastic standing of 4-2. And at the start of the season, not a lot of people would have said DogChamp is going to be at the top end of these teams, but they are. They've done it. They're in the top 3 right now.
This was the big story for me of this season here. 5-rat 4 staff of last tour, they got eliminated. They weren't looking good. They went to Division 2. They decided to bring 4 of those players under the leadership of Bloody Nine, and it's done them wonders. It looks like adding Bloody Nine to this roster has fixed a lot of the issues that this team did have, and they're in contention to potentially tie up a TSM, and you already mentioned there is that small possibility if they win this series that they could go to the major if Nouns lose to Alpha. There's like some big tiebreaker.
Potentially, yeah. And you talked about Bloody Nine. I think a good comparison would be as well between the 2 Pause 5 players from each teams, because we've discussed a lot about RTZ Fly in the past, the crit connecting with Abed, but Fly, especially with Bloody Nine, these 2 players have been really showing a lot of potential. But as a team as a whole, okay, yeah, there we have it. We have the comparison with the 2 players. Stats-wise, maybe Fly plays a bit more of this basic reliable support, but Bloody Nine, he's got some similarities in playstyle with Fly.
Yeah, they're not too far apart here. Maybe the hero damage, but you have to keep in mind Rebellion. When you're in a position of winning most all your games, as Rebellion has, you are going to be in a position to do more damage, and your stats are going to look better here. But I think Fly, for to look at him, he is one of the most stable position 5s out there, and one of his biggest strengths that I've always talked about is his laning stage with RTZ. They always seem to win their lane, and then, of course, he's the captain of the team. Bloody Nine, he's the type of player that he is also a very strong captain, and that's why we kind of choose these 2 players, because of their strong leadership role. He took 4 players from a team that was getting relegated, brought them on, and now they're doing great things.
And also translating individual performance into team performance. Rebellion basically just racking up high averages all over the place. Basically, they've excelled this tour, and I think I will have to say it that way, because TSM was that big benchmark from Tour 1, from Tour 2, and now it seems like nothing is really stopping this team. They seem TI ready, but DogChamp, they still got to be worried about that death average right here. There's a lot of engagements that they will take that might end up being very costly, and that comes down to overextending, especially against a team like Rebellion.
Yeah, Rebellion has not lost a single game yet, and this is tour number 3 here. So it's going to be an uphill battle to manage those deaths. It's all going to start in the laning stage. I think that's the big thing when you're playing a team that is potentially not potentially, let's just say it. Rebellion's a better team than DogChamp. No, I don't think anyone would argue with that. So you have to do well in the laning stage, because Rebellion is so good at snowballing games. This is like their bread and butter. If they win their lanes, they're going to methodically move across the map. They're going to choke you out. They know where to be on the map exactly then and there, and it's going to be very difficult to get back into the game. So getting an early lead and not letting them play that playstyle is going to be the obstacle that DogChamp is going to have to conquer here.
Also looking at some of the the drafting numbers, heading over soon to the game that is about to start. DogChamp's radiant win rate is 87.5, whereas Rebellion, they have had 75% of the time with first pick. So let's see if that is definitely the case as we head over to game 1 of Shopify Rebellion versus DogChamp. The draft should have started by now, most likely, hopefully, on the screen at least, as DogChamp should be starting off with the first pick for the draft.
Yeah, and I think this is where all the magic is going to happen in the drafting stage. You don't want to get out-drafted by Rebellion. That's going to cause your doom to happen very quickly. Speaking of Doom, he is banned here. Very important.
I was waiting for the
to
pun
get that one out. Not intended there, but DogChamp getting their 87% or 85% win rate on Dire. So we'll see if they can put that to good use here. As Rebellion will be on the Radiant side here, and DogChamp with the first pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, DogChamp 28.5% win rate on Dire, and of course a lower first and also a lower first pick ratio. So it's not at least from the previous game experience, the numbers aren't really showing up on the board. But Rebellion, of course, pure 100% all over the board. They've been playing split 50%, 6 games on Radiant, 6 games on Dire, and you know it's the classic Rebellion. They're going to treat the series just as any series before this one. Maybe in Game 2, depending what the series score is going to be looking like at that point, they might feel a bit loosened up. Bulba is going to lose a couple hair, and hopefully he can get the package together for the team. But DogChamp, yeah, where is Arteezy? It's a bit of a...
Is he going to show up?
If he does, then DogChamp's looking at a pretty easy game for themselves.
Oh, never mind. Moose has gone to 4 vs 4.
All right. Okay, sure thing. You want to make it even.
All right, but the bans have happened. We got a Magnus, Beastmaster, Doom, and Medusa. All pretty standard bans here. Very meta heroes. I'm sure at some point we'll get another one of those universal heroes in the game. The Marcy's been popping up a little bit, but of course, Wind Ranger still in the game here. And of course, Pango too.
I was thinking about the Pango for a second, that Rebellion, of course, they're approaching this series more meta-like instead of directly banning out comforts from your opponents. And they found a way to approach that as well with this Batrider. If you go Pango, we still have Lasso versus you. And with that magic immunity, it's kind of easy to just grab that Rolling Thunder Pango, spread him away from the team. So DogChamp also has to consider, do we want to do that? And of course, we know Arteezy. He's a good Bloodseeker player, and he absolutely loves that hero right now, especially in the patch. It is looking solid good, so gonna have to get rid of that in the second phase if they want to keep that option open.
But they'll go for, I forgot a universal hero, Void Spirit. Of course, that was the other one in the pool here. I would think you might just pick, I would say Ember normally, but it's universal meta. Maybe you just go for the Pango here. We do know that they like to just pick up their mid right away whenever they can. They do like that hero. Red too. He loves a certain set of heroes every single game, doesn't mind when he picks them. So we'll see the choices, and it will just be that Pango. That hero that he has adored ever since tour number 2 here. And it should be a pretty decent matchup, but I think this one goes, it's really skill-based. I see the Pango do well some games, I see the Void Spirit do well the other games, and it really just depends on who gets the better start, who has the better laning stage, and of course, there's always crit in the game, so who has the better rotations on the supports.
Indeedly so, and that has also been one of the big successes for DogChamp this season, is the Red 2 Moose connection. Moose was already pretty good with bait on the very start of the DPC. I think Tour 2, they were getting up to that speed to the latter part of that season, and now it feels like they play really well together. And of course, Speed, who's been having a lot of great laning stages so far, it could just open up moves to rotate around the map a bit more, and with that tech keys, you can make some good rotations versus the Void Spirit. At least try to harass and poke. You still got the slow from your Q, also heavy damage output. Maybe the similar, you can dodge blast offs and stuff like that. So you need Pango to get level 6 to make sure that you're going to get these stuns on the Void Spirit. But at least outside of the laning stage, I see DogChamp having answers with both of these. I'm happy with their first phase.
One thing I will bring up is this Batrider versus Techies matchup. Something that Rebellion chose, and Batrider, a support most of the time, I'm going to say. It can go, it's a versatile hero, but the support Batrider has been moving up in popularity. If you lane versus the Techies, it's deceptively quite good, because Batrider is a hero. He's a universal hero now too, just like Techies, so you build into the stats, but he has obnoxiously high base HP regen, so he can soak up a lot of this harass from Techies and not worry about it too much. And more importantly, you do go for the Flame Break, you can cancel Blast off mid-air with Flame Break because it does disjoint, and that makes Techies feel like he has a lot of less gameplay opportunities to happen in the laning stage. So I think they picked that very much so in mind to kind of counter out the Techies in the laning stage. Because normally you just see Techies just right-clicking you forever, throwing the sticky bombs. Your life is like living hell, but with a Batrider, you can mitigate that quite a lot.
Going out to the second phase bans, of course, the Bloodseeker instantly taken away. Oracle Venomancer. I like this Oracle ban, especially coming out, because again versus the Batrider, want to secure that he has a better game. Both Abed, Saberlight talk about maybe a support, potentially Crit could be the one to bring up this Batrider. What do you think? 4 or 5 Batrider if you had to choose?
10 seconds remaining.
Most likely 4. But I do like the idea of potentially laning the Bat into the techies if you can. Of course, you don't have to. It's not necessarily something that needs to be done, because throughout the entire game, Batrider is just a good hero to get on top of techies. He doesn't care at all about the disarm. He can cancel, as I mentioned before, the blast off in many different ways. Yep. And techies, he doesn't like getting on top of these heroes that do high magical damage. And right now, Rebellion has 2 heroes that can assassinate those techies really easy and make him feel uncomfortable.
You know who's not disarmed in a Batrider versus techies matchup?
Who?
When Batrider picks up Shard.
Oh, there you go. Wait, you can attack through disarm?
Oh, you don't get disarmed when you have Shard.
At least not from the lasso.
Yes, exactly. That's the one.
I wonder if that... I don't think that goes through Techie's or reactive taser as well.
Yeah, taser is
not that it wouldn't matter that much, but that'd be an interesting mechanic. If you're
outside of everything else, Techies is going to be disarming the bat, but yeah, the lasso disarm removal with the Shard. That's what I was going at. But
there you go.
Saberlight's Dark Seer also removed out of the pool. And of course, I've been seeing some worrying numbers about a Queen of Pain dealing damage in games. I think it was Danog who posted a interesting screenshot of a team fight where one team dealt 96,000 damage in a team fight and Quap was doing the majority of it. And I was like, what the hell? How is that possible?
The Aghanim Scepter, if you get there on the Queen of Pain.
Pretty ridiculous damage output.
Spam damage, yeah. But it won't be in this game. They're going to ban it out on DogChamp, making sure that is not available, which is slightly interesting of a ban because you already have a Void Spirit. Normally you see Void mid, normally you see Quap mid. So they think Rebellion's up to something sneaky here with this Void Spirit. Or maybe they're expecting maybe Arteezy will bust out that safe lane Queen of Pain. Not too far out of the realm of possibility when he does play these in a DPC matches. He's more lenient on his hero pool, I want to say, in the DPC compared to Majors.
We're going to get a very stable 15th pick Mirana just to support, not telling too much about what you have. You have the arrow to follow up on Lasso, also the pressure to be applied early on. A good rotational hero for those Wisdom runes early on in this game. Got those leap charges to move around nimbly, probably not even get caught, but at least you have the forced movement to get there fast if required. So that is also very helpful. Plus the arrow to prevent somebody contesting you for the rune.
And what do these 3 heroes have in common? They're all universal heroes.
Yeah.
For Rebellion. I'm sincerely hoping before the Major they do something about universal heroes. They seem way too good.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, there's a reason Rebellion's playing them and winning with them.
Yeah. Most of the good teams are. They know how to make them work. They got 3 of them right now on Rebellion. You got 2 of them on DogChamp. Lich, a hero that I see its place in the game most of the time. And I feel like people prioritize this Lich for different reasons in the past. Before you're like, oh, Frost Shield, this spell's so good. Not so good this game. You got Batrider, Void Spirit who do a ton of... I guess Void Spirit does a lot more physical damage nowadays, but he still has a lot of magical damage to boot with that. Same with Mirana. Isn't really hard countering anything at the moment. But they play for this hero for the laning stage. And we talked about how DogChamp, they can't get behind in the laning stage, not against a team like Rebellion. So they really want to prioritize winning the lanes, snowballing the game, and you can still find a purpose, even if you don't have the best purpose with the Frost Shield, maybe the Chain Frost, and of course, if you just have a lead, you can snowball the game.
And also what I'm kind of wondering about this Lich in this particular game, it's not really answering anything else except the early Void Spirit damage until he picks up a Nullifier. That's really all the Frost Shield is going up against right now. It's not easy to get ulti connections on heroes like Batrider and Mirana. Highly mobile, very hard to get like bounce connections. But you do have slowing tools. You do have poke for the laning stage. It will fall off by the time.
Sorry, he's like making a man bun with his hair right now. Just got tied up. Full Viking mode.
Maybe his hair is a bit too short for that.
I actually saw that he... I check his Instagram every once in a while, and He made an Instagram post about how he was very unhappy with what the barber did to his hair on his last haircut trip. So
it seems like it's a curse for Rebellion because RTZ also managed to dye his hair pink.
Black pink. He's been a big fan. It looks like he's got the pink a little bit out there.
Yeah, he's been bleaching it over and over again. So maybe now he's got a bit of a peace of mind out of that. Maybe bad haircuts. You talk about going bald in TI and winning games doing the Matu way, bringing you victories. Maybe failed hair experiments are the way
Toro
to win
away
Dota
too,
games.
by the way.
Him too.
Yeah, he won. So he wanted to channel that bald energy, but unfortunately,
it's all prep for TI.
It didn't work for Arteezy. The bald energy betrayed him.
Yeah. This Wind Ranger core coming out from DogChamp and an answer from this Mars. We've got the Pango very likely going into mid for red too, so carry Wind Ranger looks like the case. That means Arteezy still has his hero pick open. He's gonna get the finalizer for the draft. But
no surprise there. And the Mars against Wind Ranger makes a lot of sense, right? Eventually you just get the Bulwark up and you can absorb a lot of that focus fire damage. The arena can lock down this pesky Wind Ranger. Can't win run out of the arena there, so that will have supply a good lockdown. That's going to guarantee our bat is going to... I'm going to say it's a crit bat. I haven't seen Fly play it, but they could do either way if they wanted to. And Fly, I've seen him play this Mirana quite a lot, so likely there. And of course, you know Arteezy. This man, unless there's like a completely broken hero, such as like the Linas of last patch, he's going to last pick his hero. And he wants to win his lane matchup, and more importantly, he wants to be a hero that can secure the game. The rest of the players, they don't really mind picking early. If they can get a counter pick, whatever. Saberlight on last pick scenarios generally is he wants to play his heroes anyway, so there's no point. But for DogChamp, they need to pick an offlaner now, unless... Yeah, it's probably going to be an offlaner. I don't think we're going to be seeing any Red 2 non-Pango gameplay if there is a Pango in the game. So they're going to go for the Underlord. They didn't ban Ursa, though. This is a hero I know Arteezy does like.
And also, you talked about this Morphling being super good versus Wind Ranger. Underlord's good against Morphling, so Rebellion now has the choice to decide, do they want it or not?
Yeah, that is a choice. We're going to see what Arteezy wants to pick up here. Is he going to prioritize the game matchup or the lane matchup? Because if they do pick the Morph, that is a hero that could work well against the Frost Shield, against the Wind Ranger with the Ags, but it doesn't have the best lane against the Underlord. But they're going to go for the Arteezy Classic right into the Shadow Fiend. This one can work too. You want to get the Vanguard on the Underlord, but the raises will cut through that. And we all know Arteezy. He loves his Shadow Fiend. He's been spamming this one in pubs and officials, whatever, throughout the career. He's been playing ESA for a very long time. It looks like a pretty good pick here.
It does. Even if the Lich does now get more benefit out of the Frost Shield this game, it's... downtime is basically going to hurt DogChamp a lot. They're going to have to build auras to get that sustainability. Shadow Fiend also being a mixed damage hero, so those raises in the laning stage got to be something that this Underlord especially has to be careful about. So Speed needs to keep his distance. It's not going to be an easy start for him as well with this Fly Batrider in the lane. So I feel like Rebellion, they have a super strong safe lane right now. And talking about this Wind Ranger, I did do some experimentation today. Not sure if this is intended, but Wind Ranger, 325, you can dispel the Wind Run, but if you have Aghanims, the invisibility buff remains. So you will debuff the Wind Run and the physical damage reduction and everything else that comes with it, but you're still invisible with the hero. Even if you have a gem and you land a nullifier, you keep that on. So after 25, undispellable completely. You keep your invis, you keep your buffs up, and this Wind Ranger is suddenly becoming a super strong hero for the late game portion of the game. That's just something I was experimenting on about today. It was interesting that it doesn't dispel the invisibility.
That is interesting. We'll see if that comes into play or if you'll have your dusts ready on the supports. And I do like the adaptation of putting Fly on this Batrider I was talking about before. I think this Batrider against the techies, now that they know techies is a plus 4, has a lot of great tools to deal with it. If you look at the Batrider's HP regen, get him out of tower range, he has 4.8 base regen, which is very, very high. If you compare it to techies, who also has pretty high regen as well, it's like he's able to take a lot of hits. And plus with his 5 armor, he can trade. Of course, these universals, you see the plenty of circlets, blood grenade. Don't leave base without it if you're support. However, there might be some type of thing happening over here. Engagement now. Albert just broke the smoke, and DogChamp's like, no, we're out of here.
Now I was looking at the HP region for every hero on the server right now. Batrider easily scaling anybody in this game. I think 3.3 was the highest for the Underlord on speed. So 4.9, sometimes 5.0. It keeps bouncing around a bit here and there. Big difference makers. I mean, he did put a branch in his back pocket, so that's the reason for it. But this is basically DogChamp. If they, as we've seen in North American DPC, the game one is usually the one where you put all your energy in. You're most focused. You come out of the draft fully prepped. All right, guys, let's do this. Then you have a break, go into game two. It feels a bit sloppy for some of the teams, except for the top seeds, TSM's Nows, Rebellion. So if you can get a win on the board from game number one, you could just drag on with that energy to potentially contend in game number two. But a lot of these times, game one is the most competitive one, and we hope that it also is when you're looking from the perspective of DogChamp. Of course, if you're a Rebellion fan out there, you're just expecting the boys to bring the best on the board, as they always do.
Absolutely, and DogChamp gonna try and come out with a surprise here too. They're gonna put DNM on his Wind Ranger, the carry Wind Ranger, into the off lane. They are dodging this matchup. They do not want the Shadow Fiend to lane against Underlord here. So they're gonna switch it up. Underlord gonna be laning for Saberlight now. I've seen this happen a lot. I got mixed feelings because sometimes you're just like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense, but your carry player doesn't play in the off lane very much. He doesn't practice this, and sometimes he gets destroyed. He's like, oh no. And then now all of a sudden Dina might not have a game. That's what I'm afraid of, because that's what I see happen a lot. But willing to be surprised here. If this works out, this lane swap, it's going to work out magnificently. But if it doesn't work out, it's going to look real ugly.
And that skill-based matchup we talked about in this mid lane for Red 2 and for Abed. Really, the big difference maker will be shown in a couple minutes. Who's going to be pulling off into a lead out of these two. And the side lanes with that little lane swap. See if we get any reaction from the side of Rebellion to this. Will they just stick with the lanes as they are for the time being? They're not making any hasty rotations, at least.
Yeah, I don't think so. They're just going to chill this. I think you're okay with that. There's no point. Let's just put it this way. If you decide to go to a different lane, you'd lose out on too many creeps to make it worth it. So they're just going to stick with this laning stage. Sure, they ideally wanted to have SF against the Underlord, but they didn't get the matchup they wanted. If they were to swap it now, they could lose.
Bloody Nine's going to get first blood for DogChamp. Yep, the Lich just beating this Morana up with the Frost Blast spam. Still holding on to a couple extra mangoes in the inventory as well. Bloody Nine going to get the points on the board for DogChamp.
And he's bringing out a blood grenade, some mangoes.
Ooh, bottom, that's a lot of damage. Moo's going to get burnt up by Fly, and RTZ closing up for another raise, but it's not necessary here. It's just the Flame Break and the Firefly from Fly, who flies him to death, basically, there.
And this is what we're talking about. The Batrider versus the Techies. You don't have a lot of tools to deal with this. Especially if you're only level 1 there. They're getting level 2 on the Batrider. Now that Flame Break slows, and you put a Blood Grenade on top of it, and of course, the Firefly change to do 30 damage per second at level 1, it makes this hero a beast at level 2. You got to be careful. We talked about Fly's laning stage with Arteezy. Those 5 denies that Artur does have right now really allowed them to get that level 2 first, which enabled them into a first blood snowball, rather. Actually, that wasn't even first blood. Bloody Nine got it, but they got a kill in the laning stage either way.
Yeah. It's the way that they want to roll this game, make sure that they're going to find more and more pickoffs. And for DogChamp, they got to chill a bit with that side lane. Want to make sure that DNM is picking up the farm that he needs. He's got 5 last hits to the 14 of our TZ Shadow Fiend right now, so it's not off to a good start for DogChamp at all. They can't even get control of that wave as Fly went for a bit of a pull in between. They're just minimizing everything from DogChamp in this lane.
This is the classic. Like, this lane should, in theory, be better, but you don't have the practice. Like, DNM doesn't go to the off lane very much. Plus, he doesn't lane with moves that often. All these small little things, when you're going against a team like Rebellion, who like are world class, Fly and Arteezy, they played every single matchup under the sun. This ain't easy for them.
Of course, in the top lane as well, getting a bit of poke onto Speed. He's trying to retaliate for a kill onto Crit, but he's getting slowed up by the Blood Grenade. Does get the Firestorm out, however, not another connection onto Crit. Bloody Nine coming into the rescue, but the Spear is going to finish off Speed. Saberlight getting to impale the Underlord. All that armor, at least on the scales of this Pit Lord. Just gets blown up in the bottom lane. Also chasing here, DNM dropping very low on HP. And that's going to be Fly to pick up yet another kill, and Rebellion already getting away with this laning stage.
I'm super worried about DNM here.
He
does not have any CS.
Comes Crit. Tries to go for the deny. Doesn't work out.
All right, I'm worried for every lane now, unfortunately. Mid lane is the one that's going the best here. So maybe not every lane here. Red 2 off to a good start, but he's not really winning the lane either. It's just trade city. Both these universal heroes have ways to CS with nukes. They have the same base damage. They should be expected to trade unless something horrific happens. But so far, all good in that lane. But bot lane, Wind Ranger 8 CS. He has less CS than RTZ has denies right now.
Yep.
Not where you want to be if you're DNM, and not a situation we see DNM very often either. He normally is winning his lane, having a good start here.
How do they salvage this? I mean, maybe a level 3 timing from Moose and DNM to try and kill a Fly, but we talked about how tanky this Batrider is, HP region-wise, also almost 1,000 HP on this hero. It's not an easy kill. It's no way an easy kill for them to pick off either. And the mid lane as well. Red 2 does get punished by Abed. Does get some good connections there, and of course Crit helping out.
This is what Crit does. He rotates. He may have given up first blood here, but it was just a lich. They were able to salvage that quite easily here, but Saberlight will take a little punishment due to the rotation of Crit, but Crit will come by. Give him a couple tangos, allow him to continuously lane a little bit. Misses the arrow, but just shallowly there.
5-1. Speed losing his courier as well. That was his brown boots. Sniped away by Crit.
But good news
Fly is out leveling the Wind Ranger and going for a bit of a chase here too. Not really going for the flame break attempt onto the Wind Ranger. Still has Wind Run available. That 6-mana rune spawning. Moose coming to help out Red 2. Abed is going to be by himself to duel against these two for now. And there is no rune here. It's on the top half. Bloody Nine has the arcane secured.
All right, 6 heroes mid. Out that 6-minute rune. Something that is okay. Oh, the blast off hit.
Oh, one more hit. One more hit needed, but no. Denied from the opportunity. He did get the leap off just as the blast off connected, so he was stunned on the high ground. Too far away to catch.
Yeah, which means you couldn't get the sticky bomb connection there. And playing techies when you're playing from behind is not the most glamorous thing either. So Moose, I'd like to find a way for him to make something happen on the map here. As Crit is going to continuously rotate. But Speed's game is good at least. He is free farming. He's beating the Underlord. He's beating the Mars, sorry, with his Underlord in the CS department. That's always good news here.
Yeah.
And we're going to go ahead and get these Wisdom runes, one apiece. So not complete disaster.
Bit unfortunate there for DogChamp as well, as they had to head over on Moose to stack the Ancient Camp.
TP's going on bot.
They already dealt 800 damage to the tower, and Fly going to go for the dive, but TP's coming in. RTZ going to get targeted here. Mass TP's coming in for the rescue. And RTZ will drop. Can they get Fly as well? Otherwise, this is going to be 4 heroes for just a carry. They need this Batrider to be caught, but Fly making a run for it, trying to escape, hiding in the trees, pathfinding and juking them a bit there too. DogChamp not getting the connection, and this Batrider will be able to get out. 4 heroes for 1 kill.
That's good. I think DogChamp getting that kill was super good, not only for morale, but killing RTZ, who was highest net worth there. Quite big. They can just go back to their lanes through the gate. One of the beautiful things of this patch here. So good kill there, and I think RTZ knew that he didn't want to dive there. Maybe got baited a little bit. Threw a couple raises, but the moment you go just that little bit of extra distance there, you're going to get caught by a sticky bomb. The rotations are going to come in, and you're just dead. As Abed snipes out a courier with the Astral Step. It looks like cannot be punished with it, as he does have that illusion rune in the bottle, ready to use.
That's another one for Rebellion. I think I was looking at all regions Division 1 teams taking couriers, and I believe Rebellion was pretty high on that number. Yep, they are number 1 in the entire DPC for courier kill average. As we're fighting in the top lane at the same time in the arena being used. Arrow will not connect by crit, but Bloody 9 is low. So is Speed. Brute comes out, moves, looking for the blast off. Actually used up already, as they will get Saberlight. They will get Fly. They're going to find 2 kills for themselves. And Bloody 9 coming out of the trees. 2 more seconds for the stick to be available. Frost Blast is there to be used, and crit will go down without a deny. Moose getting the double kill. They are very low on HP, but they lose no heroes. Red 2 now fighting against Abed. He'll just push himself on the edge of that cliff, and Red 2 won't be able to do much to this Void Spirit. But 3 kills, nevertheless, for Dogchamp, and they get themselves that Rebellion net worth lead covered together.
That was huge. Yeah, those 3 kills. They thought they could kill the Underlord. That was Rebellion's aggression. Like, all right, we got Arena up. We can kill the Underlord, but with that fat wand there, with the Vanguard, he didn't even have to use the Lotus. Just a bit of a miscalculation there. That cost him quite dearly. But smoke is up to the bottle
going to be
refill.
joining them. Okay.
I think it's just free bottle refill, and Crit's just going to show mid to make this play less obvious. And if DNM dies here, his game is already bad. It's the worst farmed core in the game here. If he dies again, he might not have a game whatsoever.
Connection, wind run. He's going to pop it, but he's not finding a way out. Body blocked as well. And that is only just, well, it's a level 3 wind run, but it doesn't feel like it's doing much with all the slows that Fly and Abed have, and our RTZ getting himself that kill. Dogchamp, they're making their way towards bottom, though, and Abed wants that bottle refill from that bounty. He will get it. Also, Astral stepping to the high ground. Red 2 with the haste rune. They're going to be chasing Abed all the way through. They need to get this kill quick because they are sending in backup here. He's trying to TP away, and he's going to get that too. Goes back home, and that mine inside the fountain not going to do enough damage. Artesia loading up the Requiem, but there's the Rolling Thunder. Got stuck there for a second with the shield crash, which was very interesting as an interaction, but he wasn't feared up by it at all. Moo's dead, so is Crit.
He didn't get his wand off.
Chased. And of course, Saberlight also taking a piece of that action, but the right click from the Shadow Fiend from Arteezy will get the second kill.
Crit probably kicking himself a little bit after that one. He had a 20 stick available, just didn't press it fast enough, wasn't spamming it. Ends up giving a kill there. But either way, still a big win for Rebellion here. The big issue I have with Dogchamp right now is, yeah, you're having a good game on Underlord. Pango's having a pretty decent game too, but where's DNM's game? He's your carry. He's playing Wind Ranger. This is not a hero that can just go hit jungle creeps like a Terrorblade or some Naga. He's got to
kill Arteezy.
You want to win your lane.
He's trying to fake going away, and that's actually a really good bait from DNM as he moves away, and they get the connection, but they need this kill focus fire there, and Arteezy down. Fly is going to be following suit as well, and Speed coming in with that portal. Make sure that they will get that kill. He teleports straight to mid to help that tower stay up for a while as Abed was pressuring it. But that was a really good bait from DNM, showing himself in the trees, running away as the smoke's coming towards. And RTZ, he did not have time to react to that shackle shot.
And that's what you got to do here. You got to make this gap between the SF and the Wind Ranger smaller. And it's still a pretty big gap, so you got to do that probably a couple more times, right? But that's your path to victory here. Make sure this Wind Ranger can get on the SF, take that huge net worth advantage RTZ has, shrink it by killing him, putting more gold into this Wind Ranger. And if you can continuously do this throughout the game here, DNM will get back into this game. And you got to do this, because he's not hitting neutral creeps.
He's pretty deep here, but Fly and Abed won't be able to catch him on time. Great, just trading a couple hits. Pinging out Abed's position in the mid lane right now as Lich is making his way in. Bloody 9 has ult ready. Red 2 gonna get dove on the tower by Abed and not throwing in the ulti just quite yet. Waiting for the Rolling Thunder. Void Spirit just taking it calm. He's still got an Astral Step, but he might have to use it. Abed finally gets the dodge out, but Bloody 9 not gonna be close enough. And Red 2 looking for the kill, but the Astral Step once again from Abed gets him to safety. Marana will die under the tower, and the lasso as well onto the Lich as that flame break will connect, and they will get Bloody 9 out of the way. Red 2, he's got Swashbuckle ready, needs a perfect connection. It's not enough damage. One more hit. Oh, he still needs one more on top of the one more, and it's not going to be enough for Red 2. It's not a Swashbuckle ready, and Abed, there's the Assimilate, getting schooled, getting outplayed. Red 2 gonna get killed by Fly at this pace. No connection, he gets the kill. Oh, Abed, masterclass Void Spirit right there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Absolutely. Abed just breaking his ankles there, just outplaying him. Red 2 was like, he didn't have to go through that. He was trying to make a statement. It's like, I'm going to outplay you, Abed. That's what's going to happen here. I'm going to chase you down. I could have backed, but at the end, he is the one that got outplayed. Really well played by Abed there.
And he's counting. He's counting the seconds off of that swashbuckle in his mind. Yup, he's going to have it about now ready to simulate. And, of course, the desperation acts coming out from Red 2, knowing that he needs to get the connection before Abed gets away. And every single time, he just got juked.
I mean, I liked the play from Red 2 there. That was playing to win. He wanted to win this game.
Yeah.
So he went in, he made it happen. And Abed, he doesn't have anything to save him right now other than to dissimulate. No Astral Step charges.
Shields on the top side. Crit. He's heading towards it. Moose is going to be there. Nice arrow from Crit. Will keep the tickies at bay.
Yeah.
And Crit will also take away the action rune from Red 2.
Yeah, that would have been big if you could have managed to get that for Red 2. That rune would have made it so that last fight could have gone his favor.
If Abed got it there to spawn on the bottom half and he'd pick it up, he would have turned it around.
Yeah, for sure. Saberlight, he's got a Blink Dagger. He's in bot lane. He wants to get a kill. Arteezy taking down the tier 1 tower. Are we going to get an arena play?
Bit of an attempt onto Red 2.
Oh, we're going.
Drop low, but here we go. Spear onto DNM. There goes your carry. Doesn't even feel like a carry at this point.
Radiant are scanning.
Really well played there. That's your masterclass Mars there. Not even dropping the arena, just doing the skewer back. Well, not a skewer. Pretty much like a skewer, though. The spear backwards.
He got skewered by the spear. I mean, or technically,
it's technically a fair thing to say. And Arteezy, does he want to do this?
Oh, Red 2 also dying at the same time as the fight in top. Arteezy under the tower, going through Bloody 9. Requiem just in time, surviving for the kill. DNM. Oh, his right clicks are getting blocked by the arena.
Got arrowed.
Connecting from Crit. Oh, DNM. Oh.
That was all calculated by Arteezy there, right? Like, one hit from death gets it all back with the Mask of Madness lifesteal. He knew Abed would be there with the remnant into the arrow. I think they did a knockback into arrow play or something there, but yeah, I don't think Arteezy calculated to that degree. That was a bit of sarcasm for those that don't know, but either way, he did barely survive there. He knew his team was around. Even if he died there, its outcome still would have been good for Rebellion. But the fact that he didn't die, disaster for DogChamp, losing that many heroes. Now we're going to get our first big lead of the game for Rebellion here. And the poor Wind Ranger, man. Sitting by far the lowest farmed core in the game. And this is supposed to be like the Lina of last patch in a way, where you're supposed to crush your lane. Yeah. Just have an easy laning stage. You're not really supposed to lose your lane on this hero. It's just such a strong laner. So it's very difficult to be in a situation where, much like last patch on that Lina, if you lost your lane as Lina, the game was also hard. Similar heroes.
Of course, losing that mid-tier 1 tower it's not a huge loss compared to in the previous old days of Dota, where losing your mid-tier 1 is probably the biggest thing ever. Right now, it feels like it's a very undefensible tower. It's a bit of a relief for DogChamp to find an objective, bit of extra gold for the team, knowing that they are playing from behind. Abed, he's just going to dodge Red 2 once again. He doesn't even mind him using this Rolling Thunder, but that Swashbuckle Diffusal Blade combo, it is up. Abed is going to be able to zone out Red 2.
Back to the mid-tower point you were making. If you think about it, Roche is no longer around mid, right?
Yep.
The only important thing around mid right now is the action runes. Other than that, you play side lane Dota. How many games have we seen just these gates? That's what you want to control. That's where Roche is.
Yes.
You want to play on the sides of the map nowadays. The mid lane is just, you want to just swap by every once in a while, or swing by, and pick up some power rune for Abed, like this DD, which might help with the Roshan. You want to control these gates here, as Crit, he's the gate watcher, as this team does Roshan.
It does feel like rotating out from the side lanes is just for kill potential into the mid lane, just to get your mid player online above the other, and then help that snowball effect help out in the side lanes, which are the ones you really want to play your Dota around. It feels like that is indeed the objective a lot of teams have on their minds. We did see a lot of activity there from Abed, just diving Red 2 under the tower multiple times, even getting a kill every now and then. But that Roshan now secured. Aegis in control for Arteezy. He can play a bit more safe now. Well, feel safe, play more aggressive, maybe.
TZ picking that one up here. Just 1 second here. Got a bit of a battery issue.
Saberlight maybe taking over the bot lane, but gonna get caught by Speed at the same time. Stunned up by the Shackle shot. The arrow does connect onto the Pangolier, but Speed will get the kill into Saberlight. Now Rebellion gonna have to wait for a bit longer for this Mars to come back up. He is the playmaker with the blink. But they're gonna have to wait for a bit longer, 30 seconds for him to be back alive. Bloody Nine just trying to keep the pressure up in mid as Red 2 will come in to get that extra farm.
Yep, he's got the Diffusal Blade in hand now too, so that could help him a bit. And RTC, I was gonna say, surprising that he decided to. Okay, oh, Crit got stopped mid-leap here. Burn damage?
Run for it, but the dot damage is too much to deal with. Speed picking up yet again another kill. DNM still waiting to get one. He's only got one kill so far, and he's just been waiting to get another kill for a very, very long time.
So RTC with Aegis. I wonder what the plan is with this. Is this a farming Aegis? Does he want to get aggressive? He is still 1 level away from having that presence of or affects buildings. So maybe he farms that one out and starts hitting some tier 2s. But then again, we saw before his Shadow Fiend, if they get on top of him and can burst him, he's very vulnerable. He doesn't have a way to escape, not necessarily. So perhaps he's just going to pick it up for now and be like, just in case they do jump me, I can push my limits when farming. Maybe just take this tier 1, be okay with that. But until he gets that level 15, I'm not so sure he wants to push any tier 2s in this game. Unless they can manage to get some kills first. And Lich, he got hit by an arrow.
Uh-oh. RTZ misses the first raise there by a couple pixels, but doesn't matter. Doesn't mind about it too much. Still getting the kill. Crit was hoping to find somebody else with that arrow, maybe Red 2, but I was like, oh, guys, I found a casual Lich here in the tree line. Right, helping me out here. DNM trying to make a run for it. Crit coming out, blocking his escape with the arrow, and Saberlight to follow it up with the Arena Spear. And there goes the wind. Speed coming back for some bit of vengeance here onto this Mars. Red 2 slowing him down. Rolling Thunder available. And he's going to get locked up in these stairs. There's nowhere this Mars is going to be going. No survivability remaining after that. So will be a trade-off 1-for-1. But again, the carry DNM not getting to play this game. Speed, however, Last Requiem combo.
Okay. Forces him backwards into his team. I guess that'll just secure the kill.
Maybe Ovid coming out from the other direction. RTZ left alone. That might be able to get through that Aegis. They finally got Speed out of the way. RTZ coming in back for round number 2. Stunning.
Oh, he got hit by an arrow.
Crit. Beautiful arrow connection. Once again, locking down this Pango. And Moose is also going to be in trouble. Abed just chasing him under. At least forcing him away for the time being and maybe going for the aggressive dive. Yes, he does. Of course he does. That Wisdom Rune Moose, he's got his sights on it, but he will be able to pick it up just before that Flame Break connects from Fly. Bloody Knight going to get killed under the tower by RTZ. And Fly, he's not done with the chase. And Moose, he doesn't get the connection. Abed's already juked them around. They have no vision there. He did actually have the Watcher there, but still Abed able to walk out and still alive. Abed 5-0-6.
I really like that Force Staff play from RTZ. They didn't have quite enough damage because they stacked the Requiem on top of the lasso just a little bit. So he gets behind the Underlord and shoves him into his team. So he didn't have an escape path there. Of course, putting his life in danger there, but he had the Aegis. So he only lost Aegis for that, got the kill. And I think this Underlord is the hero in this game that is really big to kill. He has Crimson, he has Pipe. If you can kill him at this stage of the game, you're looking really good as Rebellion. As I was a little afraid. Yeah, I'll see you later. Going in the mid lane like this by yourself, that'll happen.
You got to take your mom, hold your hand, and go to school together. Rebellion, otherwise. Well, I'm not going to finish that reference. Dogchamp in a bit of trouble right now, trying to shield up this tower. Speed coming out from the side, going to get caught by the Remnant. Abed already 1 step ahead. Steps away.
He's got the... Oh, DNM will go down here.
Oh, poor DNM.
The wheels falling off entirely here for Dogchamp. It's 10,000 gold lead. Again, it's sad to see, but it feels like Dogchamp mentally, they don't know what to do anymore. They need to regroup.
Disappointment in Fear's voice. It's like,
This game was going so okay for them. It was not going well, I would say, but it was manageable. I just don't like it to see when a team just mentally falls apart. And it kind of feels like they're at that stage now where they just don't know what to do anymore. When you die in mid lane, then you die top, and then you die again in the mid lane, there's definitely some confusion on what should we be doing here. A lot of that comes from demoralization here as Fly, he has a blink.
Well, let's see what they can do here. Speed's going to be initiated on, but no help coming out, at least keeping Arteezy at bay, so no damage being dealt. Pet Mouse is also
Arteezy's caught, though.
Going to drop by that Frost Chen, and Arteezy very low on HP, but he doesn't get the Requiem off, and Arteezy's going to go down, and DNM gets the kill. The much-needed kill for this Wind Ranger to keep himself in the game. Blast off will not connect, but Abed, he's on the sidelines. Saberlight pops his BKB, trying to make a run for it from Red 2, and still Red 2 relentless with this chase. They want to make sure that they get at least another kill, as they're quite vulnerable on the side of Rebellion right now, coming in with that gate as well. Still no connection onto Abed. Speed just lacking the movement speed to catch this void, and it's just an RTZ kill that they get out of that engagement. But it looked a bit worrying there for a second for Speed. Is he actually going to survive? But Red 2, he targets RTZ, makes sure the Shadow Fiend's not dealing any damage, and that opens him up for a fight.
Yeah, and Speed is, I feel like a hero you don't want to go on. This man's got a mech, he's got a pipe, he's got a Crimson Guard. He is by far the tankiest hero, so bit of, I would say, a miscalculation. Just because if you look at what RTZ has done this game, he has decided that he is going to go MKB over BKB. So he gets killed by basically Bloody 9 there. And then you come in with the Rolling Thunder on top of that. He just died to magic damage, and BKB could have allowed him to defend himself in this game, but he's going for the more aggressive route. He wants to kill the Wind Ranger. And if you want to go for this type of play, I think Fly, he has to lasso higher priority targets. It's got to be the Wind Ranger. It's got to be the Pango. Anything other than that, he's just going to die to those two heroes. They're just going to get on top of him, and he's going to be melted with no BKB.
Radiant are scanning.
Still a 10k lead for Rebellion in this first game versus Dogchamp. Dogchamp still holding on to some scraps this game, but it's not completely over yet. Yules into Arrow onto the Underlord in the mid lane, surrounded by enemies. Lasso's also available. Still tanking some of that damage. Has Crimson Guard, has Mechanism, able to turn it around. And the Requiem from RTZ coming in from the side as well. Forces them away. Abed initiating as well. He's going to get caught with the Sinister Gaze. DNM's going to get some damage out as well. But Saberlight holding the front line. Red 2 going in. They're going to lose Batrider. Fly's going to be going down. Abed's going to be caught by the root as well and still on the run. And Rebellion just don't seem to get the damage out. They can't kill this Underlord. That's attempt number 2, and 0 success so far out of those 2 back-to-back fights.
Like, Crit is probably saying, stop going on this guy. Please, just ignore him. He actually doesn't do anything to them.
He's
worst
actually
thing you
the
can
one who
do,
used them and arrowed him. I think they just wanted to isolate him and to kill somebody else, but they were so focused that, oh, Crit caught him.
Maybe if they're all 5 there and Underlord's out of position, but RTZ, he's their big damage dealer now. Even his right clicks aren't going to be enough. You've got the Lich with the Pavis, also Frost Shield.
Oh, if only they saw RTZ there as well. Maybe they will. Now RTZ's coming out as well. They've got the Underlord coming in from the back. Want to secure this kill onto Crit with the help of Red 2. Firestorm not going to be connecting on RTZ. He's got some backup now. They might be able to kill the Underlord, but no, they're looking for it.
They got Pango.
Going to be connecting onto Red 2. Arrow coming in as well, but he dodges it with the swashbuckle just in time, but he can't get out. He's just going to get stomped by so many Rebellion heroes all over the place, and Saberlight coming in for that minimum range spear. TP already finished. Lich going to get out.
Look how much easier that is to kill the Pango over the Underlord. I think they're starting to get the gist of how this game is going.
Great minds
Just don't go. Just don't go on speed. He's not playing a very speedy hero this game in the Underlord, but he is very tanky, very slow, very easy to just ignore. And I don't think there's necessarily... Well, there is a bigger threat. That's Red 2. I think Red 2 is a big threat in this game. So if you can focus down Red 2, that is the best. And RTZ, he might...
He's on the hunt.
Oh, they want speed. Here we go again,
speed.
But he is alone this time.
Does he get this kill? Does he get this one? It's going to be a super hard one. Maybe he stops. Oh, RTZ actually hitting the creep there. Still had in this for a second. Still waiting for a crit to show up. And that will be enough to take down Speed. So RTZ's going to have to do it all by himself. And now the same in the top lane. Saberlight, it gets scouted out by that power shot, but that BKB soaking up the damage is able to blink away. Ooh, still on the hunt. Locates the Mars, but no TP cancel.
Oh,
no
he had an
bash on the
Atos,
Pango.
but Moose has an Atos, just didn't get that vision quite fast enough.
Yeah.
And if you want to kill the Underlord, that's how it's going to be, right? He's got to be by himself. His team can't be behind him. Because if he does soak up all the spells... Can they Roche? Yes, they can, but will Rebellion respond to it is the question.
No focus fire. They're going to do it the old school way.
Underlord's dead too. Yeah, here comes the TPs.
Uh-oh. All timing is going to be tough. Abed's already rushing head first with a gem.
He smoked
and
in
now
there.
they got the focus fire off, but Abed's already here. Mine's going to be scouting him out. Moose will locate him, dissimulate. Not into the pit, but close to it. Underlord coming into the pit as well. The
Whoa, where'd he go?
Flight's going to go down, and the Roche taken by Abed. He goes in for the steal with the help of Saberlight. The Red 2 inside the arena right now with that Rolling Thunder, and they're going to isolate the Mars. Mars going to go down, so even with the Aegis, they will lose 2 heroes, but the cheese taken for the techies. Dogchamp still not done. Red 2.
Way.
Oh, crit! These arrows! This guy! Absolute arrow! Bloody Nine trying to bait Shadow Fiend to the high ground here. A couple mines will explode, but he will keep his life intact. Red 2, Bloody Nine, both down. Moo's going to be the next one to drop unless he forces out the cheese. He doesn't want to use it now.
He did.
He's going to have to. He's going to pop it.
No, he's going to die anyway.
He's still dead.
Yeah, maybe you save that cheese. I think that could have made a big difference in the next fight. Throw that on your Pango. If he gets caught out, pop that cheese. That could change it. I want to say that was a little bit of a panic play, thinking he could just save himself with the cheese, using it because he has it. But now losing that cheese on top of that, not great, to say the least here. But at least RTC doesn't have the Aegis. You do have that avenue of potentially bursting him. I mean, Fly just jumped in there. He got a lasso off, but he just exploded instantly. But it didn't really matter at the end of the day, as Abed clutched it up, stole the Aegis. And now he's going to be running around close to a nullifier here too.
That's the thing that hurts the Wind Ranger the most. You're going to lose your Wind Run buff, and even if you're nullified, you can't even cast it because it just gets removed right away.
Yeah, it's going to be a big item here, especially against the Lich too, right? So I think this item will open up the opportunity to kill Underlord if they want to initiate on him. You can remove the Crimson Guard, you remove the Pavis, you remove the Frost Shield, you remove absolutely everything, making him feel much more mortal. These auras only last for so long as far as their value.
But you see Speed teleporting away and sees
but he sees Bloody Nine.
Yep, and RTZ's baiting them at the top lane. He's going to get caught, and he's going to need some backup too. Does get the Requiem. Bloody Nine already down. RTZ stunned up, but does have that BKB, and now he goes in. Deals out that damage. Crit gonna be caught as well on the backlines, burning down slowly. Ortiz's BKB also running out. He's gonna need some backup from Abed. And here comes Saberlight. Arena, beautiful one, catches 2. DNM gonna get the damage with that focus fire. Mars trying to turn his front towards this Wind Ranger, keeping himself alive for a bit longer. But Moo's gonna go down, and Saberlight still holding his ground, forcing DNM away with that spear. And RTZ turning around towards Speed. Speed trying to get out, but no Ogre Seal totem for you. Your fate is sealed. And so is Red 2's, and Rebellion march to the high ground.
And with no buybacks on Underlord and Pango, how much damage can Rebellion do here? You are for sure losing this lane of Rax, but you might lose mid on top of this. It's a real possibility here if you can't, especially if your Lich dies here. Is Abed, he doesn't care with this Aegis. That's Lich gone for 43 seconds. And one, Saberlight really feeling himself. Maybe too much, perhaps.
Shot's also available, but it's only a level 1, so he's just going to right-click him down. Sure. Lane of Rax already secured. Crit.
All right, what's their plan here? And RTC's like, okay, guys, I'm just going to hit the buildings here. Secure this second lane of barracks. But at what cost?
But at what cost, indeed?
Just Saberlight's life. No big deal. Nothing of value lost here.
Oh, this has been a stellar performance from Rebellion. Maybe Dogchamp had maybe an edge in one or two of these engagements where Speed just seemed so hard to kill. Now it is a completely different story. They found their way out, spreading out the fight so the Underlord isn't debuffing everyone. Now the 4-man smoke, Rolling Thunder from Red 2. They're going to catch the Shadow Fiend sitting under vision. RTZ will go down.
Beautiful.
DNM for the kill.
That's why this game is over 30 minutes instead of a 20-minute game. Because Dogchamp are making good plays here and there. They're majorly getting outplayed, but that's fine. But they're making some good plays here, and of course, when things happen like
competitive,
this,
yeah.
Red 2
gonna
throw it right back the
lasso
other
from
way.
Fly, but the root comes out as well. Red 2 gonna stand his ground. Underlord finally showing up those big auras. Fly, he doesn't really have the damage required to kill Red 2, or does he? Trying his best at least, and the Ogre Seal Totem finishes him off out of all things. Getting that bit of extra damage, and Fly getting down the arena, placed down as well. Abed low on HP, still hasn't died this game. 15 seconds for the Aegis, they finally get him through, and that focus fire up in 10 seconds once again for DNM. Not going to have it available right away, but Abed doing his best here. Saberlight helping out from the backline as well. Moves low on HP. One way available. Is this the first step for Abed? Are we just kidding ourselves right now? Abed still fighting all the way to the end. Duking them and dodging them around. Throwing another remnant. He's going to get rooted. And finally, they take down the raid boss. Abed down. And Speed to take the money for it. 1,200 gold for the kill. Crit going to get caught too. Misses the blast off on the side of Moose. And here comes Saberlight as well to help out his buddy. He's been around this fight since it began and wants to make sure that Crit stays alive and keeps that gem intact. They're really playing with fire here, but Speed out of mana, and they're running out of resources on both ends. DNM brought back in with that portal. Skate is there. Crit. The hunt. Bloody Nine also shows up. Oh, hello. There's a Crit still by here. Was a bit surprised that there's a sudden lich coming out of nowhere, but RTZ coming in, and he's going to secure these kills. Make sure that they both fall. Red 2 trying to fight back, but Red 2 just dies in his ult. And there comes the next challenger. It's going to be Moose on RTZ. Still doesn't give a hoot. Still fighting back with Moose, low on HP, pulling Speed back into the arms of RTZ. That's going to be a double for him. And Moose, he's going to be the last hero, fighting all the way to the end versus Crit. Throws out the arrow from the Yules, and that will be a secured team wipe. 42 kills and 420, whatever you want to call it.
42-20. New number.
25k lead for Rebellion.
Does not give any hoots at this point in this game with Daedalus online and the MKB. This man has built an BKB, but that is the only defensive item he really has here. I guess you could argue Hurricane Pike, but that gives so many offensive capabilities here that he just hurts. And you talk about the Underlord aura, and this is another beautiful thing about the Shadow Fiend hero. His base damage isn't really high. Most of the damage you get is plus damage, as they will tap out. They don't want to play against the Mega Creeps here. They realize this game is over. Arteezy is too farmed. You can't deal with Abed, and you can't really find an avenue to get back into this game.
Sometimes you just have to give up and reset, go for the next game. But right now, Rebellion, we're looking at them taking the victory, the first game in this series, and in a very, you could say, convincing manner. Of course, a couple, you could say, one says mistakes, another says DogChamp just played their initiations really well, like you said, and I agree on that more, that DogChamp, they kept this competitive, but the start, it could not have been worse for this game. It really did not go in any way in DogChamp's favor, and we were potentially looking at like, okay, this might just be over in 20 minutes.
If Pharaoh could have been, but DogChamp, they had the fight. The dog had the fight in them. They continued to play this game. They didn't back down. And even though they lost this game, they showed a lot of good things. They're playing against a team that is just higher caliber than them. And what I look for mainly in these games is like, can you do good things versus a Goliath, like, this team here in Rebellion. And they did. They, of course, got outplayed. They still lost, but there's some things to be proud about if you are DogChamp in this particular game.
And this fight, Arteezy survives barely. His arrow gets blocked by the arena, so DNM doesn't get the kill, and then the power shot was level 1. And of course, the flame break was there
into
too,
arrow.
so.
Flame break into arrow. That is what saved his life there. Absolutely insane.
Just some really, really clutch plays all over the place from Rebellion. And like you said, with those lane swaps, Rebellion's basically seen pretty much every single lane matchup that they've played or played against. And DogChamp just weren't really feeling it. This Windranger didn't feel like the carry that was needed this game. It felt like they really needed something to fill in that void, which they did not have. And it was just Speed and Red 2, Moose, Bloody Nine, trying to make the best out of a horrible situation. And they did get themselves back in this game pretty well, or at least keep them in the pace. But DogChamp also making a couple of crucial mistakes here. Moose also burning that cheese, maybe a bit preemptively. Could have used that for later.
It felt like every time DogChamp did something good, they would follow up by being a little overconfident and doing something bad. So all their hard work and good plays that they made were just taken right back from them. And it happens. This comes with experience. You got to play more games. And you got to learn how to control your wins, and because it can be adrenaline. Something it's like, yeah, we killed our TC boys, we got them, and then you keep chasing, and you're like, oh, I guess we used all our spells to kill our TC there. Maybe we shouldn't have kept chasing into them. There's still Abed here waiting for us, and we just got team wiped in reverse here. So patience, discipline, more practice. Turn these big wins into bigger wins by not throwing it back the other way.
The one thing that I'm worried about is the fact that these game ones have usually been the most competitive ones with a top seed versus any other team out of the top 3 from NA. Do they run out of steam in game 2? Because I think DogChamp, the draft made sense. The execution could have made more sense, but just a lot of mistakes here and there. A couple really good engagements as well to get the best and the worst inside the same game. I just hope they bring that energy back to game 2 that they had in this one. They had the hunger. I think the hunger is really the key word here.
Yeah, it's hard to say with these game 1s because it's a combination of the lower seeded team is they're hungrier. As you said, they want to win. They're going to play their best, but maybe the higher ranking seeds are just like, we're just going to take it more chill, right? They're going to do things they otherwise wouldn't do. And they realize game number 1's a little hard. Like, oh, we really got to focus up now, right? Going into this game number 2. So one thing is for sure in this game number 2, DogChamp, I think they earned Rebellion's respect here, and they're going to play even tighter. They're going to not potentially be out of position as much, and they're going to give them 100% into this game 2.
There are 2 MVP candidates on my mind here for this game. One, Crit, but I'm going to give it to Abed for that stellar Void Spirit plays here and there. Of course, some of them were enabled by Fly and by Crit, so they were also, being that dynamic trio in this case. But Abed, he deserves this one.
Of course, as every Void Spirit that goes into the mid lane does deserve it, because they just build into this Echo Saber, into the Manta style. No, his outplay on Red 2 in the mid lane, that Pango, I'll give it to him just for that, but I'm kind of getting to that point where these Void Spirit MVPs are just becoming a very common theme, aren't they? They just take over the game, they build into these items, they solo kill everything. Pretty strong hero.
They certainly have. Like this again, another showing from Shopify. Rebellion taking the lead in this series and just one game away from cleaning out a clean 14-0 Series 7-0 streak for the first time this DPC year. Can they do it? We'll find out after the break. And we are back, ladies and gents, with the North American DPC in our first series of our 3-series day here with T-Panda and Fear. We just witnessed a Rebellion going up against DogChamp in quite a convincing victory in the end, but also showing some positive remarks on the side of DogChamp. If we take them as our narrative here, basically. I feel like this team, for a reason, are sitting in the shared top 3 spot with TSM right now with 4 victories and 2 losses under their belts. They've been very competitive. They've been the best of the rest, beating Bait, Felt, Sanking Gomez, and Alpha, only falling short to TSM and Nouns. Also getting a map off of TSM. I feel like they have the potential. It's just a bit of a, when we looked at Nouns and Rebellion having a gap between them, the gap is maybe even bigger with DogChamp and Rebellion. But they're close. They're there.
Yeah, they're just that team they're that upcoming team, right? The one that wants to be the new Nouns, where they can start challenging these TSM Rebellions and maybe in future tours, maybe beat them, potentially get to those major slots. But for now, this is a training ground for them. And what I just want to see is just constant improvement. That's going to be the big thing, because you can make roster swaps all you want, but that really hasn't helped the region very much. You're not going to be better next year if you just swap a bunch of players, right? You got to be on a team, be consistent, and improve your gameplay and become better players and better teammates. And that's going to happen through the grind. That's all you do. You got to go through the grind.
Exactly. That is exactly the case. And heading over to the draft of game number 2. The draft was pretty solid on the side of DogChamp. Execution was not. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they pick something similar on the lines of game number 1, depending if Rebellion's like, oh, this Underlord was an issue. We have to address that better in the next game draft. Outside of that, I feel like everything was going all according to plan. It was just the lane swap and what came out of that lane swap, which really ended up hurting DogChamp.
They tried, but who would have said... Or who would have known like what would have happened if they did normal lanes, right? Maybe Speed would have had no game. He wouldn't have been that frontline presence, and the wheels would have fell off a little bit earlier. Hard to know for sure, but I think one thing you do have to do when you play against Rebellion here is try to make sure one of your lanes isn't a complete disaster. So you have to do well in all lanes, of course, but if you give RTZ that free of a game where he feels like he can just go MKB over BKB, he's really feeling himself. They're playing at their full condition here, so I don't know. I feel like Speed would have done better in that lane. He would have figured a way to make something happen there. So just do your normal lanes, put your players with their laning partners as well. Moose and Speed, they're a good lane. No matter what you give them, they'll find a way to get out of the laning stage, I feel. And same thing for DNM. He normally plays in the safe lane. Let him play in the safe lane with Bloody 9. This is their normal tactic. This is what they do all the time. And Moose, he's powering up with a little bit of food here in between the games. Maybe this is what he needed. He was hungry. He's hungry for this win. And we'll see if he can get it, as they're going to take out Magnus and the Void Spirit. Very popular strategy. Kind of locks in your carry off lane and definitely your mid.
Hopefully the meal he's having is not too heavy, so you don't end up getting drowsy and sleeping in the middle of the game. This is still pretty early daytime for both the Rebellion players and on the side of DogChamp. Of course, Saberlight looks like he's finally woken up, given up on the man bun.
It's coming back.
It's a classic caster curse, right? You say something and it pops up again. He's on the attempt. But I saw that Bloodseeker ban come out from the first phase, and Red 2, it's like, give me the Void Spirit this time around. We've got both the Mag and the Void Spirit. Both heroes love to build Echo Saber, love to build Manta, love to build Harpoon. Heavy right-click damage, good scaling throughout the game, good initiation, good team fight, good tower damage. I think you have pretty much everything. But Rebellion, they're putting all in on the lanes. Teki is already, we know, super strong in the laning stage. And Timbersaw, a hero that doesn't mind too much about the damage dealt to him, at least in the early minutes.
And we have 4 Universal Heroes picked up already.
Yes, we do.
Surprise, surprise. Universal Heroes in the first phase of Dota. Who would have guessed? We'll see if Rebellion open up with their first 3 being Universal yet again. And of course, we have a couple bans. The Batrider will not make it through. Rebellion really showing that they think this Batrider 5 is the counter to Techies 4. But they still could put Techies on the 5 position. It is not unheard of. It's still pretty decent. But we saw how much Fly was able to shut down Moose in that laning stage just by playing that Batrider into Techies. They don't want to have that happen to them, so they're going to ban it out here. And the Universal Hero and Timbersaw, I would say this hero is a Universal Hero killer. He's one of the best heroes against the universal heroes. Has the Whirling Death, takes away 5% of all your stats. So you reduce their damage by quite a bit. It does half the damage that it normally wouldn't have done if you weren't a strength hero, of course. So it still hurts really badly, this Whirling Death. And great in the laning stage against both these heroes.
One thing that I'm, again, turning my attention to was the hero I brought up in the last phase of that last game, which was the Morphling. Timbersaw, who gets hit by that Aghanim's morph from Morphling, loses around 1,000 HP, maybe even more, plus some of the damage on the side, but Timber, it doesn't really need that much right-click damage. It just needs the tankiness. Morphling is a hero that I feel like is rising again on the pedestal for these two teams. Not necessarily like we have to get this hero, but we need to draft accordingly so we don't get countered by it. Because the Wind Rangers, the Medusas, well, Medusa banned this time, but the Wind Ranger for sure, a hero that also gets hurt a lot by it. And RTZ and DNM, they can both play it. They also love the Terrorblade, which I'm curious about. Will either team consider it?
Oh, it's definitely in consideration. The hero's strong right now, but first, you know, RTZ, he wants to see his lane.
Last pick.
Yeah, he's gonna see what's best for the game and then decide. No point locking into a hero right now. You get plenty to see. I think what RTZ is really looking for in this draft is, where is Mag going? Am I laning for Smag, or am I laning against something else? This Mag does have that potential to be an offlaner or to be a carry. I mean, it could be a mid as well. It's just strong in any core position right now. But most likely, since you do have the Void Spirit, that will be your mid laner, so you can narrow it down to one of those. And DogChamp, they're going to show 2 supports next, too. They're going to keep you guessing for as long as possible. So, if they want to, actually, they could get the last pick against RTZ this game, since they are first pick. That'll leave DogChamp with the overall last pick here. I'd like to see them pick 2 supports going into this next phase here. That way, they for sure put this Magnus in a position where he's flexible.
Yes. And of course, maybe even the Void Spirit, because we have seen Void carry every in 100 games. So you have the flex possibility for either of these two heroes around the board. I'm not sure if DNM wants to bring out the Void carry, but Magnus, he could, and so could Speed as well in the offlane. So I agree totally with you that Magnus should be left as the flex pick. Double supports would be the idea. But for Rebellion, they could throw a curveball with RTZ picking his hero in the next phase, and then we see if Saberlight/Abed would get the ending for this draft, depending where this Timbersaw is going to be going. But we know them pretty well. You said, and we said it over and over again, RTZ loves his last phase pick if he can get it. But with the double pick, potentially.
5 seconds remaining.
There's always a chance here. It really depends on how much value they have in this Timber being an offlaner. Because they could pick RTZ's hero in this phase with another support and then leave this Timber to be flexed to mid or offlane. I have a feeling Abed might just play it though, just go mid against the Void Spirit, be like, yeah, this is good. But I don't know for sure, because Abed, this isn't really a hero that he spams a lot of. And this also isn't a hero that Saberlight plays a lot in officials either, with Rebellion. It's kind of just the flavor of the patch, right? And if it does turn out to be something that is successful for them, they'll run it more and more to the point where it becomes a staple for them. But for now, this is a little bit of new tech for Rebellion. We get to see them play around with who's going to be their Timber player and why are they picking it. Is it just as simple as they see 2 universal heroes, so we pick it? What lane is it going to go to? Will Saberlight just throw it into the offlane and deal with it however he can, or is Abed just going to go mid against the Void Spirit?
There is your first support being brought onto the field. Timbersaw doesn't necessarily worry too much about it unless he overextends and doesn't have a Lotus Orb to be dispelled. Techies at least does take a bit of an impact out of that, because Techies is like, I want to burst my abilities as fast as possible, click every button as I can. Silencer prevents you from doing that. And that second support option still available as potentially even a counter, because you're going for your 5 first. That leaves for a 4 that has playmaking capability and Rebellion. I'm going to bring up the Templar Assassin, both played by by RTZ and Abed, so they both like this one.
Even more flexibility here. I guess that's the other route you can go on first pick. What used to be more common until heroes had more specialists, where you just pick all heroes that can go into any lane, and you just keep it very confusing and hard to counterpick as DogChamp, because even if you see all the heroes, you don't necessarily know where it's going. Is this TA carry? Is it mid? Is Timber offlane? Is it mid? You don't really know for sure anything here.
I was right about it. They did throw the curveball in, so just the support Lich to lock in the Techies Lich support duo, leaving the TA Timbersaw still open and up for debate. Now, Dogchamp. Do you have a 4 in mind versus the TA? Do they still want to answer the Timbersaw with something? They don't really break through refraction charges very well right now, so...
Not many 4s do, though. And I don't want to double down too much. I kind of wanted to see the Skywrath instead of the Silencer, but I'm not sure if I want Silencer and Skywrath. Because Skywrath as a hero that's like the archetype of type of hero that I want to see. Maybe Snapfire could be okay. Heavy magic bursts that can go through this early levels of the Frost armor here, and plus the reactive armor. A lot of armor on the side of Rebellion. Something that can also burn the refraction. That's what I'm looking for on the side of Dogchamp, and especially a ranged hero, because you already got these big tanky frontliners. They just need that early mid-game damage. They need to get out of the laning stage. So Skywrath, Snapfire, those are probably the big ones that come to mind for me. But maybe I'll do a little more digging real quick, as I do have...
Maybe a support hero that has a root, you know, maybe looking at the Clinks for Moose.
Nah, not against Lich TA.
They got a root in the Willow, though, so that's something.
There you go. I mean, I guess you're on to the root, but for me, it's about the magic damage that they need, and this does provide that. The root does break the refraction. Good enough. I don't hate the pick. Against Timbersaw, this hero is not particularly the best because you don't get any protection from your what's that spell called again? I always blank on it. Shadow Realm, that is the one. The Shadow Realm won't protect you at all versus Timbersaw, but it is great versus the TA. TA can't focus you down. We'll see how it works out.
Look at how these last phase bans go as well. Rebellion, you're going to get an indicator about this Magnus, softening up the laning matchups a bit, because it could just be Timber versus Magnus in the lane. Magnus does take a bit of bullying from this Timbersaw with that Whirling Death. Magnus not necessarily dealing as much damage back to the Timbersaw. But it could also just be Timber going mid versus the Void Spirit, where Timber should also be just completely fine with what's going on here. They're going to ban out the Monkey King. They already took away the TB I was talking about in the previous phase. And out of DNM's hero pool, well, it does leave us to Alchemist, Ursa. Is Ursa still in the pool? Yeah, he's still in the pool. And of course, maybe they want to give Windranger another try. We'll see if they want to take that route. Speed, he's yet to play a Magnus, though, in the off lane. So his Doom, Beastmaster, Witch Doctor, Venomancer, Underlord, his 5 hero pools so far.
I like that ban, though.
Magnus is the 6th.
I think ban this RTZ SF, because you see this Monkey King ban, which kind of tips you off to, oh, hey, this Timber might be in the off lane. Looks like Saberlight wants to pick this one up.
The lane's good versus the mag, yeah.
Yeah, you got this TA here. It's like TAs could be good versus Void Spirit. That could be Obid's hero. What could RTZ pick blind that I just can't beat no matter what I pick? And it probably is that SF. This is a hero that you can't just pick randomly. And Naga ban into Timber, interesting enough. That is a hero that is good versus TA. So a little bit of mixed ideas here on what Dogchamp want to do. DNM does love his Naga, though, so that is a possibility. I'm very curious for Rebellion, because like their bans kind of say Timber wants to go into that off lane, and then it also says with the Naga ban that maybe he wants to be a mid laner. I can't really make this out. I think what they most likely want to do is for sure get... I think it's Timber off lane. I don't know where this TA is going. That's going to be the question mark. Do you really want to play TA mid in a game like this? Is it that important that you played against the Void Spirit? So I think they're going to pick an RTZ hero. That's just going to be my guess.
At least concerning support rotations, the TA doesn't mind too much. Same with the Timbersaw about Silencers and Dark Willows showing up in your lane. It's only until they have like level 6s. You got the Dark Willow Fear, the Global Silence, which then prevents the Timbersaw from making any acts. Those are the things that hurt. For that, not too much. So
mid-Timber.
Mid-Timber for Abed, RTZ with the TA carry in the mid lane, and Axe for Saberlight.
RTZ with a mid lane carry TA? I don't know about that one. See.
maybe. Carry mid.
RTZ back to mid, boys. And Abed in the carry role. Rebellion is a team that just, they won't swap their lanes up pretty much for anything. They'll swap like where a player goes, but you'll still play within that realm.
Has-
But Abed is only mid every game.
Does RTZ have a history of playing mid ever in a competitive game?
Yeah, that's where that was his claim to fame. He used to be
just like the
best
storyline from
mid laner.
Matumba Man, right? Like Matu, he was a tinker spammer back in the day, and he loved Meepo in mid, and then they just made him play carry.
You don't know MLG Columbus, RTZ OD?
Oh yeah!
That is
now that
where
he
he
say
got
it, now that
popular.
he say the OD does ring a bell. Yeah.
Yeah, that was RTZ's breakout tournament there, just as a mid player. I played with him for a while too as a mid laner. He a very capable mid player, but he's got Abed. He switched to carry role. I mean, he could go mid if he wanted to and still probably stomp almost everyone in this division in North America. But he's a carry player now. Abed, amazing mid laner as well. You only need one of them.
Now, we saw last tour that the best offlaner in the DPC was Whitemon with the Viper.
He was.
But we're going to see speed with the Darkseer, last pick for the side of Dog
There
Champ.
we
Now,
go.
They've built up their draft with a lot of capability in team fight, a lot of damage, a lot of scalability. Is it just as a good draft, just like in game one? Now it's all down to execution?
Well, luckily, Speed is playing a hero that is speedy this time on like game number 1, so that could
Up to his
be
name.
could be the deal breaker here. We'll have to see. But no, the draft is great from DogChamp. I didn't really think their draft was bad in game number 1 either. Their laning choices were maybe questionable, but you do have a way to break refraction now. The wall isn't a make or break against the TA. So it's not a matchup where I think you're going to crush. He's probably still going to lose his lane because Darkseer is a weak laner. And I only say this mainly just because Fly and RTC, they're just so goddamn good at laning. And unless you have like some huge advantage against them in hero picks, they're probably going to win their lane. And I don't think they have a huge advantage here. So it is what it is. But you can do well in your other lanes, and that's going to be important. I think the big lane to look for, how is this mid-timber going to fare in this game? Is Abed just going to have one of those games where he's 20-0 on Timbersol mid? That's what I'm afraid for DogChamp. They need to make sure Abed doesn't go out of control. Sure, let RTZ farm, let him do his thing. I think that's inevitable. But if you can shut down Saberlight and Abed, that is your best path to victory when you play against Rebellion.
And this is the impact you're looking for, because it could just be the last game for Rebellion this tour. Maybe as well for DogChamp, because it is then down to TSM. How do they fare later on? Do they have to play a tiebreaker for third place and an extra 100 DPC points, which TSM has their eyes set up on? And DogChamp, well, they won't be doing a lot with points unless they're able to get a win off of Rebellion here, turn the series around and force a potential tiebreaker, depending on what happens with Now's and Alpha later on. A Saberlight already in early trouble, and a juke around a bit. They're getting caught by the first root. And now he's just going to play it, chill, and juke his way around so he doesn't lose his life. 3 bounties going to go in the way of DogChamp, and also softening up Saberlight, so he's going to miss out on that first wave.
And that's huge. That could be the deal breaker for the laning stage here. We'll see how much it really matters, but he even has to buy a TP scroll. So minus 100, minus the first wave here. That's a good start to shutting down Saberlight here. Great rotation from DogChamp to set that one up.
So Bloody Nine's going to have his hands filled, keeping this Techies out of the lane, but Techies super hard to duel up against. It's not exactly the Lich versus Morana matchup from the last game. It was definitely the big difference maker there, where the Lich was able to get the first blood, but that was pretty much the only golden symbol for DogChamp in that laning stage in game number 1. Things have to go and must go better compared to that.
For sure. And I'm just like, sorry, closely watching this mid lane matchup because I am intrigued by it. How much damage he is going to take away from Red 2 here, as well as harass with this Whirling Death. And it's quite substantial. It's a
like
big
2
harass.
damage, right?
No, it's more than that. I think he went from like 66, like 50 something. So he's losing quite a lot, and the Timber has a lot on top of that. So this matchup, I can see why they wanted it versus the Void Spirit here. And so far, Abed, he's making it work.
And he wants to as well. Yeah, he's losing 2 damage from Whirling Death. Maybe he had multiple Whirling Death stacked on top of
Yeah, I think he had
each
2 of
other's.
them on top of him. There it is.
Yeah,
Now he's
there
on
we
to
go.
60.
Meanwhile, Arteezy does find himself a first blood, making the more impactful play and taking down this Dark Willow. The first kill going for the Rebellion side this time.
But those things really add up. I'm just like gonna zone in on this mid lane just for a little bit. But like once you get two of those stacked on top of you, you lose that damage, but the Timber doesn't lose it. And the big thing is, it just hurts too, right? It's hurting a lot. But Obbit's taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, he's hurting from this tower. Red 2 didn't want to chase Obbit there. Potentially even had a kill opportunity with one extra right click, but didn't want to extend. Obbit, bottle refill with the bottle picked up, and he's pretty much back to full HP and go in again versus Red 2.
Yeah, we can cover other lanes now. Just so much. The reason I'm looking at this lane so much is so much of this game rides on this mid lane, the way I see it. Bot lane is already going the way I expected. Like, I didn't expect Speed to win this lane whatsoever, as I mentioned. So that's kind of going according to plan. As long as he gets something out of the laning stage, you're pretty content as a Darkseer. And he is. He's getting something out of the laning stage, which is big. And of course, Saberlight, he made up everything from just being late. He's already got his ring of health, top of net worth. He did miss that call, but that's okay.
Yeah, Red 2 also pretty soft there in the mid lane, but so is Obbit. He does have the regeneration going his way, though. DNM, he's trying to keep up the pace. At least it can't be worse than last game. That Wind Ranger did not have a place in the laning stage. They did go for the lane swap, and Fly, Arteezy just zoned out that wave completely. Made sure that Dogchamp wasn't even getting close to last hitting range, maybe even out of experience range at some of the worst moments. Right now, battling out against the matchup that doesn't get to bully them too much. Willow and the Darkseer. Darkseer, at least with those Iron Shells, good way to break through Refraction.
Arteezy doesn't care. Like, he's ranged here, right? He shouldn't really be getting hitting by the Iron Shell. It might have an impact later in the game when you have like all these Iron Shells on your cores that are melee. Of course, the illusions breaking it. TA is only annoying here when you just can't break through Refraction like ever throughout the game. But in the laning stage, like this Darkseer doesn't do anything to TA. That's okay. I don't think you're really picking to win this lane super hard anyway. You never pick Darkseer and be like, I'm going to crush this lane. You pick Darkseer because you want to crush the game. You want to build some auras. You want to get some back
Top lane, though. Oh, Bloody Knight going to get hit by the call and crit. That Lotus trying to make the difference, but it's not going to be enough. And Bloody Knight killed under the tower. DNM's just going to have to be on the sidelines and watch as his comrade falls. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, they're throwing around Arteezy here. Not quite enough for the initial kill. Slowing him down with a vacuum. One more tick from the Iron Shell. He's too fast. He's just going to run away.
Boots are
no surge for the Darkseer either.
All right. So one thing I want to mention here is this Techies. Last game, we saw the Bat Rider punish it. I was a little worried when I saw the Silencer come out versus the Techies. Big reason why they're winning top lane on Rebellion is this Techies is just bullying Silencer. There's not much you can do as a Silencer to deal with this. As Crit is still just going to man up here on Bloody 9. It's not even casting spells.
Every time the Techies finds Silencer, he knows he's on the upper end. He's like, I got this one.
Pretty much.
And so, most importantly, I'm curious about the 7-minute Wisdom Rune as well, because they have to rotate from mid to then choose, do we go on the opponent's side of the map to get that Wisdom Rune, or do we just take our own? It's always the decision that you kind of have to make, because you want to help your mid out, which right now, Obbit needs a bottle refill. Red 2 is going to get the Arcane. No, he's not! We're going to take that back as Crit takes it away. And that's a level 5 Void Spirit, so no Astral Step available. Bloody Knight coming with the assistance. Moose is going to get killed by Obbit, and they will get the Crit trade-off. That's the first kill for Dogchamp.
A trade of position force there.
So Wisdom Runes should now be going 1-to-1.
Most likely, unless you want to get in some crazy positioning here for Bloody 9. They could beeline for it.
Though.
Okay. That's pretty big.
1v2 getting a kill. Yeah, that's always good.
Crit going back in.
Make it 1v3 now. Crit's also here.
If Red 2 can survive here.
Oh, Rock Grenade. Chakram.
Oh, he went in.
The other way. Ooh, he went in. He could have gone
anger
out, but he
issues with
decided to be the more aggressive part and go in. And you have to pay with his life for it. Moves, battling it out versus Crit here. Here comes Abed for the backup. Shadow Realm is there. Root coming out. Crit regenerating. Crit surviving. Oh, Dog Champ, nothing going their way. But Rebellion, they're happy. Again, the same things happened from last game. Bloody Nine, he's going to get killed too by Fly. And Rebellion just taking wins all over the board.
I don't even know what to say. What just happened mid lane to Red 2? He's trying really hard to make things happen. Is he gonna do it again? No, there's a 15 stick here.
Crit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now
Sticky
he goes
bomb.
out, but the mine is still there. And he's gonna be low, but he's gonna survive. Abed crit. Not enough damage to get the kill. Bottle refill there from Bloody Nine as he comes back to mid. But yeah, that is for sure something that could be, you know, highly debated later on. Was that the right decision? But it was, you know, you got to make these heat in the moment decisions. You go for it or you don't.
I mean, there's no debate. It was the wrong decision there. But what you're really asking for is, like, do we like the idea, right? The aggressiveness of the play. Not afraid to go for it.
Fly, he's in the mid lane. Level 6 already on this Lich. The highest level support in the game. Everybody else is 5s and 4s right now. A lot of traffic coming into mid. Abed. Bottle refill as Crit comes in as well. Trying to bait out Red 2. They know from that last aggressive play that Red 2, he wants to go for these, and he will.
Oh, they got
That's
him
the Remnant
there.
connection. Has another Astral Step. Just a bit more extra damage needed to get the kill. Does get the dodge out from the blast off. Finally gets the kill. And here comes the blast off. I mean, the chain frost from Fly, but it's bouncing all the way back to Moose.
It's
and
definitely
he's down
blasting
two.
off, though. That's for sure. That chain frost.
It certainly was. Red 2, though. Maybe a second kill from Crit. Okay, doesn't even use the Resonant Pulse there. Not necessarily enough for the kill either.
That was very unlucky for Moose there. As Red 2, he micros his illusions away from him so it doesn't bounce to him, but bounced right back into the creep wave and right back into Moose there. So saving himself, but selling his buddy out a little bit with that one. Saberlight, he's taking that stack. And after the stack on the axe here, he's going to have a Blink Dagger available for Rebellion. Purchase that one out, and normally they're going to use this as a smoke timing. As Techies, his smoke is available. He puts it in to his inventory from the backpack, and it's go time.
Dire's top tower is
See what they can do. That early Blink Dagger. Axe missing out from the
This
lane.
is pre-10 minutes. This man is huge. They might not see this coming.
Radiant's bottom
And if they
tower
can get a double here,
You're going to have some warning bells ringing right now, because all they see is a Timbersaw on the top lane. Where's the axe? And they're going to be moving out as they see that information happen on the map. But still sticking around. And here goes Saberlight. Called onto the Bankless Blast-Off coming out as well. Down to half.
Oh, they're
RP coming
RP.
out though. Crit's going to be falling. Can they have the damage to turn it around? No. Saberlight dunk to the face. Slaps that big fist right down to Magnus. Punches
there's
him
a
down
blink
to
in
the
1
ground.
second here, but Moose is there. Does Saberlight want to go for it? He
Gets
does.
stunned under the tower, but they're going to go for the play. Darks here going to get blown up by Abed. Red 2, retaliation onto the axe. One more hit, going to get that kill. Abed fighting against Moose and against Red 2. A lot of resources for him here. A lot of mana to work with. Mangoes, he's got stick charges, he's got bottle charges, he's got everything. But he won't get to get that kill. That Remnant will keep him busy. Moose
Moose
coming
went back in.
He's like, oh, Abed, please
Uh-oh.
don't. Leave me alone.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Or Abed.
I mean, he just ducked into that tree line real quick, and it was like, Moose is like,
Dire's bottom
scary
tower
man's
is under
gone,
attack.
but no, he was just waiting for you.
Yep, straight out of a horror movie. You thought Boogeyman's gone, and you go to check, and
I'll bet
Headphones
it's the
off.
boogeyman at this
Under
point.
attack.
Or maybe it's, I don't even know all the course right now for Rebellion.
that was a very desperate teleported attempt there from Bloody Nine. Had no idea this was going to happen.
Tower is under attack.
We're also attempting to punish Crit in mid, but he blasts off to safety. Techies is kind of like a member of Team Rocket.
Dire's top
Team
tower
Rocket blasts off away. I don't know what they actually say
Does that
in
mean
this
he
version.
always loses them?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
No.
No.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's not an official member of Team Rocket.
Dire's top
Not
tower
yet.
has
He
fallen.
does like the
Potentially he's the mafia boss that starts things off. You know, Team Rocket always has the upper hand when they begin
Radiant's
things.
bottom tower is under
They do. But they always
enough
fall a
about
little
that.
bit short.
Yeah, enough about that, because this Mafia right now is just running down Dogchamp with a 6K lead, and onto the next target they go. It is Red 2, and they don't take
a
any
shame to
second
the
guesses
face.
with that Chain Frost.
It may have
Frozen
been
to the bone.
necessary. He did have an Astral Sheva to simulate. Shutting down this Void Spirit, really high priority. We saw Abed in game number 1 not get shut down on the Void Spirit, getting that MVP, getting every item in the world. And that's how Liches and Techies die really quickly, is when Void Spirit gets really farmed. But not this game. They have successfully shut him down with this Timber mid, with the rotations, and gotta say, Saberlight's having one hell of a game. I'm usually worried when you pick this Axe hero, you get a Blink Dagger. The other team is kind of aware of it. The connections don't hit. But I like how Arteezy, he's been assisting. He's not just AFK.
Look at top. He's just waiting for Bloody Knight to walk in between. Oh, but
Is
he's
this the
close
kill?
enough with the top. That's pixel perfect. Oh,
he
that
doesn't
is
have-
beautiful.
I
But
think
can
he
get the
just
kill?
fed.
No. I mean,
Oh,
he's
the
very
roots don't
tanky.
hit.
He's still a Vanguard. 5 seconds for Blink. They got to catch this guy right now, but he's only silenced up. No Arcane Curse. He's going to get the Blink away.
With Moose,
Well,
they hit
bottom,
that
they're taking
Bramble.
Roshan. Just space created.
Now, even if he dies there, that's probably what he's saying. Just space, guys. But because he forced them all up there and did not die, it's Giga space. It's even more than space.
One thing I do want to say about that Axe blinking from Saberlight, that was literally pixel perfect, catching the silencer. I thought, no, he's not in range. Hell, no way he's in range, and he was. That was a beautiful blink.
He just
no
wasn't able to
spins.
catch the whole creep wave, so he didn't get enough spins there. Does he see
Can't win every
DNM?
fight. Maybe the NM is worth the fight. No. I got slowed
Not
up by the
enough
Echo
distance.
Saber. Yeah, can't get close enough to the rest of the team. At least they can force this tier 2 tower.
If Arteezy
There we
wants
go.
to hit it, yeah. Deso is online with the Dragonlance. Going your traditional TA build. This one's good at hitting buildings. Good at farming. Just makes you... I mean, this is pretty much the only TA build. I was going to make you squishy, but he's only a little squishy just because Darkseer is in the game right now.
They're just bringing some extra TP scrolls along the way.
49,
Coming
level
out
6
on
now.
first.
So what is this global going to do this game? That's going to be the real question. Maybe they can lock down Abed?
Oh. Maybe they're trying to kill a crit, but no.
Red 2
Moose
wants
is
to go for this.
again
You know
one
he
step
does.
away. He pops his Invis rune here. Abed won't be able to kill off this Void Spirit, or at least punish him. Oh, Axe trying to go for the call. Saberlight, good attempt there. Just not quite on the point. Always love these attempts.
Yeah, it was completely blind. He thought Red 2 might be cutting back in, as he normally does, so I think that was a fair guess by Saberlight there to see if he can get him. Arteezy, 3 more minutes on the Sagus. Gonna purchase his own shard now. So he will have that silence available.
Watch mid. Uh-oh, Red 2 gonna get scouted out and spotted. Fly's gonna bring the detection with him. He's gonna have to jump away. That is a very good disjoint from the Jade Frost, and that is TA in trouble. Gonna lose that Aegis in a matter of moments, and the Lich is also about to drop at Saberlight. Coming in with the
What a
call, connecting
call.
onto the amount of Moose as well. Moose gonna be going down with the jump from Saberlight. Here comes Abed from the side as well with the Chakram damage, and Bloody 9 forced away. So is DNM. Another blink available with 5 seconds speed. He's gonna be in the middle. Red 2 trying to go for the TP out. They locate him
Oh,
though.
they got
and
him.
Crit gets a beautiful blast off connection, canceling the TP, and
That
Abed
was
for the
blind.
kill.
They had no vision there. He just assumed he might be there. The vision
that's
that
a
is
Dire
there
ward.
is Dire's ward. So great game sense from Crit there. To, you know, you might as well try it. If he's there, you get a kill. And he was right. It was Bloody 9. We've seen him in this position a lot, but okay, is it a juke? Can you make it out?
Oh, standing still, they're taunted, throwing in some glaives.
He's not
I
very
wish I had
tanky, is
I
he?
wish I had something pointier right now, but Moose is going to try and make some space. However, it's just a bit of damage dealt to Saberlight.
This is kind of what I'm seeing the issue with this Dark Will. I was looking for more of the Sky Wrath or the Snapfire, just long range, non-committal. It's really hard for Moose to get his hero in to do damage this game. He's running into an Axe, he's running into a Timber Soul, he's running into a Techies. He's gonna die before he gets his damage off in this game.
Yeah, it's like the idea for this guy to play this game is having Darkseer going around, but right now, Darkseer's getting called by Saberlight. RP will connect, catching both of them. Mines are exploding under their feet. Disarm on both of them as well. The vacuum does pull them in, and Speed to get the kill. Meanwhile, Abed will finish off Moose with the rest of the boys. And also maybe Red 2. Uh-oh, Void needs to get out. If he only wasn't silenced, he's got no defensive tools available. Might have lost your axe and your techies, but you're going to lose also your mid-hero for that.
And the trap silencing now really big for killing off this Void Spirit. So TZ continues to get really farmed now. He is incredibly farmed in this game, and I don't think there's going to be a sure way of stopping him from farming, but you can kill him. I think they're going to have to try, and normally when you are playing this carry Magnus, you have the tools, you have the capability as farming as fast as a TA, but with the pressure Saberlight's been putting on this map, it just hasn't had the space.
They're picking out DNM at the top lane. Going to teleport for 2 heroes there. While the rest sticking around in mid. No Aegis remaining for Arteezy, and again, just going to get caught in the middle, but he's trying to draw the attention at the same time. He's going to get stunned up, going to be pulled in by the harpoon from DNM, and closing out the kill, the Templar Assassin to fall. Arteezy just did not have the backup. DNM, that's the hero they spotted in the top lane. They TP'd in to find, but he TP'd back to base to help out the rest of the team to kill off Arteezy, so a bit of disconnection there from Rebellion. But also an important pickoff for Dogchamp, and maybe another one. Techies just happens to waltz into the arms of DNM, blasting off into the river. Red 2 coming in from the other direction. Techies is gonna beat history after this.
All right, these are good kills. Much needed kills. Killing Arteezy again when he's a bit overextended. I mean, Arteezy's out there just trying to maximize his farm. Even if he dies in these positions, I think his goal is to still get farmed. But when you start bleeding more kills on top of that, losing your towers, it becomes, is it worth it type of situation. But I don't think it's the stage of the game where they want to just group up as 5 right now.
And Saberlight, beautiful call, does connect up to the Void, but DNM for the rescue. That Blade Mail does end up hurting, and Red 2 kills himself, but before Saberlight gets the kill with that last lucky spin, that Blade Mail, even if DNM comes into the rescue and save him, they're just doing almost the same amount of damage back to themselves, with Axe just waddling around in the air.
I mean, spins aren't lucky anymore. There's takes 4 hits to trigger 1 spin. No more RNG. Calculated.
Spin, spin, spin.
Instead of spin, no spin, 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 spin. It's just spin, spin, spin. Consistency.
Dogchamp able to corral from that 11,000 net worth loss. Now down to 6K. But still a difficult game ahead of them. Out-leveled by far. They need some levels on their cores. They need these big items on them as well. Soon the Blink up on the Magnus. Manta style for the Void Spirit. Those are going to help a lot. There's a lot of silences that this Void has been hit with.
I think you got to burst Arteezy.
Saberlight's actually the target again, but he popped his Blade Mail, and Abed also inside that RP. Global Silence popped as well. This is their chance to take down maybe 1, maybe 2. Arteezy hitting on the back line. Blast off, beautiful crit, catching 4! And maybe it's enough to turn around for a victory here for Rebellion as they take down 1, take down DNM as well. Darkseer's already fallen, and Bloody 9 and Moose just the supports. That's your 4th. That's your 5th. That's a team wipe. Crit turns it around with a beautiful blast off on the techies.
Yeah, that was huge for sure. And Arteezy just sitting on that high ground there, just laying out the damage on top of that. I mean, it seems like that was good, but unfortunately, they went in. They got the skewer back, and then we're going to see through the replay here. But I think Abed getting down his chakram before this happening was quite big here. He's got the chakram running here. You can't really commit to this very much. DNM doesn't want to hit him. The Timber Saw being very tanky, and you're going to see that blast off. A thing of beauty for sure, and Arteezy just wailing away on that high ground there, doing all the damage necessary to finish him off. Beautiful team fight by Rebellion.
Beautiful aggression coming out from their side. Dogchamp, they got the initiation they wanted. They got the RP on 2 cores, and they got the global silence.
They're going for Arteezy here. He's by himself. Not this again.
Much. Maybe Arteezy to drop again. Trying to kill up Speed, but not successful with it. Dogchamp. Okay. Arteezy's really giving them a chance here.
I mean, sometimes the gracious Artur giving him a little bit of a hope here.
We're used to seeing maybe Saberlight is the one who's a bit out of position from time to time, and now it's Arteezy.
It can be either or, you know.
It could be. I'm just used to seeing Saberlight being the guy, and now it's like, oh, it's RTZ again. It's their turn. It's something that they do fall prey against these North American teams from time to time. Still not going to give away their lead, though. Still a 10K lead at 22 minutes for Rebellion.
And my favorite thing from playing with RTZ in the past was having those scrims versus teams that we were a lot better with. He would die a bunch and be like, what are they doing, man? They're so bad, as he dies a couple times because he just doesn't agree with the play they're doing because he sees the game in a different view. He's like, they shouldn't be here, right? Like, logically, they should not be here. They should be doing something more efficiently in his eyes. Yeah. So it's like he gets caught out and it's like what, they shouldn't, they're so bad. Why are they here? You know, times have changed. He's matured a lot. But sometimes those deaths do happen where you're expecting your teammates to be doing something, or not your teammates, your enemies to be doing something else, and you get caught off by surprise where they're actually just hunting for you, even if it's not the most efficient play on the map.
Now RTZ would probably say something on the lines, man, they're so good. They're here when I'm there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that's what he said.
DogChamp at least able to secure an Aghanim shard for themselves, going for the silencer. He's got himself the Wisdoms of Glaive.
The Wisdoms of Glaive, my favorite. So he's got 6 cent. That's going to rack up now. Well, I guess it's only level 1 for now, however. That's all he needs to steal intelligence.
Yeah.
Permanently.
Smoke. They're reading this Roche attempt, though. It is daytime, heading toward the bottom half of the map. Roche is about to spawn, but DogChamp, do they get the surprise jump first? Rebellion,
I think they need 3 heroes in this RP.
Nobody is defending mid.
Gotta catch 3, I think. That's the magic number.
Smokes are popping. They know they're on the high ground position. They've been spotted into the Roche pit. Nobody there. Silenced up as well. And disaster strikes. Huge nukes coming in from Rebellion. Will silence allow them to fight back. Back wall into the RP. Beautiful play from DogChamp. That's what they needed. Fear coming out as well. Abed gonna be caught in that, and he's got no way out really, trying to fight back, but he's gonna lose his life at DogChamp. What a start for the fight. Rebellion getting a beautiful beginning in terms of dealing damage. But that vac wall into RP. Oh, we're seeing the best of both team fight abilities on both ends of the game.
That was the magic number, and I really think when you hit this RP, if you can get the Lich and the TA, you're golden. And I think as an added bonus, the Axe isn't there to counter-initiate. Just one of those fights where everything went, I wouldn't say perfectly, but it went really well. You're busy on Axe there. You make the call. You try to make the... So you group up. You get RP'd. You get vac walled. You're dead. Maybe if Saberlight is more patient, he can counterplay this. But in this situation where he leads, if you're not leading right after with this TA, following up with the damage, this is probably what's going to happen. So now you're a little scared, I think, if you're Rebellion. Your chances of this game, I think it's an even game now. I think this Aegis, along with the team fight potential of DogChamp, completely even this game out. You've got better team fight on DogChamp, straight up. When you're playing this Axe, Timbersaw lineups, your team fight is not going to be the greatest unless you have a huge net worth advantage. But you're only at 2K now, and you're playing against Aegis, you're playing against Cheese. This game got spicy.
Now, which one do you choose? A 3-man call into Blast Off or a vac wall into RP?
Well, that was only a 2-man call to this, so if it was 3, that could have been different.
Could have been, yeah.
Because, like, if you get either Mag or the Darkseer, then it's different, right? Those are the 2 big heroes you need to catch. Because I think he just got the supports there in that one, or did he get Void Spirit? Either way, he got Silencer +1. And it wasn't enough to even get a kill. There was no follow-up.
Oh, we're going to try for the attempt, but there's a Manta Dodge coming out from R2. Saberlight surprised himself as well, but he's going to get stunned up. By the Remnant into the Fear. He doesn't really know should he run away or run in because he's taunted and feared at the same time. And here comes the NM. Another call there, preventing this Magnus from doing any big plays here. But that BKB, that's an 8-second BKB burnt.
What's DNM have going to him? Oh, a full BKB. Okay, I looked at his items like, there's no way he's that poor. He finishes up a full BKB now. Not the best item this game, but maybe when you're playing against techies and the Timbersaw, I can respect it. For now, he values the Bracer over BKB in his inventory. Got to get those stats.
He's got the money built up on the blink for this TA.
And I think that's what they've kind of been missing, right? You're getting these great calls on Saberlight, but Arteezy's not there to do the damage.
Well, making a bit of an easier approach for initiating here is Moose and Red 2 jumping on the axe.
He's got no
Stunned up
BKB.
again. He's very difficult to work through here, DNM. He shows up just a bit too late. If they had Magnus earlier, that could have been a kill. Softening him up.
Yeah, we got a smoke play here. Void Spirit.
And Saberlight's still low here in the... He's farming agents right now. Crit located. DNM is going to go in. It's the Harpoon and also the Skewer. And Techies is not going anywhere. He's going to get pushed back from that blast off into the Shockwave.
They finish him,
Flying
though.
in the air, but somehow that,
Taser.
rumbling on the ground catches him. He's able to get out.
Reactive Taser, good spell. I think if you're Red 2 here... All right, maybe not. He's going in for the Scotty, full damage, but I feel like a Nullifier is a must. At some point, you're playing versus the Techies Reactive Taser. You're playing versus the Frost Shield as well. As you can see in that, they couldn't even kill Techies because of the Reactive Taser.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
they're
guess
gonna
it's
save him
also
for
a
last.
matter. I guess it's also a matter of just extending fights through that primary initiation from Rebellion. If they can survive that with extra stats, they have a chance of turning it around. Because Red 2, he's a big damage dealer for sure. Nullifier would have buffed it up even more, but I guess right now they're just relying on the whole core trio to do the work. DNM always going to get caught actually here. Does that? The RP's got 2 this time instead of 1, and then turning it around for the fight, but they also take
This
down
isn't
Red
good.
2. That blade mail really hurts, and DNM speed, they're both very low in HP. The Ogre's still towed it back to the high ground. They're going to take down Crit in the low ground though, and inside the wall, DNM going for the teleport, but Saberlight calling 2, takes down the other,
geez,
and
he's
he
still
just a
farming. He
drop
doesn't
gem
care.
down on the ground. DNM won't be able to pick it up, and he's left all by himself. And another beautiful call cancels out the Skewer from DNM, and that is but basically just a lot of money going in the way of Saberlight. A triple for the axe.
And that's that counter initiation we talked about. If you can get there with the axe, saving his allies, and Arteezy's like, well played, guys. He TP's just to watch the tail end of that fight there, as he was just pushing top that entire time, trying to get to his BKB.
Oh, to see Saberlight. Bloody 9 speed, trying to surround him, but he's going to get just enough distance to get to the secret shop. No fight for them.
Damn. What a team fight from Saberlight. What a beast. Salvaging this game entirely for Rebellion, as things weren't looking great. You're playing against the Aegis. You could lose the team fights, but I guess we have to do an honorable mention to Fly, too, as I just
He's about
cursed
to
him
die.
to death. Or did
Nope.
I? No, you go.
Nope.
That's my boy right there.
Okay. It
And
takes
that's
some time, but
exactly-
they covered the gem.
There we go. 1+1. The reason why that fight went so well is I think he got that Sinister Gaze off on the Magnus right when he went in, delaying the time it took, forced him to use the RP. He didn't want to use RP there. He just wanted to do a quick Harpoon and to skewer back, force the RP out, which allowed the beautiful counter initiation there. You didn't get the stun on the heroes you wanted for DNM. You lose your Aegis, you lose your Cheese, and you both die on the Void Spirit and the Magnus. This is supposed to be your wombo combo here. I guess Darkseer's in the mix too. That wall was a little unimpressive with how the things went there. But that fight, I can't overstate it much how well Saberlight played that one. The damage he did was absolutely insane.
Also, the fact that all these initiations from Dogchamp, if they're the ones to go in first, they've got a lot of melee on their cores here. All 3 cores, melee on their side. That just allows Crit to get some really good turnarounds with the blast off. So he just needs to be somewhere in the vicinity to interrupt the party. Red 2, Saberlight going in for the call. Good reaction there from Red 2. Gets to clear out the wave before Saberlight gets the blink call out. No easy kill for Rebellion today.
I think if you're Dog, you want to try and replicate your past success. I don't think you can use RP unless there's a vacuum wall on top of it. That's just kind of the state of the game. It's fine to go in and skewer back, but you need the RP to be on top of the wall so they can't kill those illusions, and so you can do the burst damage in there. Using this RP just to set up for team fights, the stun duration isn't long enough. It's a 3.5 second stun where you just need to do all your damage. They have to die in this RP, and if they don't, the fight's gonna get really weird as you do have a Saberlight with this Octarine core going to continuously coming in and out of the fights.
And here comes Rebellion. Straight
and
out of the
RTZ.
triangle position here. DNM's going to be in the front. Perfect start for the fight. Magnus getting caught. No BKB available for now, but he will get it just this time. RP only onto 2, but it might just be enough for them to blow up these 2 targets, but no follow-up damage. They're trying to disengage. Rebellion on the chase, though. Fighting 2 separate fights. Red 2 in the river, caught by Saberlight. Fly is going to be dropping to Red 2 and still battling it out. RTZ just hunting for targets to hit right now.
Could be okay.
Dogchamp still chasing Saberlight. He's going to be low. They're going to take down the axe. He's got no chance to come back, but at least Fly returning to the battle. Bloody Knight getting hit by the Melt Strike. Disarm coming out onto RTZ. And it's speed.
Red 2's
He's still got a vacuum available. Red 2 still battling it out. RTZ low on HP. Going to be dropping. Fear coming out as well. They're going to take him. They might be able to take down Abed. He's still battling it out for his last HP that he still has. Still 700 to go. Has another sheep stick available. Red 2 onto the high ground. Still trying to get that kill on this Timber. It's taking them some time. Timber chain TP out. And he is gone. Gets back home. No further losses for Rebellion, but Dogchamp, important kills going their way, still keeping this game level.
And I thought there for a second that would be really bad. The RP is down, your BKB is down, your wall is down, but Rebellion, they split out. They got the Lich in the background, they got the Harpoon play, end up on the techies as well. Then all of a sudden, Dogchamp regrouped. They get their spells off on RTZ, he's isolated, no BKB. Getting that kill is super important. Very hard to replicate that fight going into the next one, but it worked out. You got your initiation on top of the Magnus there. I think Bloody 9 with the combo breaker with this global silence was big. And we're going into Roshan now. RTC's dead for 15 seconds.
Perfect timing for it, too. Rebellion, they're not going to make it in time here to interrupt Dogchamp. Might start to corral together that guys that might be looking at Roche, but that was a quick spawn. They're just going to take it. That's an axe buff as well for Red 2. So he's got the silence on the Resonant Pulse now too. That's going to hurt, especially the supports.
They didn't go for the horn toss, huh?
Joke's on you.
Joke's on you. We got Harpoon. Don't need that.
Rebellion. It's Fly on the front.
This is no buyback.
Deletes Fly. Goes in for the next target as well. Global silence. Vacuum RP. The wombo combo. Comes out again. Dogchamp cleaning out Rebellion. Can they get these kills? They're so low. Yes, they can. And RTZ sliced down as well. Dogchamp. They're really playing out of their hearts, but Rebellion, they did hand this out for Dogchamp. They walked into their arms. Fly gets deleted. Then they got the Vac Wall RP combo onto 3. The magic number Fear. And they get crit.
Into Bolivian, the techies goes, and you got no buyback here. You're playing versus Magnus and Void Spirit. Perhaps maybe you don't play against this, and I'm not going to call it now, but maybe game number 3 here is you're going to do a lot of structural damage. Do you want to go for the throne, or are you going to respect the Saberlight axe? The choice is yours.
They can do. They probably want to force out a buyback off of TA, off of Timbersaw, but they don't know. They can't afford them right now, so they will slowly make sure that they're going to get at least 2 lanes of racks. Do they go for the 3rd is the big question.
They
here.
can't.
They can't.
They got no
tier 2 up.
Yep. Either way, up 16k gold. They didn't use their Aegis. They didn't use their cheese there either. The biggest issue they have right now is Red 2. He's still leading Fly in these fights. And Arteezy just feels like he can't enter the fight. He pops his BKB for what? You're not hitting anyone in this game at this point. DNM with the RPs on top of the vacuum walls. If they continuously do this, you've got no chance if you're Rebellion.
And this game, this was a 12k lead for Rebellion, so I think it's pretty safe to say this is one of the biggest gold swings we've had so far in the North American DPC for the last tour, totaling up to 29,000 gold now with that 17k lead going for Dogchamp right now. Axe buffs, Aegis up for another 2.5 minutes. Cheese for the Magnus. Dogchamp, this is really their time to strike. Rebellion currently 13-0. Talked about Dogchamp being the contenders, but how far is that reality that they could take a map off of Rebellion? The only team this tour to do it, and it's right out of their grasp. I mean, maybe in their grasp. Even
Right in
this
their
case.
grasp, yeah. They can smell it. This victory is not assured yet, but it's in... The ball's in their court, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They can close this game out with the proper moves. I think all eyes are on Saberlight here. If you want to win this game, I believe Saberlight has one goal and one goal only in the rest of this game. You got to hit the Magnus with the call, preferably after the RP. And then maybe then you can turn these team fights. But if you don't stop the mag in these fights from doing that right-click damage, you're going to get deleted. Red 2 with the Aegis. Not the best target here.
They can try to blow him up, and it might just be an easy pick-off here.
Oh, they didn't
Won't
get
be
him.
able to get out just in time. Stays alive for a bit longer. Gonna get healed up by the Vessel. And the Pavis on top of his Resonant Pulse. It's an extra 700 barrier to work through.
Moose is set up on bot lane? All right, yeah, they're TPing out here. Oh, they're hunting for Arteezy. Can he find him?
This is going to be very close. He does not have a gem on Red 2.
There's a gem on Moose,
surprised
though.
by Arteezy either.
Moose
Moves
is
away.
spider since it's not tingling, so...
Gonna smoke up and go back in again. So they're gonna leave Arteezy to do his shenanigans in the bottom lane. A Fly coming in for a D ward and caught by DNM. He's the only guy who's stuck around.
He's taking a lot of damage here on DNM, but with the cheese...
That's a dieback.
Yes, it's fine.
70 seconds, no Lich. No tier 2 to protect you from Mega Creeps being taken away. Creep wave is very far away, though, so they're going to have to bring in the mid wave to get that backdoor away.
Timber and TA not here, just split pushing for the time being. Abed will come back. Does Arteezy. Yep, he wants to come back too. They want to take this fight.
Oh, again, another call initiation, but again, just trying to get that play, but it won't work out. The Havoc
10
Hammer.
seconds on the Aegis. Aegis
The
is
Havoc
expiring.
Hammer is just being a counter for the Harpoon here. Every time he gets close with the Harpoon, he just drops the hammer down at DNM. He will skewer into the wrong direction, or at least he doesn't have anybody with him. Oh, again, Abed. Oh, they got to jump out, and they will take down the mag. He's just gone. Dogchamp. Oh, they're in shambles right now if they lose more heroes here. Rebellion going for the chase. Abed, maybe they can get a kill on the Axe, but it's looking rough right now. They get one. Can they get more? Arteezy gets another refraction out, but they're trying to corral, trying to get together. Clump on top of this. Templar
buyback on the
Assassin,
mag.
and Arteezy down. This is all coming out with DNM returning with the buyback and fighting back with 5 Corgis. Some angry Corgis you got here, Dogchamp. Abed going in for the kill, takes down Bloody 9, but he also buys back. 2 heroes down. Dogchamp back in full strength. Can they do it? They're so
All or
close right
nothing.
now.
Dogchamp going for the win here.
Red 2, he's in the front. Abed throws out the Hex. Throws in the Chakram. Again, the Havoc Hammer. Actually, that's some of the Blink comes out, so the Harpoon doesn't quite connect. Meanwhile, Fly's already down. Speed finds a freebie for himself with the help of Red 2. And Abed gonna get RP'd up. They're gonna try and go for the raw right clicks through the Timber Saw. And Abed down, comes in for the buyback. And they've got 50 seconds for Axe, for Techies to return. Lich is a buyback though, and comes back in. But that's Mega Creeps. Dogchamp, they've done what no team has done before versus Rebellion. In this tour, at least, getting Mega Creeps and getting closer and closer to victory. Tier 4 towers being sieged up by Red 2. Abed,
Red 2
Arteezy,
has buyback.
What
They
can
really
do?
want to find the Magnus in these initiations. That's why he's playing so far back. But I don't think they
All
can
the way
throw him
behind.
before you're up. If you lose Magnus here or Silencer, this game could get a little weird.
Global Silence is up.
This might be a
RP.
mistake to force this.
RP still 70 seconds away. Tier 4 tower dropping low. Dogchamp, they're chilling. They're being super careful about this. Don't want to make another mistake. They will disengage. But Abed goes in aggressively, surprises them with that jump. And here comes Saberlight as well. Get the call into Willow. Willow going to go down. Moose is already out of play. 5 versus 4. Rebellion. Can they fight back? Can they strike back with more kills? Bloody 9. Global Silence. Go for the TP away. But Saberlight BKBs. He calls. And he takes down Bloody 9. That's 2 gone on the side of Dogchamp. And they have to retreat. Rebellion, they still somehow keep this game up.
It's very important that Magnus and Darkseer were able to backtrack in that one. I mean, Darkseer does have buyback, which is nice, but Rebellion, they're on the hunt now. If you kill this Magnus, you can just throne. There is a chance. So DNM, he's got to be careful. He's got to be really careful. The only ones that can afford to get caught right now are the Magnus, and not the Magnus, the Void Spirit and the Darkseer, as they both have buyback. Just wait for your teammates to respawn. Head over to the Roshan pit. It will be on Radiant for this time. As it spawns.
Roche number 4. He's up.
And don't force yourself into thinking you have to end this game right now, because you don't. You have mega creeps. It's fine. Chill. Wait for that opening. Arteezy, he has no buyback. There's no buyback on Timbersaw as well. Same with both supports. I guess you have buyback coming up on Techies and the Axe just now. But any kill you get right now, if you're Dog Champ, could be crucial to closing this game out.
Rebellion, just a moment ago, had a 1% chance of win probability. 1%. With that hold, it's now a whole 2%. That's coming back.
Well, they doubled their chances of winning then.
Yeah, they definitely did. At least holding this game. Hope's alive for a little bit longer.
Radiant are scanning.
This Void Spirit's disgusting.
Has been killed.
Look at that. I mean, he just lost them power buff, but with that DD, he had plus 500 and something. As he already has plus 500 with just DD. Empower this man. Let's see how much damage he has. Come on, DNM.
Come on, DNM.
Oh, there we go. Plus 625.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
they found
1,000
DNM.
damage. That's like close to 1,000 damage right now. But they can't get to use it. Have to reset for a better position, but right now in a choke point. And they're letting Rebellion take Roshan, at least if they want to go in
smoke.
there. Counter smoke coming out from Dogchamp. DD is about to run out.
Rebellion's throne is exposed here. There is no towers. Mega creeps are coming in.
It's all in now. It's all in. Rebellion, they need to win this one. They need to win it fast as well. Creeps are already inside the base. Meanwhile, Fly going to be on the position from the Twin Gate. Red 2 going to need to jump in. Lich going to get the lead right at the start of the fight. He's going to be out. 4 versus 5 for Rebellion. Global Silence coming out as well. Into the pit they go. The vacuum comes out, but the BKB is already used by RTZ. By Saber, they're going to get the call onto DNM. DNM going to get safe for a little bit longer, but he's low. Gets the RP out. They're going to get the fear follow-up from Moose as well. They're trying to get these kills. Rebellion, they're going to lose the Axe. They're going to lose the Techies. The Timber to fall. And only RTZ getting out to hold the creeps alive inside the base, but Dogchamp win the fight, take Roshan.
And Red 2's in there. He got Arteezy.
Red 2 snipes Arteezy, and there's the GG call. Dogchamp, they've done what no else has done in this tour, and they tie up the series. They're going to game number 3 with Dogchamp and Rebellion.
What a game.
Oh, this is what you love to see.
There. Yeah, you love to see. You love to see these teams like go against what you would say is the much better team, Rebellion. They didn't really look like it in this game. A lot of it maybe had to do with the Magnus and the Void Spirit combination being so powerful right now, but nonetheless, they outplayed him a lot. Speed with his vacuums into RPs, that was really what set them up to win this game. And of course, I don't know, Rebellion's draft, you got the Axe. You're kind of seeing why Axe isn't picked that much anymore as a hero. Like, you're super strong. He played really well. He went from lane to lane, crushed, got these kills. But in that late game, you're missing that big team fight power, the big oomph, like that big AoE. They just couldn't find it in these games. And maybe the Timbersaw is a bit to blame here as well. But either way, Darkseer, Magnus, Void Spirit, Wombo combo AoE, ultimate scaling. It looks good. Dogchamp, they take game number 2 here in a stylish fashion. Stylish fashion, indeed. Of course, Rebellion, when you put it in perspective for them, they obviously have met their match, you could say. A lot of those mistakes here and there, RTC getting caught, not even Saberlight. He was the one trying to salvage the game back together with some really damn good calls on this Axe, interrupting DNM most importantly. But this team fight, the team fight ultis and the team fight abilities that you have, you said Dogchamp, they've got the better skills all the way through, and they definitely did. And they utilized them. A couple of those team fights, 3-man RPs, 3-man vac walls, they got their wombo combo to work out multiple times this game. Rebellion also had theirs, but just not so many times as Dogchamp did. Just too many vacuums into RPs. Really well played by Dog Champ here. Not too much else to say. They just won the team fights. They didn't even win the lanes. They lost every single lane.
Yep.
Things weren't looking good. They lost the first Roche. It looks like they're going to lose. RTC fed a couple times. Then all of a sudden, boom, the second Roche comes around. You get this 3-man RP vacuum wall combination. And this game is just flipped all the way upside down here. And Dog Champ take the dub.
Huge victory. You just can't understate that. This was a real battle. Red 2, he also did 48,000 damage on this Void Spirit this game. Just absolutely nuts. Of course, Universal Hero, but that's it. 48k damage, more than the Timber from Orbit, 46k. Saberlight as well, 41,000 damage on the Axe. A tremendous amount of work, but not as much as you hoped from this Templar Assassin from Rebellion. What do you think they're thinking about right now? No stress, guys. I mean, we dropped the game. Dog Champ played a hell of a Dota game, but we're going to bounce back. I'm pretty sure they're not going to take too much time thinking about what went down this game. Maybe a small pep talk from Bulba, but I don't think they were really messing around that much.
Here. Like, Abed Timbersaw seemed fine, but it didn't really fit the archetype of what they normally like to play. Abed is this playmaker who usually has a stun while also scaling, like the Void Spirit, the Storm Spirits, the Embers. He really likes these heroes. The Pucks, those are all Abed heroes. This Timbersaw, he played great and all, and like I feel like they had the supplement by picking Axe in the offlane to make sure Abed could have this type of game, but now all of a sudden you don't have that Aura carrier. You don't have this methodical style of going lane to lane with the auras to be able to just win the game straight out. Make a couple mistakes here and there with a lineup like Rebellions and you see what's happening. And I think one big point of conversation that they're going to have is maybe we don't give away Magnus Void Spirit again. This combo looks pretty strong here. We see the Void Spirit was almost hitting for 1,000 damage towards the end of this. If you ever picked up a DD.
Well, look at this guy's stats. Oh, 19 kills as well in this Void Spirit. He had like 980 or 990 damage with that DD rune in power before the last team fight broke loose. I mean, a team effort from Dog Champ. Beautiful wombo combo plays, and the guy who made most out of those wombo combos, DNM, he's going to be the MVP for this game. Corralling with this Magnus, not necessarily the highest in net worth, not necessarily the highest in
3
damage.
and 5, right?
but he was the hero. He was the player that needed to be there for those team fights to make them sure that they can actually pull them through.
Yeah, I mean, he got a lot of assists, didn't actually get many of those kills as the Darkseer got most of them. However, the RPs, without them, none of this would have been possible. I would have given it a split MVP between Speed and TNM. They both did their part to make this happen. And yeah, no, I can't just say any more about this. They just kept hitting these vacuum RPs over and over again, got back to this game. They let Void Spirit Magnus do the rest with the scaling. So we'll play the Dog Champ here. And, you know, they're not happy with this. I mean, maybe they're a little happy, but they want to win the series.
They want to win this series for sure. But hey, I for one am happy that Rebellion is not going 14-0. Of course, that would have been a very nice scoreline to see, but I'm just glad somebody in the final series is going to put up a fight. Will that happen in game number 3? This Team Hannah and Fear. We'll see you back in game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the North American DPC. We have a real storyline brewing up here. If only Game 3 will follow through with that story, because DogChamp, they just tied it up versus Shopify Rebellion, and we have a Game 3 draft right for you people. So let's enjoy the ride. Let's see what happens in this series in the end. I was looking at the good old Dota Diesel 100,000 game simulation probabilities for this game, and DogChamp, for a reverse sweep, they had a 5.13% chance out of 100,000 games, almost a million. That would have been a bit too much. But from 100,000 games, 5% of those were reverse sweeps for DogChamp. That's not a very high number, but right now it is a possibility. That's all we need to know here.
Indeed it is, and it all begins here in the draft. Can they replicate a similar type of strategy? Can they corner Rebellion into picking something a bit out of their comfort zone? We'll have to see, as the bands are pretty typical here, but last time they first picked that Techies, didn't really work out too well for them. So far, second pick has had the advantage here. Magnus Void Spirit, I gotta say it. It's in the pool. Rebellion, unlikely to give them away in this particular game. Are they going to do it through a ban? Are they going to do it for a counter pick? We'll see what their strategy is going to be. And DogChamp, are you confident in it? Do you want to go back to the Techies? No, they want the mag. So they're putting the onus on Shopify. You better pick that mag or we're taking it, and they will.
Sure do. And also the Abed Ember Spirit. So the reveals coming out early from Shopify with those core picks coming into the first phase. This could be Arteezy or Saberlight running that Magnus, and of course the Ember Spirit. We know Abed is a masterclass with this hero. Ember versus Void, once again into the mid matchup. So nothing out of the ordinary.
5 seconds.
It is weird to say, but it's a little out of the ordinary, because this meta has just been, you know, Timber, Void Spirit, Pango, all these universal heroes just going mid. That Ember has been ignored a lot, even though it's been a classic counter pick to the Void Spirit. But Ember, he didn't get the love. He didn't get the same type of love. He's staying an agility hero. So with the Magnus, he's not going to be nearly as potent as the Void Spirit, but Ember in his own right, a good hero against Void Spirit with those chains. In the laning stage, it's worse now for Ember. It's definitely worse than what it used to be. So we'll have to see if that sways the matchup whatsoever, but you got Abed on the Ember. He wouldn't have picked this if he wasn't utmost confident that he could win this matchup.
We're going to bring out the Silencer as well here in the first phase. So 2 cores for Rebellion, 1 for DogChamp, leaving a bit of these bans to be targeted. A bit all over the place for Rebellion. Looking at the carries, looking at the offlaners most likely. Do you think they want to ban a particular support away from DogChamp? Because I feel like they've got a lot of options and moves what they can pick for him. He's got these bursters. He also has a bit of lockdown added into the mix. Maybe he might just bust out his good old Earthshaker as well this game. Who knows what's going to happen? So I feel like Rebellion just bans out cores.
Yeah, I don't think you'd ban out for Moose here. Like, that Dark Willow, it was good. It had its impact, but I feel like Moose, that was one of his more quiet games, right? I feel like he can have impact on a lot of other heroes as well that has the same impact or more. So I think you just ban out for this Magnus. Make sure he gets a good game. The Morph ban, you don't want to take away 40% of Mag's damage. That is devastating on top of the power. He'll lose so much damage. So he's probably just going to ban and carry matchups that are bad for the Mag.
Ban out the Enchantress as well from the side of DogChamp. Got rid of one of those pesky lane supports. Silencer, though, he's going to have to go up against the matchup that he probably won't win again. I mean, we've left the Techies, we've left the Bounty Hunters, still in the pool. Of course, Crit, you could just pick up, you know, even a Marana potentially can beat this Silencer in that 1v1.
Yeah, Silencer isn't the type of hero that normally dominates the lane. He can do it really well, but you're playing for the team fight. You're playing for that global silence. And I already see from Rebellion's draft, they're making big adjustments. One is not give away Mag Void Spirit. Second is they have more team fight now. The last game, they were severely limited in that team fight department. They're going to have way more with the Slight, with the Magnus. They're going to have their own RP this game. Who's going to play the Mag? We don't know yet. Could be Arteezy. Could be Saberlight. Saberlight, super confident in playing Mag, I know for sure. I know for a while Arteezy didn't want to play Mag, but there was a patch where it's super popular. He put the work in, he grinded it, and he made sure that he knows how to play this hero. So they have the flexibility.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Mirana.
There goes the Mirana. So they got
Yeah,
picks off
Mirana Ember.
the lane matchup. And the
It's
Mirana
a-
Ember, of course.
yeah.
The classic combo.
Very classic combination. So ticking both boxes here. I don't think this hero is the biggest silencer bully.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, sure, it's good. Techies would have been a bigger one. Of course, it got banned, and
5
as you mentioned,
seconds
these
remaining.
bounty hunters and stuff like that could do a lot more work in the lane. But this hero can walk mid lane with the chains. Just arrow the Void Spirit. He dies. You ruin his game. And that'll give you a big edge in this game if they can make that happen. And DogChamp back to comfort. It looks like they're just what's left from when we picked last game. You know, let's pick it again. No Magnus. Is there Darkseer? Let's maybe get a Darkseer up in here.
Of course, the Willow, once again, the good root answer against the Ember Spirit versus the Morana.
10
You've got the fear
seconds
save on somebody who gets hit by RP, which I think is the big tool for DogChamp. Long
5
range
seconds
disruption
remaining.
against team fight.
Dire
what they
team
need.
pick.
They will take away the Timber Saw this time, so we're going to get to see Speed Timber.
This will probably prompt our TC to maybe pick his hero right now. There's a
Radiant
high
team
probability
back.
now that he sees the Timber that he might go for something, but nope, they're going to save the mag till the end here,
Fly
going
Pugna.
into this Pugna.
We got ourselves the healing battery. A bit difficult with the Ember Spirit. Maybe easier with the Storm Spirit to get continuous channel.
Yeah, they don't have much
10
synergy. It's
seconds
just
remaining.
Yeah.
high damage, more team fight versus
5
the Timber
seconds
Saw.
remaining.
This hero is not really good versus Silencer, though, as you shut down that counterplay heal if you want to go in for the burst, but you really got to commit to make sure you can win these fights. And that's what they had last game. DogChamp, they could commit to the fights, get the burst, but that was on the back of a Darkseer Magnus. This type of game, they're not going to have that same type of control. Timber does not do, it doesn't do what Darkseer does, and the Magnus is gone. And there's not many carries that can replace that type of jump.
Dire
So
team
will they be
back.
able to get the burst with the global this game is going to be the real question. It's definitely looking a little more difficult to execute.
And also banning out the Darkseer, suspecting that,
I'll run it back on them, huh?
yeah, I mean, Saberlight Darkseer makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, it is, again, the back wall RP, the
10
DogChamp. They were
seconds
masterful with that combination, so they don't want to let them have that, where RTC could just be like,
5
oh, I'll just
seconds
pick up the
remaining.
Magnus here, and Saberlight can go offlane with a Seer,
Radiant team
ban it
back.
out, make sure that
Yeah, it
that
could
won't
work.
go through.
Definitely have some options here.
You don't have the last
Rebellion,
pick
they
for
have the last
DogChamp,
pick.
though. Yeah. Yeah. Great minds think alike here. DogChamp gonna have to bring out that that pick first, though. And Rebellion also like, nah, I'm not gonna let you have that TA either.
5 seconds remaining.
I think your safest bet is just you pick something that can do well versus the Magnus in the lane. Bare minimum, because if you don't, you're going to put yourself in a situation where you end up losing a couple of lanes here.
Yeah,
But it
a bit of a
seems DogChamp.
question about those range cores. Is this a Wind Ranger
Dire
game?
team back.
for
For
DNM?
September, not really the best choice.
No, I mean for DogChamp because they have the first pick.
Oh,
So if they go
right.
Wind Ranger, there's no Morphling, there's no TB, there's no Shadow.
You could. It's really up to preference because you don't really know your matchup. You just want to make sure that it doesn't get owned by
10 seconds
the Magnus.
remaining.
And I think that that's a fine option. I guess you're looking at heroes. Some people like Slark
5
against this
seconds
type of
remaining.
draft. There's a lot you can dispel. Leash could be good. But is that the type of hero you want in this game 3 versus Rebellion? It could be Skirmishy. I don't think it's bad. Wind Ranger works as well. But you get one ban on Rebellion here. You get to see what Rebellion think might be the best pick. It is that Slark, so great minds
yeah.
think alike, as they say. They also believe Slark would be an issue.
DogChamp, they're going to have to bring out their pick pretty early. Only 2 seconds left on reserve time. Then Rebellion, they get the reply. What is
10
on
seconds
their
remaining.
mind for the side of DogChamp? DNM, not exactly saying a lot here. It's more about moves throwing in ideas.
Man stands
We are playing the Sven this game.
Stable. It is that initiation. Kind of did what the Magnus in last game did with the Timber. I think they did need that stun. Because you want to play with the global. When you initiate, you want to pop global. And you want to burst them before this
10
Pugna can
seconds
turn the
remaining.
fight.
Yeah.
And I think this is a route to do that.
5
Rebellion's going to have to
seconds remaining.
itemize as well against that global silence. So don't have any proper control outside of that global silence, it's going to be tough. It's very tough for DogChamp to just get
we're
these
seeing
chase
that.
initiations in.
Like, they didn't have Force Staffs last game because they're building into Lotus Orbs, right? So
Yeah.
there wasn't a lot of save there. So those RPs that did connect, well, you got, Lotuses on your support so they can get spells off. And Rebellion, they're going to go with the Wind Ranger. That's going to be a carry Wind Ranger, most likely, for Arteezy and Saberlight. Picking up that Magnus into the off lane here. Very good versus the Sven. But I know a lot of players do like playing Timber versus Wind Ranger with that reactive armor and Whirling Death against Universal Heroes. So maybe not like the gotcha best pick in the world here for Rebellion, but it gets the job done. You empower him. Universal Hero gets a lot of more damage. You can focus fire down the Sven. He doesn't like playing versus Windrun. He doesn't like buying MKB, and he doesn't necessarily want to buy a Nullifier very early either. He's going to be forced into an itemization that isn't the best. So I do like this last pick from Rebellion. I do like last pick for DNM on DogChamp as well. We got ourselves a game of Dota. They both have lineups that can function, and it's going to come down to who plays better.
That for sure. There's a lot on the line here for DogChamp. Multiple different scenarios that could still happen if they're able to win this game. For Rebellion, they can just knock out DogChamp here, leave them at 4-3, and be done with it at that point. But it is down to a best of one, basically, between the two teams. What are the key ingredients for victory here?
The key ingredients for victory. Well, I think for DogChamp, the one thing that's going to happen is Sven has to get off to a good start, as always. He can't have a rough laning stage. He can't get skewered back too much and die. And on top of that, they're going to have to get the initiation around his timing when he has to Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, Mask and Madness, maybe even a BKB, pop the global, and burst down this Wind Ranger or the Magnus at the start of the fights. And that'll be how they should start up their fights. For Rebellion, it's going to be the opposite. They want to have a more explosive laning stage. They want to find the Sven. They want to get Arteezy on top of him with a focus fire and burst them down. And of course, you have to deal with the Timber later on, and that's going to be Ovid's job to shut down this Timber with the crit Mirana, get the chains off, get the arrow, probably into the Vessel will be Crit's choice here, and make sure Speed has a slower start, and then worry about the Sven later, as Arteezy does have the matchup.
Look at the chat log. Moose is saying, serious now? Oh, he's throwing the banter into this game. I love that. Oh. Yeah, there you see it. Moose is just like, is this serious mode time for Rebellion? Anyway, the storylines are as following, basically. So Rebellion 7-0s this one with a victory. Nouns will
Moose
not have a
might be
contender. Nouns will not have a contender for DogChamp. Yeah, let's talk about that in a second. As Moose is going to go down, so Rebellion finding that early first blood. Basically, I think the big one is looking at if DogChamp wins this series. That means Rebellion goes to 6-1. Nouns, who has to play later on against Alpha, if they win, they're also 6-1. We will have a tiebreaker for top 2 in DPC points, even if they're both through to the major. If DogChamp wins, Nouns loses, then we have a tiebreaker for the major, where DogChamp is the contender to get in there. That would require Alpha at the bottom of the end to beat Nouns. Very unlikely, but possible, since today could just be the day of upsets. Then it also comes down to TSM. What happens with TSM and Sand King Gomez? Because if TSM wins that, DogChamp will tie with TSM playing either for a 3-way tie for the major or a 2-way tie for 3rd place, where TSM, they need every single point that they can get to ensure that they get that direct invite into TI. So DogChamp is really playing a crucial role here for NA direct invitation to TI. Otherwise, it's just down to regional points, regional qualifiers and points for most of these teams. And Rebellion just going to get into another major without any proper contest from the rest of the team. So a lot of storylines being built up here, and it all comes down to this one literal game. We have 2 series coming up after this. Mike and John are going to be taking good care of you guys, so strap in. If you're a Woo fan, might as well write that in chat if you're for DogChamp. Of course, for Rebellion, they're going to need your support more than ever. They don't want to give away that 7-0 and lose to 6-1.
If you're a Rebellion fan, type in Baby Rage.
Do that right now. Starting with our early laning stage here, Ember already up with 7 CS in that mid lane matchup. Bloody Knight is also a bit of trouble here, but Saberlight does get stunned up by DNM at the bot lane. Silencer We talked about Mirana having a bit of an easier time with this matchup against the two. Moose is already down for the second time this game. Not off to a very hot start here.
Not really having the dream laning stage, that's for sure. But Speed, he's surviving. Arteezy's been doing a really good job at. Of course, he got first blood, it helps, and that's just an outplay.
Yeah, that is just a direct outplay. And Abed, you're really frustrated at Red 2 in game number 1, and looks like we're going back to that mode. So serious mode is definitely activated.
Yeah, most definitely. It was getting a solo kill this early on in the mid lane. It's pre 2 minutes is highly unusual, as Abed is already level 4. This is going to be... You might actually see this Ember Spirit level 6 when the 6-minute rune comes out, or before then. And that might just be very difficult to contest against if Red 2 doesn't have the same levels. So we'll have to keep an eye on that in the future. But Speed, he's doing a good job, at least in this top lane, getting his farm, skilling the armor level 1. As you know, they've been putting most of their focus onto Moose, making sure that he can't bully out this Pugna. Arteezy's been doing a good job just harassing him out and not really putting a lot of focus on the Speed here.
Well, bottom lane, Crit having a free time with the harass basically here versus the Silencer and the Sven. Saberlight also going to get that first Lotus, so he's got that extra regen with the Ring of Health. Also picked up in the top lane though. Speed is getting poked by Arteezy. He wants that Lotus. He didn't get it on the first time. He'll get it on the second, but he's surrounded and he will run out of HP. Lion Arteezy finding yet again another kill. That's 3 kills. Oh, sorry, 2 kills in this lane, of which first blood was the third at the start of that matchup. DNM going down to the bottom lane. Crit finding a succession. And Rebellion, they're just running away with it right now. 2K lead, 5 kills. Serious
mode has been activated here as the lanes. Kills in every lane. Mid laner, solo kill. Bottom lane, they get a kill. Top lane, they've got 3 kills. Onto Moose already. I guess 1 onto Moose and 1 on the Speed. Not the start you're looking for if you are dog champ here. And you don't got the Magnus Void Spirit this time around either.
Game is very different. Very different in terms of initiating, especially when you have those big items picked up later on in this game. Do you even get to that point in the river? Big battle. Abed 1 versus 2. Does he school this one through? He's got the first one, and he's looking for the second move. He's got nothing to work with except the Shadow Realm. But that Flame Guard, it does run out from Abed. However, it's not looking too hot. Fly's also going to be here just in case.
Fly just took it. Sorry.
Have to make sure that Abed survives. Might as well.
Abed TP's back mid. I think he was expecting to get a rune there. But not going to happen. We can get an arrow play here, maybe.
Oh, Abed's
not going to happen. He's level 6 at 4 minutes and 44 seconds. 444 here. But no TP to go back to base here. So that's something, but I don't think Red 2 is going to punish him at all.
Not at the current pace, at least. Abed already picking up 2 kills and 1 kill taken away from him by Fly, who's currently on a killing spree. Arrow coming in.
The chains didn't hit there. RNG not in his favor.
Top lane, though, trying to get a kill onto Fly. Nope, not going to happen. Shadow Realm is also popped. Fly already salves up for the regeneration. And Shadow Realm not going to connect as Arteezy pops the Wind Run, so Moose has nothing to connect it with.
I call RTZ ping there. Don't aggro the creep wave here. He's applying all this pressure while still keeping the equilibrium in his side. But Bloody 9 is here. But can they even do anything? That's the question. Mildly harassing RTZ. Oh. And he gets the kill with the bounce.
Speed falling asleep there for a second.
Yeah, RTZ going 2 points into the power shot, seeing a little bit of different build. Oftentimes you will see only 1 point
as well. Arrow does connect with the blood grenade. Red 2 is going to need some backup, but he's not going to survive this battle. His life is forfeit. Abed looking for the second one with Bloody 9. Fly is also here with Crit. He's going to get it. Dominating spree for him. Abed will go down. Takes a bit of time, but he finally does end up dropping. So Bloody 9 getting the kill. But this is 10-1.
At least they got 1 on the board. That's all you can say for now.
The prize is mine.
At least we got a game. We got a point on the board in this third game here, but 3,000 net worth advantage at 6 minutes and 30 seconds is quite substantial, to say the least, and potentially we're going to add one to that as bottom lane DNM.
Uh-oh.
Right in the crypt, but there was no arrow, but he's just waiting for the chains.
Yep, that's all he needed. That's all she wrote. DNM, he's got a Lotus, but it's not going to save him here. It is pretty disastrous here for Dogchamp because Rebellion just amping it up. He can't
And
keep
Red
it up.
too, just he's not. Can't get enough of this punishment from Abed, just like manning up against him. The funny thing is Red 2 has more CS. Somehow. I don't even know how that was even possible. A lot more deaths, yes. But Abed's like not even hitting creeps anymore, just going for the kills.
Too very low on HP here. Misses the Remnant. A bit shaky right now with
Abed's
Abed
gonna
just
go for
roaming
this.
free.
You
And
already
he's
know.
going to go for this kill. Dissimulate does come through. Tanking the tower. Abed gets the aggro off at the time being, but flies there for the kill with that big Nether Blast level 3. He can even kill Moose here.
Did we talk about Fly being 5-0? I don't know.
6-0 maybe? Very close to it.
He might get outplayed here.
Let's see, Bloody Nine's also coming in from the back. Does he get this kill? One more blast available, but he's going to have to reinitiate onto Bloody Nine, and the turnaround is here. Look at the deny, and Moose is going to get the deny as he gets the aggro pulled off a Fly getting the camp. And they will also lose Bloody Nine to crit and Abed.
Just looking at the resources there, I could see that you would die if you continue that trade on Pugna. Red 2, he
4K
got the
lead, I think
rune.
that's-
Very aggressive. That's the thing about Red 2. Like he doesn't know when to back down. Like, he'll just keep fighting. You beat him up, it's like, I don't care. I'll get back up and keep fighting. He's got a fighting spirit, that's for sure.
Triple net worth lead as well going in the way of Rebellion here at the early 8 minutes. Bloody Nine in trouble. Arrow coming through after the change. They do take down Fly. Silencer about to drop. Abed going to chase him down. Moose battling it out with crit on the high ground. And Red 2, he's under leveled. He's 2 levels behind Abed right now, and he's just beating this guy up. Waiting for that Dissimulate to come out. Not following it up with the chains. Still has the Resonant Pulse and crit coming from behind, but Abed, he's teleporting home. Going to get the regeneration. Returning with the Remnant. He's going to get hit by that Aether Remnant right away. And
he
misses the chains. And he misses the Slight too, so Red 2 gets out. Not enough range with that level 1.
Tried to get on the edge
lost
of the
speed.
AoE there, couldn't get it.
What did you expect?
Easy and Saberlight making the magic work.
Surprise twin gateplay from Saberlight there, getting that kill.
15 kills in 9 minutes. Make it 16 by the looks of it as Red 2 in trouble in the mid lane. Getting caught by the arrow. Doesn't have time to cast that Dissimulate. He was trying to. It's not enough. 5,000
It's okay.
gold lead
You
now. It's
know,
ramping
this is
up.
this is like on. I mean, it's worse than the last game, but we saw Dogchamp Fly. A little bit of trouble here. He's got to finish him though. Or yep, that's gonna happen.
It's got the Bramble. Oh, it's gonna catch Fly. It doesn't catch either, really. It goes on to Abed with that Flame Guard. He's still gonna go down. And a Silence coming out from Bloody Nine, trying to help out his buddy, but Abed's just like, I'm hungry for more. This guy's already got 7 kills. Absolutely on fire. And the Ancients are there, but it just makes Crit's job much easier. Red
They
2.
noticed the stacks as well. But as I was saying, the last game as well, they didn't win the laning stage on Dogchamp. It's all about how can you take the team fights. We're gonna have to see a Saberlight coming to the mid lane. Nope. Did he cancel or yeah, he canceled the TP.
Canceled it, yeah. But now Speed is spotted. He's going to have to farm these camps. Here comes Arteezy. Does get the Shackle Shot to cancel the Timber Chain. He's going to get hit by a lot of Maelstrom procs here from Arteezy. They get healed up by Fly. Silence comes out as well. Targeting the Wind Ranger right now. Speed with that Chakram gets some good burst in, but they can't get the kill just quite yet. Fly giving it some extra, but they will lose speed. They're going to lose Red 2 in the river, and DNM, he's trying his best, but he's stunned up, and he's going for the run away. Moose trying to help him out with the Bramble Maze on Abed, looking for that Slight, but he's still 4 seconds on cooldown. Goes for the dive with the Remnant, gets stunned up. Chains comes out as well. Power shot, and Abed slices him down with those right clicks. Dodging out the stun as well, looking for the kill on Moose, but he's still tanking the tower. Heady hits coming in. Abed's going to go down, but Moose is going to clean out that team wipe. Timbersaw literally just respawned. Rebellion just getting kill after kill after kill.
It's getting pretty out of hand now. Where is your RP? Where is your call? Oh, there's your RP right there. That was for the wrong team. I was going to say, where's your RP/vacuum combination to get you back in this game? As DogChamp is, their best team fight is, I don't even know what it is going to be in this game. Sven doesn't have a game. Sven needs to stagger. Like I said in the pregame, a lot's going to rely on how good DNM's game. Can he get the initiation with Speed going on top of that with his damage? But Speed's game has been bad. DNM's game is bad. Void Spirit's game is absolutely atrocious. You're 1-7-1 as his Void Spirit this game. I mean, there's no other. They got handled mid by Abed. Abed just dismantled him in that 1v1 matchup. And to make things worse. Yeah, Moose is just dead. And what's he doing there is the question. Trying to get some solo kill, but Rebellion, they're not going to give you those cheap little kills like that.
Oh, Abed built a blade mail for himself, diving under the tower here, trying to cause some havoc for Red 2 and Bloody 9. Bloody 9 already forced back home. Red 2 doesn't want to use his Astral Steps onto this Ember Spirit. Helping that region rune too.
He wants to so bad to cancel that region. You can see it in Abed's baiting him.
In he goes. Arrow. Okay. Uses the second step to get out.
Yeah, he used Slight there, so that was on cooldown. Simulate ends up dodging that combination at least. And Dire, they've got vision on Sven. You know they're going to use that at some point.
I catch Red 2.
Is that 8? Oh,
so the Simulate off just in time. 250 HP is enough for him. Crit gonna lose his streak.
Oh.
Red 2 still came back in for the kill. This aggression. It's gonna be the end of him someday, but not now. Really living on the edge, this man.
I'm enjoying watching Red 2. Like, yeah, he's having a terrible game, but like, normally you'll be like, all right, I'm done. I'm gonna go split push. You know how it is. Like, your mid player dies a couple times. Like, okay, I'm AFK farming. See you 30 minutes. But nah, he's continuously trying to take these fights to them. And living life on the edge. And you know what? Maybe if he gets a kill here or there, he'll be back into this game.
They're looking for RTZ here. As soon as they realize that the enemy's playing our side of the map, they're going to be like, oh, somebody's right behind the corner, and it's RTZ. Going to get jumped by Red 2. Gets the connection with the Remnant, but he's running around with that midnight.
They have no detection.
Moonlight, even, Shadow. Midlight. And meanwhile, Speed, another attempt in the other lane. This one's going to be successful. Rebellion, they've got more damage than DogChamp has.
HP.
I don't know, man. 6-26, 14 minutes in. It's a pop game for Rebellion.
It's definitely one of those, we'll wait to see if DogChamp can make something happen type of games. As for now, Red 2 going to go down again, sitting 1-8. Silencer down 1-6. Speed down 0-5. Sven 0-3, and Darkwool, the only one with a score that is got some kills on it, really, 3-7. But that's a lot of deaths too.
Speed just deletes crit there.
That is
was farming under the tower there.
Okay. So Speed was 0-5-0. That was his first participation in this game. So that's good. And he's going Shard, next item. He's going straight Flamethrower. Needs all that damage he can get right now. And
okay, Red 2 here into the Harpoon RP onto the Void Spirit, and he's just gone.
This man doesn't give up.
Speed gonna get caught too. Shock is there. Bullying Saberlight on the side is Moose, but there's an arrow flying in. Not gonna connect this time. Speed taken down by Abed. And Moose is going to be the next one to be caught in the river. Shockwave not going to connect, but Crit. He's going to keep his eyes open for this Willow. Trying to salve up and trying to run away, but the futile attempt.
RTZ coming in with a typical carry contribution.
Yeah. RTZ now 7-0-7 on this Wind Ranger carry. A bit different results compared to DNM after that first game. Silence being popped. Trying to save his buddy Sven. Also almost getting a kill onto the Ember Spirit. He's trying to TP home. He's going to get it.
Bloody Nine's not going to get that TP home as he goes down. I don't know what to compare this game to.
Trying to fight back with that flamethrower. Really trying to get his everything.
Turns out it's not as strong as Focus Fire.
Nope. And they caught Moose. Rebellion has more than 2 kills per minute alone.
I'm trying to find some things for DogChamp to say to really encourage him back into this game, but this is like one of the, what would you even compare this to? It's like being knocked off of the cruise ship in shark-infested waters here. It's not pretty.
Hope you brought some kind of lightsaber. Not saber light, but...
A lightsaber? Are they Jedis now?
I mean, that's something you literally need right now. You know, slice through those sharks.
Yeah, I always bring a lightsaber to a shark fight.
But I don't think a rapier is really the equivalent of that either. That's not going to save this game.
They need to bring a cage to protect themselves. But even at this point, I'm not sure what it's going to take for Red 2 to stop dying. And it's not just him, right? It's this whole team.
Abed gets to walk into like 2 meters up till the next year of DogChamp between 4. Almost killing off the Void Spirit. Not quite enough, though.
Red 2 is just like, I just lost 70% of my health sitting by my tier 3.
Yep.
This is fine.
This is fine indeed. And then you got Timbersaw with his flamethrower just burning the house where you're in right now.
Might as well burn some trees. Do what you do best.
Tier 2 tower denied.
That was pretty funny, actually.
Oh,
this is small victories, right? Red 2, Abed, he sees him. Okay. Can you run if you're Red 2? Nah, you're not going anywhere, son.
Nope. No, sir. Abed denies the opportunity for it. There goes the Timbersaw maybe
Arrow?
as well. Arrow.
Oh, barely
close
off.
one. And the male procs ain't going to be enough. There's a Pavis built up on Bloody Nine. So Speed gets the protection to make his way out. Next target to be found, DNM. Maybe he gets a kill or crit. Trying his hardest. Global Silence. And he's going to get it.
There we go.
Solid streak being cut away. And Silencer going to be caught right after. Abed also takes down Moose. Speed's trying to turn around. He wants this RTZ kill. He really wants it. He's taking more damage than he's dealing.
Fly is there. You already used your global. That's kind of their opening that they have is they got to shut down. They only killed Crit because they globaled, right? Because Fly would have been there to save him 100%. Yeah. So every global they use at this point of the game, I mean, you're down 15k at 19 minutes. This is an absolute dumpster fire of a situation you're in. But you can only get kills with global silence. There's no other way. Or Abed has to enter your base by the tier 4s or something drastic has to happen.
Of course, the support's net worth for both Crit and Fly, they're going almost past the mid laner. Red 2. His Void Spirit hasn't really worked out this game. They're targeting this Sven, though, in the top lane. Crit's found him. Boys,
got a dagger
out here. Got no ult. That Blink Dagger kept on cooldown for a very long time. Again broken. Has to dodge the arrow. 1 more second. Still can't get the Blink off, but he's going to outrun them with the Warcry. And he goes back to farming, but they're still chasing.
No. That was ambitious. Look who's behind here.
Uh-oh, Saberlight.
Saberlight.
Out, Bloody Nine. That's another one. Fly's
Mag
building another
there?
killing spree.
Yeah, that one Pugna right click getting the kill, huh?
No.
And the Tormentor. Alright, you gotta find the kill global. It's up in 30 seconds. Jump with the Sven. You got
they
the
found
Blink
Arteezy.
Dagger.
Is this the way back into the game? Red 2's already down. He's low on HP, gonna get stunned up, and Moose will get a big paycheck.
Classic Arteezy.
DNM wants to go in. He finds Fly. Gonna get the initiation. The damage is there. The harpoon to Skewer. I don't even know what I'm saying
back,
at this
baby.
point. I'm so speechless. But that's another.
This is exactly what happened last game with Arteezy's TA. Died once. Support died directly after. Then he died again. And then the comeback began. So one more death on Arteezy and maybe we see some type of comeback.
A shift in the balance.
But this game is much more different than the last one, so there's going to have to be maybe a few more deaths. Maybe Abed has to die in this game.
Seeing light. He's found Bloody Nine. Gonna make short work of this silencer. Just has to chase him a bit longer. Needs to get this skewer to connect, or at least get close. If silencer walked down, maybe then Bloody Nine would have been right. Saber Light would have been wrong.
Ruled of invisibility.
For now, Bloody Nine is dead.
Okay,
Roshan
number
might
10.
be following.
So we got a multitude of deaths on Dog.
I mean, let's see there's 3 heroes in the 10 death build right now.
Yep.
Only one not really feeding a lot is going to be DNM at 1 and 3 and 2. Not having that bad of a score, honestly.
Guess who's
given the
looking to be
circumstance.
in the 3-10 kill department? Fly is getting close.
Yeah, he's got 8. What do we got? Abed in there? Yeah. Abed 10.
Oh, look at this.
And, okay, Magnus, you got the damage for this? No.
Very futile attempt. RP, that's a long stun, pushing him closer to Abed. Right, 2, he's out.
They got the
Meanwhile,
BKB though.
I'm really just looking at DNF at this point. Like, when does he go in and what does he do? I feel like he's got the biggest
There it is.
output and impact. Speed gonna get caught by the arrow. He's found
got
Fly,
bugged
but at the same time they're gonna lose the Timber Saw. Gets Pavis buffed by Bloody Nine, but it's not gonna be enough, and now he's hunted down by this Ember Spirit. Who's going on the Ember, trying to get some early damage. The Tier 3 Tower helping him out here. Abed does drop low, but he wants this kill on the Silencer. Global Silence being popped as well. DNM, he's back in, and he's gonna go start slicing and dicing.
Focus
But he's
fires
also gonna
here.
lose his HP to RTZ. He was waiting for that focus fire all his life, and he got it.
Going into the
Going for
fountain,
the
here too. Why not? They got chains available.
Red 2, almost getting Abed. Almost getting Abed, that is. Maybe now.
Abed?
Nope.
Nah, not through the flame guard. Well, that's nice little fountain visit there from Rebellion.
So the goal is 59 goals in 23 minutes. We're at 57, so we're almost
Calm
3
goals.
kills per minute. 3 kills per minute. I mean, I'm honestly just looking at the biggest bloodbath record right now because I feel like that's the only thing that could still come out of this game. Currently, the highest one would be Rebellion versus Felt, 2.81 per minute.
This is definitely
We're
one of
almost
those
at
games
3.
that has been spiraling out of control for a while. Going to reach its inevitable conclusion pretty soon here if Rebellion keep this pace up without diving the fountain. But you never know. It's easy with the Aegis.
Okay, the win run BKB. The turnaround
Yeah,
comes
get in
out,
the fountain,
DNM.
Artur. Get in there.
That's all they need. Speed gonna get killed. Dogchap, 2 lanes of racks already down. 3rd lane would have to go through a tier 2 tower, which Rebellion is setting their sights on for now. Not just gonna straight up rush those tier 4s out of the way. Jump on to Abed. New damage coming in.
Abed's in their
Jump
base.
behind
There
the
we
tower.
go.
And Moose again gets the kill. He's got 2 big streaks this game.
Holy
If
cow.
Harpoon play doesn't work out. If Harpoon did like 30 damage,
Oh, that they should definitely buff it to cancel blinks. It's not strong enough.
yeah, it's nearly not strong enough. Okay, RP comes
Oh,
out.
RP
That's not
hit
gonna
nothing.
miss. No, I mean, it is gonna miss. It's just not gonna connect on anything. Flies dropping low. Who's again getting another kill for himself. Meanwhile, Red 2 gonna get blown up by the focus fire from
He's got
RTZ.
the buyback.
He's got no ulti though. Timbersaw trying to stand his ground, but he will lose his life.
Red 2
Out
going
HP
in. He
there.
wants the Sagus. He wants it bad, but he can't even take it.
RTZ was standing still pretty much that entire fight.
He's gonna
Skill
die
into
back.
arrow. And DNM.
man.
He wants crit. It's the one target that he wants, but he's just leaping away. Bloody Nine getting hunted in his high ground, though, by RTZ with that Aegis. And there goes Moose. He's going to blow up the Aegis. He's got it. Meanwhile, DNM still chasing crit inside the tree line. And he's just getting... Oh, man. His ankles are getting broken so bad. He's going to have to come back, and his ulti's almost run out. Saberlight's going to push him, cliff him. And DNM on the cliff. BKB sucks with the arrow. He's going to teleport away.
How can you
Poor Red 2, man. He just wants something to happen this game. 1 in 15 now after that dieback. Poor man just cannot catch a break in this game.
Easy dropping bracers here. Need to pick it up though. The last lane of racks to fall. Game 2 was definitely a show from DogChamp, but Rebellion, they took any slim chance away of losing this series in this Game 3. They've just been in a commanding position from start to finish. 55 kills in 26 minutes. That, if DogChamp made a statement in Game 2, this is a statement from Rebellion to clean out this series.
Yeah, it definitely is. But game number 1, it wasn't even commanding lead. It looked pretty good for DogChamp. Sure, they lost the game. And then game number 2, they brought it back and won it. This game number 3, though, a massacre. This is maybe what people would have expected for game number 2 after that rough start in game 1. But nope, they brought it back here. But unfortunately, all serious mode for Rebellion here. Like, there's no way we're going to go into this game through and lose this and put us in jeopardy of potentially losing that first place for the region, trying as hard as they can to make sure that they get those points that they desperately need so they can be in a much more comfortable spot going into this next major and getting that TI invite.
That indeed. That is also going to hinder DogChamp's possibilities. They will no longer have a single possibility, not even a 1% to go to the major, because that would have required also other teams to drop their series while DogChamp beats this one. So their story pretty much coming to an end here in the North American DPC. Potentially still has to play a series if TSM drops theirs for that third place tiebreaker, but for Rebellion, it's a 7-0. It's a 14-1 in the end for them, dropping that one map in between. They definitely came into a show for this game number 3, but it started off with game 1. DogChamp, they're losing their lanes. They don't have much of a threshold, much of a ground to hold on to. A couple good fights here and there. Not really too much of a chance. Game 2, losing their lanes again, but then miraculous turnarounds and, of course, the comeback mechanism kicking into their favor a little. Not that much of a comeback mechanism compared to the previous patches, but something, because it did allow them to get back into the game and then dictate the pace. But game number 3, that chance, it was ripped away from them.
So I'm still impressed, though, by DogChamp. You know, they took a game off TSM. They took a game off Rebellion. After last tour with 4 of their players getting knocked out or relegated, but they got back in because they switched to DogChamp. There's been serious improvement for this team, and I do like what this team has to offer. They're winning games. They're looking good. They're making things competitive. Sure, this last game wasn't competitive, but the first 2 sure were. As mentioned, taking Rebellion to 3 games and TSM is no feat that most teams could do. So overall, good job by them here. And Rebellion, you know, they came back. The first 2 tours, they lost to TSM, still made it to the major. Really shaping up come around TI time, which is good news for them.
Also looking at the points that Rebellion's going to be accumulating from this tour, they go up from a minimum 300 to 500, taking that first place. So Rebellion's total point pool is going to take them to currently 4th place in the DPC, just 10 points above Tundra Esports. But is it going to be enough to qualify them directly? I can't really tell you the maths, because the average right now is 1,200-ish. So
we'll have to see, right?
Yeah, exactly. We can't say it for certain, but I think it's like a 99% chance now for Rebellion to go through, pretty much.
And I think getting that security going into the next major, if you already qualified for TI, takes a lot of stress off of you of how you have to perform at the major. Yeah. And we all know, less stress you have, the better you perform for most people. So much needed win. I think this win for Rebellion, you saw how hard they're trying that game number 3. It's something that they didn't want to go through. They didn't want to be like, oh, we have to get like 5th, 6th place at this major to go to TI. Let's just secure it through the regionals, as they didn't get a single first place throughout this year until now.
And of course, we have to choose an MVP for this series. Well, Rebellion is a statement game number 3. Who to choose? Who are you going to choose out of these 3? Because, out of these 5, honestly.
I have to say Abed. I think he had the hardest job, 16, 3, and 18 on this Ember Spirit, completely schooling Red 2 in the mid lane. Solo kill after solo kill. Of course, teammates did come in after there, but Abed's performance on Ember here was quite good. It was one of the better Ember games. I thought this matchup wasn't as good as it used to be now that Void Spirit's universal, has that higher damage, better stats, likes building stat items, but Abed's like, nah, this matchup's, I got this. I played this thousands of times at this point. Buff Void Spirit as much as you want. I'm still going to win this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Those 16 kills, not necessarily all out of Red 2's 16 deaths, but close to that at least, for sure.
The mirror opposite, I guess.
A great performance from Abed throughout this entire series. I think Abed always excels. He plays some really, really good Dota. And enabling them as well this game. The entire team came together with a vengeance. They certainly did that as well. And let's head over to the winner interview, because Rebellion ending the season with a 7-0. It's only right for us to hear the thoughts of Bulba coming out to the interview as well. It was a rocky road after game 2, but you still done it 7-0 for the first time this year. How does that feel, Bulba?
It felt good, but probably not that good because we lost the game today. So a mixture.
Yeah, how did that come to happen? Because game 1, it looked like you guys dominated the laning stage. You were clearly in hold of the game. You had your ideas to just execute the normal Rebellion way. But game 2, it wasn't as simple as probably a lot of people thought it would be for you guys. Everyone was expecting a 2-0, but it wasn't. What went down in game 2 from your perspective?
The feet was up on the desk while playing. That was what was wrong.
Fear knows.
Fear knows what I'm saying.
Oh, man.
The feet was up. So.
Well, at least in game 3, you guys got the shape together. You got the posture back for game 3. 58 kills coming out of that one as well. Made sure that you're going to win the series. But that also puts you like 99.5% through to TI, because you're going to be in 4th place. You're almost at the point threshold, which is going to drop a bit with teams still playing their DPC games in other regions. How does it feel in general to be in the major and, of course, potentially in TI as well, a year after year after year? Do you guys just always make your way through? Does that change things anything for this? Let me rephrase that. Does it change the mentality in any ways this year compared to the others?
Not really. I think the competition is overseas in Europe. So it's like getting to TI from NA is definitely way easier than Europe. So I think more than anything, I'm just excited to go to Europe and play some tournaments there. I think the next 2 months. So the next like 2 months or whatever should be pretty hype. So I think that I'm excited for that.
Yeah, that's great to hear. We've been watching you guys with this current roster for the last 3 tours in a row with Saberlight in the offlane. Has there been any remarkable change or improvement in the team inside these last 3 tours?
Who's that?
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, Saber. Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. Funny guy to have around. He's a bit of a weird one, though. So he's a bit of a weird one, but which is good to have.
All right. Would you consider that an improvement?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he has his strengths outside of just Dota. I don't like, besides being like probably one of the best offlaners, especially like he showed last year on TSM and when he stood in for Entity, and at the majors and Dream League, for example, I think he did really well. So yeah, I mean, I think he's also gels with the team a lot more than than how the team was last year. So people are like friendlier and happier playing the game, which maybe which obviously matters quite a bit too.
All right, that's great to hear. Fear, go ahead.
Sure. So my question's gonna be: the first 2 tours, you ended up getting 2nd place. This is in the 3rd tour, you got your first place. What changed this tour? How come you guys were able to manage to get first in tour number 3 and not the others?
I think we were just did a lot better this season on the TSM series. I think the last 2 times we played TSM, like we fucked up something. Whether I don't really want to say fully what we fucked up on, but yeah, we fucked up both the series. So I think we just didn't fuck up this time versus TSM, because I don't think we should lose to that team. So yeah,
all right,
we just didn't fuck up.
So it's just basically you figured out TSM on how to beat them.
Yeah, we figured out how to fuck up ourselves. Because yeah, like how to not fuck up ourselves. You know what I'm saying, Fear?
Right. I know what you're saying. All right, so the next question I have for you is, as a coach, right? How do you adapt to big patches? And what's your approach to like coming into a new patch when there's so many different things? Your teammates probably have a million different ideas. Like, how do you filter those and decide what you're going to do?
That's definitely one of the harder parts. I think there's like just filtering things and then knowing when someone wants to do something. I think usually I just try to keep the big picture in mind, because if someone doesn't keep the big picture, then things can get definitely chaotic. So I think that's usually what I like doing the most. So filtering things, I think it definitely you want to listen to or get everyone's ideas out there, and then it's usually like job, especially for Tal and I, to kind of filter like which one do we think is good, which one do we think are bad, things like that.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, I got one final question. Of course, the preparation starts for the major. You still got a couple of weeks' time before that. So I'm going to have a question about your teammates and the pet peeves maybe a bit as well. In terms of prepping towards the major, is there something that one of your teammates, one of the players, really wants to do, and some of the players are like, good God, please, let's not do that. You know, like someone has like an activity that they always like, guys, this is a great idea. Maybe Saber is the guy pulling into something. RTZ's been back to streaming and stuff. So is there something that you guys do on the free time that probably isn't to the most liking for all the other players?
I think generally everyone on the team, except one person, usually, like we've been going to a few team dinners, and we went to like kayaking last week. So, but as for like who doesn't like doing those kind of things, only one person doesn't like doing those kind of things. Everyone else likes doing it, but yeah, one guy's too cool for it. So,
You got a name or what? Who's the one guy? Who's the coolest guy on your team?
The guys whose feet up was up in the Descon game too.
All right.
Too cool for team activities and feet up, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to speculate here.
I guess we all have a thought on that. But Habalba, we're going to let you off the hook. Congratulations with your 7-0 this tour, getting some extra DPC points under the belt and making your road to the major and the TI a little bit more loosened up. But hopefully you can keep those feet off the table from the rest of your players, and hope yourself have a good time for the next few weeks prepping for the major. Thank you for the time, Bulba.
Thanks. It's an honor, especially to hear like Fear talking on the cast. Very honorable.
Thank you,
I'm just
Bulba.
trolling you, Fear. I love you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, take
Bye.
care, man. Yeah, of course, that's why we have you in the casting booth here, Fear, when we got Rebellion on the board.
Yeah, no other reason, right?
Well, I mean, as we close out the first series, you're here because you're a dear friend and a knowledgeable person. Rebellion take the series 2-1 versus Dogchamp. We had a bit of a light for a potential upset. No, can't do. Can the rest of the teams today do it? Sankin Gomez up against TSM coming up next after the break, and Alpha versus Nouns to close out the day. We're going to be heading over to a quick break because this next game is going to be right behind the corner. So Mike and John are going to be taking good care of you guys. Me and Fear signing out for the official schedule for DPC. We'll see you guys around and enjoy the rest of the games. So that's all I have to say. Take care, guys. See you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are here for our second series of NA Div 1, and of course it is MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you here all today after, of course, the lovely T-Panda and Fear. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We've got two series coming up, of course, starting with SKG up against TSM. But before all that, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. A little bit of a surprise in our last series, going all the way, 3 games coming out. I don't think anyone expected that. So who knows what our next 2 series hold for us, as this is pretty much our top half versus the bottom half. It's do or die for, like the other teams in here, for TSM and for Nouns. It's not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, probably a little bit bigger for Nouns and I guess to an extent TSM, right? You want to place higher, you want to get some points, you want to try to get your position in TI, so it's we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a pretty fun matchup here between these two teams. Of course, we do have some team comparisons here going into the matchup. Obviously, TSM's stats are going to look a lot better here. SKG have not had a good time. And as you can see, TSM, at the very least, SKG has more average deaths. So there's that going for them. But that's not the greatest stat to have in your favor, obviously. SKG 1-5 currently, TSM 4-2. So naturally, TSM going to have the much better stats going into this matchup. And I dare say TSM looking to be the very, very heavy favorites here in this matchup as well. As we have a few more stats as well, Jonathan. Again, naturally, all these stats in the favor of TSM. Not very surprising, sir.
Yeah, 3 times more building damage is really the big one. I think that just shows you that Sand King Gomez have not been able to play that game. We'll take a look at our player comparison coming out here as well. Just to see how badly this goes for the individuals involved. And you can see how lopsided this is. Timado, maybe the net worth is not as bad for Leonidas there. He has been playing a little bit more Alk. Hero damage, a lot more impact out from Timado, and a lot more kills coming out. So, again, head-to-head, it's going to be a little bit rough for Sand King Gomez. The team's been trying to redefine themselves. They've been playing with stand-ins. It's going to be a rough time for TSM. Again, off to a rough start in the tour. Not in a position to go to Bali, so it's all about the points. It's all about that road to TI, avoiding regional qualifiers, because NA can be a bit of a bloodbath. Still, if they don't make it through regional quals, will be a little bit tougher. And we do have our draft on hand, so we can see what exactly is going to be going on here. So we can take a look at those bans as do come out. Doom, Techies, Beastmaster, pretty much first phase bans. Medusa, perhaps, depending. Wouldn't be too surprised if any of those were the options here for either side. I think Sand King Gomez, whenever we watch this team, it does feel like they've been struggling a little bit with, say, their offlane picks. We've been seeing stuff like Mars come out. We've been seeing stuff like Centaur. And it's been a little bit rough for Ducho, so I'm keen to see what exactly Ducho will want to play, because I think that's been one part of the draft for Sand King Gomez that it's been harder for them to adapt from that offlane. And I think that, again, up against these stronger teams like TSM, like Nouns, like Shopify Rebellion, you need strong lanes to have that presence. When the lanes fall apart, I mean, the snowball effect just kicks in very fast.
It certainly does. Kind of the story of this patch, right? It's very snowbally, and you can't really fall too far behind after the laning stage. And that's probably the big issue Sand King Gomez has been having, is the lanes just have not been going too well for them ever since that first win they had against Alpha. So, I mean, against TSM, obviously, this is going to be a pretty hard matchup for SKG. TSM obviously going to be pretty unwilling to lose this game, as they are theoretically still in the running for that major slot. Because Nouns have not exactly confirmed themselves yet. Of course, Nouns have Alpha in the next series after this one. They'd have to win that to guarantee themselves that slot at the Bali Major. So in theory, TSM, if they do pull off this victory, still have a chance at tiebreakers against Nouns for second place. But that would mean that they have to basically expect Nouns to lose to Alpha, which, you never know, could happen. Might actually be pretty important for that to happen for NA's sake. So, because you kind of already brought this up multiple times throughout the tour, but TSM, if they don't end up going to the major, chances are they're going to have to play through the TI qualifiers, which there's a very high chance Nouns will also be there, in which case you run into a bit of an issue because you have 2 teams maximum probably going to TI. So it can get pretty awkward.
It can get
in that
really
sense.
awkward. It
Yeah,
can get really
sure.
awkward really fast. I think even if theoretically if TSM gets third place, there is still a chance for them to go to TI depending on the minimum points. Like that is dependent on a lot of the teams that are.
10 seconds.
It basically depends on like Berlin repeating itself, like EU kind of stomping the top, and the points being kind of split, trickling down for the other teams. At that point, I think the minimum point weightage could go down from around 1-3 to maybe 1,000. So
Look at that, John.
yeah, the Bintang hat's out again. Sand King Gomez. This is the last time we saw Lund have success. So I want to see if that magic comes back. What are you opening here? Sand King Gomez onto the Magnus Silencer. So it's a lot of team fight on hand. I like the Silencer into Bat Rider. You can make that lane mildly uncomfy for the Bat Rider. But again, even nowadays, Bat Rider doesn't care for the most part to go sticky napalm, so he's not spamming as many spells. So you're not maximizing your presence there as the Silencer too much. I like seeing the Morphling come out up against Magnus, up against Universal heroes. You just become a better version of them, you know, and you steal every stat. Plus, if you get your Ag, you steal 40% of stats. Your EHP goes down drastically there on a hero like Magnus. So I want to see that kind of build up here for TSM. It's very confident to go for the Morphling at first phase, but it's also like your first phase Magnus, that's probably your safe lane. I don't recall Ducho running that in the off lane, so it should just be Leonidas. And again, head to head, Morphling does have a pretty damn good time in just becoming a better Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well. I think we spoke to Tomato last time around for TSM's interview, and Tomato did state he really enjoys playing Magnus at the moment as a position 1. So we know how great he is as the Morphling, as it is, because we've had so much history of him playing that hero. So now he can play both the Morphling and the Magnus in the same game. Happy days here for Tomato. And you get all the fun parts of Magnus. Like, you don't get the RP, but to be fair, the RP is the stressful part, John. You know, you don't want to have that stress on your shoulders. You'd rather just jump in and skew somebody if you can. And Empower, of course, always fun as... I did also forget, Yambura still isn't back, right? You've still got Jubei, who's on camera right now.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, I can't say much would have changed with Yambura. Like, they did have one series win with the man. But I must admit, like, Sand King Gomez, obviously, maybe struggling a little bit more with the stand-in as well.
Yeah, I still feel like it's a bit of a shame that they've changed their roster. I feel like coming into Div 1, Sand King Gomez, you know, once you're in a struggle, that's where the team kind of looks to maybe look for a change somewhere. Could be what we're seeing here. Again, when I recall the old lineup of Sand King Gomez, or their actual lineup, in the draft, you would see a little bit more disagreement coming out. So maybe different ideas coming out there, and it's a little bit of a shame because I felt like before they started doing these weird things, like say off lane Centaur and this kind of weird pool for Dutra, they were looking pretty sharp. So I mean, Yanbura being here probably doesn't change much, but at least the team's going to be, for the most part, on the same page, which is also important. So we'll see if having these additional games with Jubei kind of ties them up here for their last series. Of course, TSM's not an easy opponent to kind of rally up for your last DPC match, but you never know. Again, Dog Champ surprised us a little bit up against Shopfire going in there.
Yeah, I was actually quite impressed after that game too. I was like, well, hold on a minute. You know, Shopify dropping their first game throughout the whole tour against Dog Champ of all teams. That was very, very exciting indeed, that series. It's something else you can't really forget either. Like SKG, they are fighting to not get relegated out of Div 1. So, you know, while we're all assuming TSM should be able to take this series, SKG obviously fighting for their lives right now to not get relegated. So quite important for them to win this one out. Mind you, if they don't, chances are there's still going to be potential tiebreakers here, but you don't want to really risk being in the tiebreaker to be relegated if you can avoid it. So, you know, SKG, if they've got any kind of strats hidden up their sleeve, if they've got any new ideas, it's probably time to bring them out now against TSM, because you might be making a trip back to Division 2 after this tour. If things happen the way they probably should, as SKG, they are going to go ahead and pick up the Ember Spirit here. So there's your mid hero pretty much secured for SKG, unless they're planning to do something a little bit spicy, but highly doubtful. Probably just going to be the Lund hero. The TSM seeing that, like, what do you really want to play?
I'd actually say you could just run Batrider mid here. Like, you could literally just flex your Batrider mid. Ember matchups, maybe not the best thing in the world. Like, it's not the stompiest for a Batrider. At the same time, it's still a pretty decent lane for Batrider to be in. You dodge out the Silencer lane. You can go Sticky Napalm that lane. I can see Bryle maybe going for a flex if necessary. If not, Storm Spirit's in the pool, although Storm Spirit into Silencer is also kind of annoying for Storm Spirit. So there's a little bit of back and forth in blocking off some of these high mobility heroes up against the Global Silence. We'll go with the Undying pickup first, not revealing too much, and the Lone Druid comes out. So that should be our mid, just crush the Ember. We've seen Gunner perform this, we've seen Bryle play it a couple of times before, and this matchup is pretty rough for Sand King Gomez.
It's pretty rough. This one hurts. This one really hurts, John. I don't know how you're gonna lane against this LD as an Ember. It's not very fun. Thing is as well, TSM, like you and I were kind of already saying it, like this might be a speedrunny kind of series here between these two teams, and with the Lone Druid on your side, we know how fast things can end. As SKG, they'll have a think about what they want to bring up next here in their draft, but it's already looking kind of rough. I mean, you just saw Nine. He was kind of face palming there for a moment. He did not look too happy.
Yeah, I mean, there are only so many bans. The Timbersaw ban I respect. The Disruptor maybe not as much. The Wind Ranger, it's again maybe a little bit of a baity slot to use out, as it's a hero that wins and stomps, I suppose. So maybe for the best, Sand King Gomez ban it out, but the Lone Druid is going to be even more troublesome to deal with. It's so funny as well with Lone Druid. Yeah, it's a universal type. So when you do get to the point where your bear's fully slotted up, you go back to your druid itself, your hero itself. You start building into rate bands, and it just feels even better right now. Lion comes out for Sand King Gomez, which is not a hero that has been having the best of times in terms of picks, at least. Not very common to see that come out.
No.
And it's also not a particularly amazing game for like the utility Lion brings, right? Yeah, sure, you have the instant hex. You can kind of try to hold back the Morphling. Lion doesn't really deal with Undying Tombstone too well. The mana drain isn't the biggest in this game, I don't reckon. Like, it's not really that big for you to drain any of these beyond, say, maybe the Batrider or the Morphling, just to prevent the shift, but it's not easy for for a Lion to just stand there and mana drain in this game. Your Shard is still okay, but probably not the highest impact Shard game as well, as you're not dealing with illusion spam, and you've got inbuilt mobility, at least on the Morphling, so you can't stop him from just running forward and bursting you down. So I'm curious what Sand King Gomez will want to lane it with, because the lane for Lion is probably the most awkward point, and you're already dealing with like a Lion versus Undying lane, which Undying and Morphling lane, which again isn't the comfiest.
Certainly is not. I mean, you know me, John. I'm not a big believer in this Lion hero at the moment. I think it's been kind of garbage for quite a while, and yeah, I'm trying to figure out what exactly it's going to offer Sand King Gomez. Like, I think the Hex is going to be obviously very, very strong against heroes like the Morphling this game. Just a nice way of instantly disabling to avoid the Strength Morph happening. But I don't know. This hero just does not feel good at the moment. That's for sure. And SKG, I'm very curious to see how they do with this hero, because they are banning out supports now on the side of SKG, it seems. So they might assume no more calls are to come out from TSM. I mean, this is, in my opinion, it should be a pos 4 Batrider we're looking at. because that's what we've been seeing in every game practically with Batrider in it. They'll get rid of an off lane as well. So it looks like they're kind of just making sure they cross out both sides of things. TSM, do they want another hero for Kasane? Does he want to play the Batrider? I mean, they don't know the... I suppose they do kind of know the POS one at the moment. It should be the Magnus for Leonidas, I would assume. I suppose it still could be the Ducho offlane mag as well.
Yeah,
it's kind of highly
open
doubted.
enough. I don't know. The Magnus Lion lane doesn't feel particularly threatening on the Morphling.
Dire team pick.
It's not like amazing suppression. They go with the ET, so it does look like Kasane is playing that Batrider once more. ET does preempt maybe some awkward heroes that come out, like Medusa's been left alone, right? So this kind of covers their basis on TSM just in case something like the Medusa comes out and you do run that Dutra offlane mag. So I like that from TSM. It gives them a little bit more team fight, a lot more presence. We haven't seen anyone do this yet, but you know, like walk through the gate with your Astral Spirit. That's one way to kind of just win your lane. And the Bloodseeker does come out for Sand King Gomez. So yeah, that is your combination down the line with the mag. Like Magnus Bloodseeker's fine. You're really just gunning for your Magnus Ember Empower. I mean, the Bloodseeker can punish stuff like the Morphling, but it doesn't feel amazing. And it looks like we will actually get the Kasane offlane Undying here, which honestly, it's pretty fine up against the Bloodseeker. I don't mind this rapid buildup. The Undying can get out. It does feel like Batrider doesn't need too much nowadays as a universal type, so you can kind of get away with less. I think for Sand King Gomez, my concern is really the lanes. Like, I'm not sure how much you can really do on Magnus Lion up against a Morphling, and I'm someone who's a little bit more forgiving of a Lion pick, but this game just doesn't look like a smooth Lion game. Like there's no clear reason why you'd want this hero in this specific matchup outside of just hexing Tomato, but even then, like a blink on Lion nowadays does take quite a fair bit of investment, and if you don't find kills, then that doesn't come out.
No, it certainly doesn't, but we'll see. I mean, Sand King Gomez, again, their lives are kind of on the line for Div 1. They are playing to not get relegated. Not that it's an absolute guarantee if they lose their series that it'll be a relegation for them, because there are still the other two teams being Bait and Alpha who are also fighting to not get relegated out of Division 1. But yeah, against TSM, they're gonna try something different. I also, as already explained, do not believe in the Lion pickup, but that's not the big kind of center of the draft here, right? Like, you've still got 3 other cores that can carry the game for you. We'll see what happens. I don't want to judge SKG too much. They are up against TSM after all. It's going to be a pretty hard matchup, to say the least, here against TSM, who are also still fighting at a potential spot to the Bali Major, which, again, is going to be basically on Nouns' shoulder, or rather Alpha's shoulder, if TSM do win this series. But we'll have to wait and see, as we are going to be getting into game number 1 rather quickly. I think you and I both agreed that we kind of favor the draft of TSM going into this matchup, but I suppose that's fairly obvious from what we've been saying already.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough to just favor TSM coming in. I think regardless of draft, you'd probably just lean towards TSM, just off of how long they've been playing together, off of how they execute as a team. Granted, Tour 3 has not been the smoothest ride for TSM, but it's been a lot rougher for Sand King Gomez, so we'll see. I think, again, your lane matchups here for TSM are pretty sharp. Kasane on the Undying is pretty interesting. I'm going to wonder what his buildup is. Yeah, like we mentioned in the draft, he is playing the offlane Undying. I think you just go for your usual aura build. I don't think you go too different. Maybe just maybe a Vanguard early in this lineup, honestly. And your Guardian Greaves, perhaps a pipe, although I don't know how important magic damage is. There's some coming out, mainly in the supports. Don't know if you really care about it. Maybe just block off the finger damage. Wouldn't mind something like the old core Undying, where you used to go Echo Saber Shards, but your Shard isn't quite the same as before, where it lowered your cooldown on Flesh Golem. I mean, the Tombstone is interesting. It's a weird save. I don't think it actually does enough. In comparison to its form in Where was it? It was in Ag's Labyrinth 2, where Undying, Tombstone, Bunker Down was pretty good because you got bonus heal. Here it's like, yeah, you get to dodge stuff, but we haven't really seen this thing be impactful at all. So it's a little bit strange with Undying. Like, I honestly preferred his old shard. Like, at the least, we used to see stuff like Safe Lane Undying because of that, where, you know, you'd go Echo Saber, just try to build up the zombie army and chase someone down. You don't even have that now, so here's why it's off lane for Kasane.
Oh, maybe he's just trying to have some fun, John. I'm sure Kasane's just like, give me offlane Undying. Let me have a good time here, and we'll see what happens. I mean, TSM obviously the heavy favorites in this matchup, so I think they can afford to have a bit of fun here in this game one at least. Of course, if you are wondering why you're still looking at us, we are within a pause at the moment, so we are waiting for that pause to be over. Not really 100% sure why we're paused, but I'm sure one of the teams is having some kind of issue.
Yeah, I think it was mic issues coming out there.
Always me. What can you do?
Always you, Mike.
I'll resolve the issues soon. Don't worry.
Yeah.
What about Harpoon Undying, John? Harpoon
Sounds
Undying.
Pretty... I mean, it's the same thing as saying Echo Saber Undying. It's still all right, but you don't have your old shard timing. I think that's the big takeaway. Like, it used to be better when you spawned a zombie. It's not as insane now. Yeah, it's like it would have been cool if you had the old shard. That's really it, because that was the point of the Echo Saber Undying. It would line up with a pretty quick shard by 15, and then you farm Ancients with your Tombstone, you chase heroes down, you slow them down initially with your 2 hits, you get 2 free zombies out, and then you just chase them down under that Flesh Golem aura. So that's where it used to be spicy. It's still all right here, but honestly now it feels like you're back to just being this really fast aura builder on the offlane. I don't think you go back into any of those old shenanigans with Echo Saber.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the aura build-up. That's very, very obvious, it feels like. But you never know. I mean, like I said, TSM, they might be trying to have a bit of fun here. This is the last series for them in Division 1. At least for 2 or 3, that is. Obviously, there's no chance of them getting relegated. They are still trying to fight for a major spot here. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're just maybe looking to have a bit of fun here if they can. But we'll see how it does go. Game 1 is now officially underway. It's like SKG were able to resolve those issues that they were having. So we are going to have an immediate smoke naturally by SKG, but it's just to try and get in position for some wards. So they may run right into TSM. TSM are grouped up as 5 heading towards the bottom side of the map. Wards down already. SKG, do they want to go for the fight? The smoke is broken. Ari is going to be frontlining for his team already as they do pop the curse. Ari being slowed up here. The skewer connecting as well. A big blood grenade though, landing on 3 targets. And now Whitemon, so much damage being dealt by the Auto Titan. A double kill. Oh, they literally stacked up for his Astral Spirit. He just had a double damage rune, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he has more than a double damage. I believe he had like plus 86 or something coming out there. So even better for Whitemon. Nice kill. It's coming out. SKG. Really interesting that they forced that. Because, I mean, they have a line. They have some stuns, but it's not like amazing presence. You have to respect that level 1 of TSM. You deal with decay when you're clumped up. The HP goes down drastically. And you know, you're dealing with a bloody Elder Titan. He just loves this kind of gameplay, so not going to contest too much more. Ducho's still hanging around here.
I mean, Ducho not able to take the boundary rune away from Whitemon. Whitemon just fast hands will be able to get it. Start off with the mid lane as per usual, of course. We do have Bryle here on the Lone Druid against Lund on the Ember Spirit. We already kind of talked about this matchup a little bit during the draft phase, but it feels like it's a pretty annoying matchup for the Ember. I think any melee hero in the mid lane against Lone Druid solo is going to be pretty tough as the levels go up, of course. Maybe the level 1 bear not quite as annoying, but once you get to level 2 bear, it does start to get quite frustrating, and we'll see what Lund does get done, but I imagine this is not going to be the most fun lane for him.
Definitely not. Like, even if Bear doesn't chase you down, Lone Druid does do pretty damn good damage now. It's universal type. So the base hero can also just harass you and it's really hard for the Ember to just feel comfy here. I suppose the one thing that you can get as an Ember is maybe easier runes down the line. Like that is something that feels more impactful on an Ember than it does on a Lone Druid. So you should always have some potential play by 6 minutes if your supports do commit. Still taking a look at the other lanes as well. Top, it's been a lot of trading here with Jubei and Leonidas, and it's an Undying lane with Batrider. These are basically just straight up two offlaners that melt you down. And we talked about playing with that Arcane Curse to slow down a Batrider. He just doesn't care. And you have Flame Break up. Look at Leonidas. I mean, just decay plus Flame Break damage. This guy just loses so much every time.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I'm gonna go on Leonidas for a little bit. Not the decay out. It's the thing, like, as you get the levels up here on TSM, this top lane, this lane is gonna get infinitely more challenging. We will have a look at the bot lane as well. Tomato obviously gonna be on the Morphling here with Whitemon, who's already secured 2 kills for himself on the Elder Titan. Against Ducho on the offlane Mag and 9 on the Pos 4 Lion. Right now, things going pretty smoothly for both sides down to the bot lane. It's like Ducho's having a pretty damn good time as the Magnus. Could be a pretty passive lane as well. Like, unless Whitemon can somehow get in through the back with 1 billion damage, the chances are SKG should be able to pretty calmly farm down in this bot lane. Yeah, top lane. I don't think there's any escape here for Leonidas. He's going to drop. Ari even denies the tombstone away from Jubei. So no bonus gold for the Silencer. And they have lost their position 1 Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, it's a rough lane to go into as the Bloodseeker. You don't really manage that all too well. You don't have easy solutions for the tombstone early on.
Jubei. Yeah, Jubei's just dead. Ari takes care of it. He might die to Leonidas, and Jubei takes the kill from the graveyard. A little bit unfortunate for Leonidas. I'm sure he would have enjoyed that gold to himself, but nevertheless, they do at least get a kill on the board.
Yeah, it's a kill. It's a little bit of a reset coming out there for Ari. I'm sure he doesn't mind too much, especially since, again, you kind of don't give the kill away to Leonidas. Just that little sidestepping coming out more than enough. So he comes back into lane. He's just going to spam his spells, and it feels awful for Bloodseeker not be able to see us, because you are relying on that and trading HP. And if you can't do that, then I know, like, it's a rough time. You're just going to be sitting there, getting what you can, waiting for your levels to come out. Your Silencer can try to be aggressive, but it just doesn't feel like a threat when you get your combo off here.
Oh, there's Leonidas being chased down again. He might actually just go down. Ari just continues the chase. He won't go past the tier 1 tower, but Leonidas is just copping it. And this is a pretty devastating offlane duo to have, it seems. Mid lane. Chase on onto Lund. No lucky entangles coming out here for Bryle, but he's going to be able to successfully secure both the water runes here. So we do have a bit of a webcam issue now, it seems, with Lund. Lund, turn the camera back on, so we want to see your lovely face.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how happy his face would be on those cams, going 15-3 on Ember, but this is to be expected, to be fair. Like, that is an expected result for the Ember versus Lone Druid matchup, so just a little bit of a rough time.
Poor guy just wants to turn his camera off. Like, he's playing Ember versus Lone Druid. Leave him alone. Let him turn the camera off. This is such a sad lane to have to play. There's nothing you can do to win it.
Yeah, it's not a fun time for the Ember for sure. And your support rotations it's not the worst, it's not the best. Like, Lion down the line could maybe help you do something, but Nine's not had the best lane either with Ducho. Ducho is managing to find farm, but your Lion's not really zoning anyone out, not finding too much punishment. Elder Titan's pretty hard to trade hits with, and Tomato's far back enough that you can't really do much on Lion. And that's one thing where Lion just doesn't feel nice. When you can't kind of play with a kill lane, again, this hero just has a bit of a slower time if it doesn't find these pickoffs. Like, getting level 6 timing is such a big deal online as well. So we need to see Sand King Gomez kind of secure that 7-minute Wisdom rune, if possible. Start to bring in some smokes as you approach level 6. play with a finger every single damn time, and finger is still an atrociously long cooldown at level 1. So, yeah, all of those things need to line up when you pick this lion up, because it's really sensitive to that tempo. Like, the moment you don't run in and manage to use your finger properly, you don't find a kill with a finger, it starts to feel really bad.
It does, it does. I'm not sure how long it does take to connect a webcam, but apparently it takes quite a bit of time here, as Lund is not having the best time with it. Perhaps it just kind of broke or something like that. 1k advantages here for TSM. Obviously, we're only 4.5 minutes in just about, so not too much to really talk about yet.
Yeah.
I think the safe lane is probably the most detrimental thing right now for SKG. Like, Leonidas is finding quite little farm, and as the levels are coming up on TSM, it's only getting worse and worse. Like, he's sitting at level 3, but so is Ari. Kasane is about to hit level 4, so he might go straight for the level 2 Tombstone, or he might even try for the Soul Rip. But I think just maxing out Tombstone's probably the way to go. And, or Leonidas, like at this stage, he just has to wait for the creep wave to come back towards the tower. So he tries to approach Kasane, but every time he does, he just takes so much damage. And luckily for him, Ari was not nearby. Because had Ari thrown a Flame Break or gone for the Firefly after the Bloodseeker, that probably would have just been another death for Leonidas.
Yeah. Might still be. I mean, Tombstone's still ready if Kasane kind of wants to chase around, and it looks like he is trying to find an angle.
Blood Right is committed. Ari is going for a chase onto Jabay first, so Tombstone has been committed. Jabay trying to focus it down, will not be able to do so. TP rotation from our line immediately cancelled off as there was no point. Meanwhile, mid lane, Lund is in huge trouble. This is where you'd like that Lion TP to come in, but he won't be able to naturally, so Lund does go down. Speaking of, Ducho in trouble, is going to be able to skewer away. But things are looking pretty darn bad right now for SKG. There's no real way to sugarcoat this.
Yeah, it's a rough start from the lanes, and again, that's something we expected coming out with this kind of draft. Like, it's a little bit harder to get that running start here. Your launching point does feel like it has to be Lund on the Ember. That's probably the one player that's not really shut down too much. Ducho is still having decent enough time farming as well, but for the Magnus, this kind of game, your timing on Harpoon is going to be a little bit slower, which does impact your aggression here as well. So it has to be the Ember kind of playing with the supports early on. Even without Finger Global Silence, you might be able to find something. It's just that, well, your lane's also been kind of crushed by Vryle.
They do get the entangle off on Lund. Stun is going to miss from Whitemon. The chase is on though. Lund, he's still level 5. He's got no way out of this, I don't think. Hold on a minute. The rotations. Vryle's the one to dive too deep. He gets caught by 9 while trying to go into the True Spirit form. He does go down. When I say True Spirit form, I do mean True form. Lund, he's going to be very happy about that. Not only surviving, but seeing the Spirit Break, rather the Lone Druid go down. Very, very good news. Is Leonidas? No, he's not having the best time here, John. Leonidas is dead. Ari will take him out. But, you know, at least you got the Lone Druid. That's good news.
It's a bit of a mistake. You can see that tip out into Ari. I believe the Flame Break didn't pull him back, so you got a juke angle there, and they committed pretty hard in Vryle. Good punishment from SKG to find that. Not enough yet to even out the game for themselves, I'm pretty sure. But you can see where their openings lie. So when TSM maybe goes a little bit too ham, which is never the best situation that you're relying on your enemy to make mistakes. Kasane is diving pretty deep.
Yeah, he is. But he can keep going. He does have a Lotus and some stick charges, so he does have another decay available. Stun is out. Hex is out. Last word committed. Kasane does pop the decay, having 16 stolen strength now, but Leonidas still going to have his way with it. This is, I suppose, what you're going to be a little bit wary of as TSM is not feeding these huge kills away, is apparently Whitemon just solo picks off Ducho as the Elder Titan. So a pos 3 for a pos 3 trade at the end of the day. Not sure exactly how Whitemon does it on his own, but he does catch it.
They get some punishment. It takes a lot of heroes to rotate up top to help you up against the Undying lane, which honestly you don't mind too much on TSM. Like, this is an Undying. It doesn't need too much farm. It is the Vanguard build-up for Kasane as well, and Leonidas.
Uh-oh, in trouble again. Ari at least going to be slowed up, and Leonidas looks to be fast enough to run away. Jabay trying to do the exact same, but he is nowhere near as fast. He's fast enough though. Jabay gets underneath the tier 1 tower and immediately TPs back to the fountain. Thing is, you look at the net worth graph and it's still 3 cores from TSM at the top. Like, even the mid tier 1 tower right now is just being pushed in here by solo by the lone druid. Brawl can just do this on his own, and now with the Mask of Madness up on Brawl's Spirit Bear, it just becomes that much more challenging to try to deal with this bear. It is not going to be very fun if you get caught by Entangle.
Yeah, you just tend to melt at this point. Even pre-Desolator. Tower just melts. You haven't had a way of stopping Brawl outside of that dive. 8-3 start, 5k up for TSM. And for TSM, I mean, SKG, they've got to play a little bit slower.
This would be a big pick-off. They can find Kasane again. Rupture and Bloodright both being dropped. Kasane should drop here. Still trying to fight though. Has a decay. Can pop it. Will do so. They finally take him out, but they're forced to get their Ember out of there. So Leonidas is going to be left alone, but he's also fine. Nice retreat from SKG. Able to find both the Ember and the Bloodseeker. An exit route out of that team fight. And now they might even run into Brawl. Brawl getting very greedy with his farming position. But he is going to get into the true form, and he should be just fine to walk away.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to threaten if you don't manage to hold down this lone droid before he gets that additional HP up. Side of TSM starting to invade a little bit. They know Leonidas is low, but chasing the Bloodseeker is a bit difficult at this point. And despite those losses, you still maintain that 5k lead. It is important kills to find for SKG. Again, this is pretty heavy commitment to find these. Their stacks are being invaded now as well. They don't really want to...
He's going to show himself with the Earth Spike. Remnants forward here from Lund. Wanting Ari's life. Last word committed with the curse as well. Lund's still going. Lund should have the kill, but now Whitemod's after him. He'll Remnant away. 9 in the meantime does also drop here on the line. So Lund does find a very nice rune. In fact, no, he didn't. Oh, nice stomp, Whitemod. And I thought the Ember had a haste rune with how fast he was moving there for a moment, but he's just phase booting his way out of this one. Problem is he has nowhere to Remnant back to because everyone's waiting around that Remnant.
Brawl?
Well, no, never mind. Brawl's the only one. Brawl goes down while the rest of TSM, I thought they were waiting around the Remnant, but well, Lund at least does drop as well. The TSM leaving their mid behind, killing off the other mid instead. I mean, priorities are priorities.
Yeah, it's a little bit painful to lose Brawl. I think that is a much bigger kill than any of the other cores that have died. So you have to watch yourself here on the side of TSM. It looks like, it's not the cleanest coming out from them up against SKG. SKG's finding openings, but it's really down to TSM kind of just like AFKing on the map, not respecting this group up from the enemy team. And if they do that a couple more times, like, this game is not in the bag for TSM. So they need to tidy it up. SKG, if they get a little bit more room out, you get this build up on Ducha, get the space out to clear out some of these camps. Go for your Echo Saber, have your Bloodseeker hit his BKB timing. With Maelstrom, it gets a little bit awkward coming out here. Camera issues again.
Yes, there is. All right. Quick go when ready. Brawl will unpause immediately. Very annoying for the Ember, just unable to find a power rune, as Brawl's doing a very good job of just always checking with the Spirit Bearer, and of course this time around Whitemon does pick up the shield rune that was on the other side. TSM now just gonna take some stacks together as a team. It's a bit of a fight as to who gets them. Even Whitemon trying to steal some away here from Kasane. 5k advantage the way of TSM. So even with these last couple successful pickoffs by SKG, it is still costing them a lot of net worth. It's mostly because they don't really have the time to just sit there and farm. TSM proving to be very active this game already. SKG, they're going to go for a double smoke here, so 9 and Lund are going to go together. The only target nearby is really Tomato, which would be an amazing target if they could catch him. They are rushing right towards the mid lane, seeing if they can try and secure the Morphling's life, but Tomato is going to run into the Radiant Triangle. And he seems to be pretty well aware that something is a little bit awry here. So realizing they are missing, just back his way out and just spins in a circle. You know, sometimes you just got to spin.
Yeah. I'm sure everyone's had those moments where you just want to play a jug or axe. Just kind of want to spin to win. This is a lot of room out for TSM to just shove in top. Again, with the lone Druid Bear, it doesn't take too long to melt through some of these objectives when off the lone. And Santi Gomez are still hanging around here.
Yeah, they're going to find Ari on the Bat Rider. Flame Break committed. He does have the drums if he wants to pop it and try to run, but it looks like he'll just hold on to it.
I mean, that's a Bat Rider for a tier 2 top. You take that any day.
Yeah.
In the group up from Sand King Gomez, it's not leading into enough. The game sense from TSM has been pretty on point. Even the mid is a little bit slower to take here.
There we go. Mid lane, Lund going to be targeted. Oh, they got the entangle out. That'll mean the Earth Splitter does land. Lund, he's waiting so long to run it away. He's gone. Did I miss something? Was he silenced or did something happen for him to not just Remnant? 9? He'll end up going down. Meanwhile, Ari, he's fighting Leonidas because he was ruptured up. Nice little fear away from the lone druid as Leonidas is trying to run. The chase is still on from Brawl's Spirit Bear. Leonidas, no entangles? No, there's one. Wyman will secure the kill. Meanwhile, Tomato pretty deep in the dire triangle, but he can strength morph and probably just waveform out of this. The chase is still ongoing though. Tomato, he's a pretty tanky boy, but the RP is going to be committed as his team is trying to run towards him. But now, with the finger out from 9, he is going to drop. TSM losing their carry now. Not the greatest of news for them.
It's certainly not a big kill to find for Sand King Gomez. Takes a lot of commitment. RP plus finger, but you really needed a kill. So you're more than happy to trade that off. With regards to Lund, I believe he didn't instantly Remnant, and when he did, he was slowing down. So the Remnant really didn't do much for him. He had one in the back, but also just led him. He was too close to Tomato. So the caution kind of costing them a little bit on Sand King Gomez, but this punishment onto Tomato is pretty damn big. He is kind of closer to Leonidas than you'd expect this Morphling to be, considering the start and the side of SKG. Eventually they find the mid, they get this Echo Saber up and running on Ducho, so it's going to be the Blink next before the Harpoon. Ari.
I'm in a bit of trouble, but his team is taking Roshan while all this is happening. And Ari is still going to be able to just get away with the Firefly drums. I mean, he's really just making sure they do not even think about checking the Roshan pit right now, which is still being taken by TSM. Brawl will eventually go ahead and pick that one up himself on the lone druid as they do head towards the bottom lane. Ducho's going to be the big target. Entangle, not quite there from Brawl yet. But eventually he should land it as they even commit the lasso. Not messing around, they really just want the mag kill. That'd be Brawl securing that kill immediately on the lone druid. With the Desolator up now, I mean, he was already taking towers quite quickly here in the lone druid, but now it's going to be a pretty fast process for the, even faster, I should say, for the lone druid.
Yeah, just doesn't end. Yeah, again, you haven't had the best of solutions to the lone druid for the most part. And whenever Brawl's just allowed to rip into an objective, like, you will. Like, yeah, you don't have the counterplay here on Sand King Gomez until perhaps that blink comes out. They are threatening Tomato a little bit.
Well, it's a nice pickoff they can secure. They do now have finger up, so maybe 9 could snipe Tomato. He just has the vision. Oh! Whew. That was close. That was a very, very close call. And how did he even react to that?
I'm pretty sure you can see that first is active in yourself, like you see the debuff. So it's like, all right, they probably see me. I'll juggle around. I have a few charges in my wand. I'll just instantly turn back to strength. So that is finger down. It's level 1 finger. It's a long cooldown. Good heads up play from Tomato. He's a Morphling player. He knows how to bait out big spells like that.
That was very nice. It's like, I mean, within that split second, I could have sworn I saw the morph at like 200 HP because of the Agimorph, but I mean, he shifted quickly. The TSM still in the lead by 5k here, 15-9 against SKG. It's kind of the thing with the Spirit Bear, like, it's one of the things against the Lone Druid, you've always got to try and find a way of dealing with these bears that come out. Pretty damn tough. The bear's got over 3k HP. Ducho being stared at here by Kasane in the bottom lane. Whitemon's going to show up as well, but won't be able to do too much.
Dire's bottom tower
Tomato.
is under attack.
They have the global silence. Tomato, he may not get a chance. Nine's in there with the Hex. The Strength Morph was not out in time, though. Tomato, he still gets it off. Where was the global silence?
Dire's middle tower has
Rupture committed now, but Whitemon, in fact, he had the mantra anyway. It wouldn't have mattered. That's why Jabay was waiting. Tomato, still alive. Lasso out from Ari. Leonidas, he is going to drop. Nine, in the meantime, also going to go down. Lund, we're going to try to run. Won't quite be able to make it, it seems, as he's going to try to remnant. It's not going to be enough. Not even the creeps can deny him off.
middle tower has fallen.
And initially, I was wondering why they didn't just pop the ulti, but yeah, he had Manta. He was waiting for it. No point.
Yeah, it's a fresh Manta as well. Like they saw it in the courier on that smoke. A little bit surprised they didn't manage to go all in there, but that was their double blink reveal coming out in Sand King Gomez. The side of TSM now should be ready for them looking for that play. This does enable some pretty decent high ground from Sand King Gomez at the very least. You've always got the threat of RP in the defense plays, but TSM is in a very comfy spot now. 9k up, they know Global Silence is down for a little bit longer. They have Aegis for a minute more. They can just, find the high ground if they wanted to. Just pressure with a bear, force out more fortifies, and just look for some pickoffs, I suppose, if they wanted.
They can. SKG trying to rush forward here for a fight. Ducho, he does have the blink to try to initiate, but just not having the vision kind of makes it hard. TSM looks like they'll just hold the high ground in the dire triangle for now. Meanwhile, SKG, they're going to find a nice little arcane rune here for Lund. But it doesn't really feel like they can go for the big fight yet. Like now they're 10k behind with an Aegis still standing on Bryle, who is going to start on the Tormentor now. Free shots to come out here for TSM. Maybe if you're SKG, you'll have time to take the Radiant Tormentor, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get there in time. It's like the tier 2 tower is going down. They're already 1 racks down thanks to Bryle. And I mean, to be quite frank, it feels like TSM can just go high ground again if they really want to. And Bryle might make the call to do so. Even with the Aegis gone, like, you just need the bear. It has a Hyperstone, it has a Mask of Madness with a Deso. It's going to take towers very quickly. Even the Orb of Destruction is available there for the Spirit Bear. But Lund is going to force them back. Chains out. It's going to catch Kasane. Skewer is out from Ducho, but he's got the Undying. It's a bit of a tankier target. They're thinking about the RP. It is committed in the end. Kasane, though, he's just tanking through it as Lund is already down. Jabay getting caught. Leonidas getting caught. He's trying to man-fight through it, but it's not enough. He is down as Kasane, of all people, is still alive. They even commit the finger. With the pipe up, he just took no damage.
Yeah, this is dire for SKG. They commit a lot on the
very
on
funny
Undying.
jump.
Yeah, I mean, it is dire. I can't really, I don't know what else to say without trashing them right now. I'm still in C mode, Mike. I've got a lot of words if we want to go that spicy, but it's pretty rough
Calm
for
down,
Sand King Gomez.
Calm down.
This draft just doesn't do much. It can do a lot, but it really came down to lanes, and just felt like they got outplayed pretty rough. 2 racks down, they get the Fortify out. Oh, they got a skewer back at least.
It's a nice skewer. They got Kasane and Ari together. It's a 2-for-1 special here for SKG. Kasane this time around should go down and will. Smoke out immediately. They want to keep punishing. TSM, though, looking to retreat. Tomato, the closest target they have to them right now, which is the amazing target if they can find him. Problem is TSM are just waiting on the high ground casually as Nine's going to jump in for an Earth Spike, catching out Tomato, who does not strength morph yet, but gets a waveform away. Nine is already gone. A big stomp out from Wymon. He caught all 4 targets, but he had no Earth Splitter to throw out, so he could not follow up on that huge stun. Still TSM are going. Lund is barely going to go down before finding any kind of kill. And now it seems like it's time to maybe go high ground again.
And there's not much stopping them. And some pretty good skewer back coming out from Ducho, catching out to lower HP targets from that prolonged fight. And they do make stuff happen, but yeah, high ground's just gonna get ripped apart. This is still a low injury, this is still a morphling. And that's Mega Creeps at 24 minutes in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There goes Ducho. Leonidas. He's trying to hit the creeps, but he's losing against them right now. John, he's just not doing the damage. As the GG is called, Lunda's seen enough. Leonidas down again, so is Jabane. What can you do? It's still TSM that take out game number 1 here against SKG. I mean, props for SKG for giving their best, but TSM still proving to be the stronger team, at least for game 1.
Yeah, there were some moments there where SKG did find some openings. TSM just overextending a little bit. I think the top play coming out and the mid play from Wild in particular were highlights where they overextend, they find this opening on SKG and they get some punishment. I think for the most part, again, TSM's just in control of the game. I'm wondering what the adjustment for SKG is by game 2, because it does feel like you did get a little bit more impact from Dutra. Your support duo is a little bit awkward. I think a Lion Magnus is just not a particularly convincing lane, especially against Morphling. I don't think that's a lane you necessarily have fun with there. Maybe if you had something more impactful on 4, you could have played a little bit better because the team fight was there. On Sand King Gomez's side, you've got this Ember Magnus combo. It felt like this should have gone a little bit better from draft, but again, they just couldn't hit timings. The Bloodseeker pickup as well for Leonidas. It didn't do much, to be frank here, Mike.
I mean, you're not lying there, John. It certainly did not. It's a bit of an awkward kind of time here for SKG, as they could never really take off. You know, it's a pretty challenging team to try and beat, and you know, the lanes were very favored for TSM. Like, they had the off-lane Undying Elder Titan, or rather, not the Elder Titan, but the Bat Rider from Ari. Bottom lane is where the Elder Titan Tomato were on the Morphling, and of course the mid lane was just a complete stomp here as well, because you had the Ember Spirit versus Lone Druid, so that was never going to be a very good time for Lund. Brawl having the time of his life here on the Lone Druid is... Yeah, there were some nice moments from SKG, but ultimately TSM still proving to just be way too far ahead and taking game number 1 quite convincingly. But you know, like I said, you know, that was game 1, the best of 3 series. Jonathan, SKG, they are fighting for their lives. Still have a chance of pulling this series back their way. They'll just need to revise things for game number 2.
Yeah, I'm still curious about what revisions those might be. I feel like Lund did pretty alright despite the lane matchup not being the best. I think Ducho, again, had one of his better games here despite the scoreline. Again, probably not reflecting that, but still TSM. They come out on top, have to hand our MVP over, and it's got to be Whitemon with these stomps, man.
Yeah.
He sets up on that first blood opportunity. He crushes his lane. He ensures that you couldn't really do much on 9. The play with your Magnus there, just constantly having this front line to protect the Morphling in that laning phase. And Whitemon's just on point. You know, he loves this Elder Titan. We've seen him play this for quite some time now, like in Southeast Asia to NA. So it's something he specializes in. The one thing I wish with Whitemon is I wish he'd go to a bloody interview with us, but you know, the guy's just, he's NA, he's too big for us now.
Yeah, he certainly is, Jonathan. We'll see. Maybe, you never know, if TSM win this series, maybe Whitemon will give us a bit of a, you know, an interview to end off the DPC year. I know, John, I highly doubt it too. I'm trying to look at some kind of brighter light here, but it's not really happening. We'll head off to a very short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between TSM and, of course, SKG. We'll see you very soon.
Dire's top tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft between SKG and, of course, TSM for the second game of this best of 3 series, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A pretty stompy game 1 for TSM's end of things. They just won all lanes and then they ended up winning the game pretty nonchalantly here against the side of SKG. Tell me, Jonathan, what would you like to see changed up by SKG to try and give them a chance at forcing this to a game number 3 here in this series?
Just stronger lanes, really. I think that's something that a lot of these teams need to do up against pretty much the top 4 of NA. Just look for stronger lanes, try to get a better time from the laning phase, because we saw Ducho was doing okay, but the impact from 9 was really minimal. I think Leonidas, his lane and the Bloodseeker was pretty atrocious. To be fair, like you can't really fault the guy either. Like, they got Undying plus Batrider to lane into with a Silencer, support, and Bloodseeker. There's not much you can really do to cut that off. So I think you need something else. Maybe if you had, say, something more active on the 5 or something that could cut them off a little bit better on the 5, you'd have a better time compared to the Silencer, which it theoretically punishes something like a Batrider in practice. Not so much. Even the Undying doesn't care too much for the Arcane Curse early, because you still win when you drop down the Ks onto the Bloodseeker, soften them up for the Batrider to run down. So that's my main thing. Just stronger lanes coming out. The mid lane, you can't really fault Lund. He got Lone Druid. There's only so much you can do about that. It's like, it's what do you really ban, right? Like if you ban the Lone Druid, then you let through maybe the Void Spirit versus Ember, the Storm Spirit versus Ember, which doesn't get much easier as well. So I think just this focus on side lanes is really what we have to see. And we'll see if they can adjust from draft. I'm not sure. Like, for the most part in the draft, you're going to have a lot just banned out in the first phase. Techie's Doom, which I think are the biggest security for a lot of these teams playing against like higher ranked teams in the region. Those tend to be the friendliest heroes to run. We tend to see stuff like Bounty Hunter bound out as well, but I don't really feel like that's a high priority to pick. Like, it helps you win. It doesn't really give you a stronger lane, which is, again, my biggest issue anyway with Sand King Gomez. So we'll see. If TSM allows something like Techies to slide through, that should probably be your first pick on Sand King Gomez. Chances are they'll just ban Techies Doom again.
I mean, they may. We'll see. I don't know how worried TSM are about going against SKG because, you know, to be fair, they made the first game look pretty easy, right? So, you know, obviously they still want to take it semi-seriously here against SKG, but you know, I even question, like, if they have the better heroes in the laning stage, do SKG still beat TSM out? It's kind of hard to say yes, right? Like, based on how dominant the lanes were last game around. As we do have a Beastmaster Spirit Breaker ban here from Sand King Gomez, and TSM, they have banned out the Bat Rider to start with. See if they do want to get rid of that Techies. Or maybe they just want to save it for themselves, who knows? See?
10 seconds remaining. Pick.
Yeah, they take out the Doom. So Techies is in the pool. Sand King Gomez could gun for that for a first pick. I feel like it's always a safe bet to just pick Techies. It doesn't have a lot of heroes it hates. They go to Magnus though. I can't fault them. Magnus is also a pretty high priority right now. We saw Ducho again have a pretty decent time with the Magnus. I think out of all the offlanes we've seen recently from Sand King Gomez, the Magnus has been probably the best in the past 3 series. So I don't mind that. But there you go. TSM get the Techies themselves.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
It's a really fun hero to play at the moment. Like this, as a support, it is so much fun playing Techies at the moment. I hope they don't change anything about this hero. I think it's amazing the way it is. TSM, they're also going to go ahead and pick up the Timber, so it's going to be what appears to be dominant lanes already coming out here for TSM. I don't know if they want Ari to play the Techies or whether they want Whitemon to play it as the POS 5, as the hero is obviously very flexible at the moment between the 4 and 5, but either way, I don't think it matters too much. I think it's still very, very dominant no matter where it goes. And you know what? If you did end up running a Techies Timbersaw lane, it still seems pretty damn good. Especially if this is going to be potentially a POS 1 mag. You know, like you have no issues against it with this offlane duo. And okay, they choose Monkey King, which is theoretically a pretty damn good hero against Timber. I just wonder though, because as the levels do go up on the Timbersaw, he may just stop caring about this Monkey King.
Yeah, I don't even know if they want to run offlane Timbersaw here for Kasane. I feel like this could just be setting up for the mid-Timb. And you can see the bans from TSM. They take care of the Quap still. They are expecting... Sand King Gomez should be able to read now that the Timbersaw is likely a flex pick onto mid, but you can also flex your Monkey King mid, I suppose, if you want to keep that lane tracking. It's going to be an interesting situation in the draft where you have to really have a good read here from Sand King Gomez as to what TSM wants to do. I think for Sand King Gomez, Magnus, Monkey King is, again, a pretty strong combination on hand. You've got a lot of play with the Empower here. You've got a lot of physical output. You just need strong laning partners. I think ideally for Sand King Gomez, you keep your Monkey King following this Timbersaw, whichever lane he's in. So mid or safe. As the draft goes on, you try to read as best as you can. Just get some supports that play with these heroes. Kotl probably not the best, but the one reason I point out the Kotl is just literally to make the Techies not feel as amazing. Like you see him blast off blinding light in midair. Apparently a little poof of light is enough to stop the bomb from going off. Yeah, whatever reason there is lore-wise for that is kind of funny.
It's the most annoying thing about the hero is like you use blast off, but then you still just get cancelled by everything. It's very, very annoying.
10 seconds remaining.
And I guess the ability's pretty busted at the moment, so you know, it's fair enough.
Techies in general is busted. I'm fine with his damage being so high. I'm not fine with his range being 700. That should have been tuned down with a change to universal typing, because you just do too much. I remember old Techies when you used to pick this hero on support, you'd go with like 2-3 Fairy Fires. and you wouldn't even reach a fraction. Well, you'd be like, what, 3/4 of the damage that current Techies does? It's a huge boon with very minimal investment to get this right-click harass out on Techies now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I like it, John. I think all the Techies players out there rejoiced after it became a universal hero. So, you know, Ice Frog, don't change it. Leave it as is. Let John complain as much as he wants. Just salty that his Lion never gets picked up. What can you do?
I don't really care. I mean, I still have fun with Lion. I don't care about its comp viability. There's still some fun games you play in Lion and pubs. It's just Techies is pretty rough to lane into. It really is. I mean, 700 range is just kind of dumb. Higher range than Lina. How do you justify that? Legitimately. Yeah. Like, if his range is not nerf, I expect a huge damage nerf. Reversal back to the old values. Otherwise, this here is just... It's kind of ridiculous what it does.
I mean, it is. It is ridiculous, John. Just leave it the way it is, though. SKG.
You know what I'd want, though? Like, I think the ag should be changed a bit. It feels really dumb that you just stand still, it does nothing. Just give it, like, a minimal damage value when you're standing still. You know, it's like... I think it could use that. I will say that about the ags. It's kind of funny.
I'm with you on that. I think the ags is a bit silly. Like, I remember, I think there was a Reddit thread yesterday that came up, actually, now that you mentioned the Techies ags, where someone was asking how to use it. Like, how do you actually use it effectively? And well, the answers weren't very good in that thread, let me tell you. It's I don't think anyone actually has a solid degree of understanding of how to make this ags look amazing on Techies. As Sand King Gomez, they're going to go on to a Mirana pickup here now. Mirana, obviously, still a hero that does show up quite often in the meta. Still very popular. 4th pick, SKG. Maybe just another support to come out. Potentially the POS 5. Mind you, they don't have the greatest setup for the arrow stun at the moment. Like, you do have some setup. You know, you got a Boundless Strike, but not the best.
Not the best. I'm wondering if this is our Jubei hero. He tends to play that Mirana for them. It's one of his specialties as well, as we've seen from him throughout the years. This is something he falls back to. So, keen to see what exactly the ideas are. The Void Spirit comes out. So now TSM could just run that mid Timbersaw. Just do that. Like, dodge out the Monkey King lane, crush a Void Spirit mid. We've seen this matchup multiple times. There is no way in hell Sand King Gomez runs a safe lane Void Spirit. I have seen teams do that. It does not work. It just does not work. So no need to experiment there, Sand King Gomez. You get some pretty good empower targets now. And that is another arrow setup with a Remnant. But laning into Timbersaw is going to be hellish for Void Spirit. So we'll see if TSM shows their hand a little bit early. I didn't even mention the Venomancer pickup from TSM. So they're being extra toxic with Techies Veno. Not the best stuns on hand, but if they play their cards right, these lanes make you hate the game from TSM. Like, Sand King Gomez might end up hating themselves playing this game.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a bit annoying in the laning phase, I'm sure, is TSM 4th pickup. What else do they want to pick up to be extra, like, annoying and toxic here with this draft? What else do you want? You need a mid hero, you need a safe lane. And last time around, we saw Lone Druid come out for Brawl in the mid lane. This time around, at least for now, they're going to go for the Tomato TB being picked up for the safe lane pickup. They know they're up against the Monkey King POS 1 more than likely, so they just pick up the TB. Nice hero to have against the MK. Very high armor kind of hero. Makes the MK's life a little bit more challenging. And to be fair, most of the damage that is available on Sand King Gomez right now is physical. So it does seem like it's a pretty decent TB game. And I wonder as well, like, you could go back for something like the Lone Druid for the mid lane matchup if you wanted against the Void Spirit.
Just go Timbersaw. I'm telling you, just go Timbersaw. There's no need to think too hard here in TSM. Sand King Gomez have drafted themselves into a bit of a hole. Like, no matter what, this Void Spirit has to be mid. Like, there is no way you run it in the side lane. You could still flex the Monkey King support, to be sure, but Void Spirit's stuck. Unless offlane Void Spirit plus Magnus mid maybe is a little bit more manageable up against a Timbersaw. It still sounds pretty bad. For the Mag, you can threaten back with a Skewer a little bit better. but Timbersaw really doesn't care. I think for TSM, I'm trying to think of what Kasane here can slide out. If Brawl does play that Timbersaw mid, what can we get for Kasane? Not the best Broodmother game. I think you have enough AoE clear from Sand King Gomez for that kind of ratty potential to be gone. And yeah, Sand King Gomez are expecting the Timbersaw to be mid as they are banning offlanes. I'm curious why. Like, they picked the Void Spirit thinking Timbersaw is mid. It's still not a matchup that works in favor of Void Spirit, despite him being pretty strong as a universal type. Timbersaw has decent right click as a universal type as well.
Well, final pickup here for SKG.
10 seconds remaining.
It seems like they are still lacking a POS 5 at the moment, or a POS 4, depending. The Monkey King could be put into support. We haven't seen much of MK support recently, but you could still flex it if you feel like you need to. They are going to go for the LC, so this is a very confusing draft from SKG as to exactly what they're intending to do with this draft. What are you thinking, John? Like, who's going into what position with this draft from SKG?
I'm guessing you just run the Ducho LC into the Terrorblade lane. That's pretty alright, although clearing out the illusions is a little bit tougher now with the changes to your overwhelming odds, but still not bad. You run the safe lane mag, support Monkey along with Mirana, and Void Spirit mid still. This is a little bit weird to me because you pick LC into the Timbersaw. Like, it's a strength here that will get ripped apart. Like, you've got triple melee cores, basically. Into Timbersaw, Techies, and Venomancer. That's mildly awkward. I don't... Like, the laning phase is definitely where this lineup will shine on Sand King Gomez. There is a lot of pressure while TSM doesn't have the durability, doesn't have the levels, doesn't have the farm. But once you hit mid-game into maybe a late-game timing, TSM can just sort of kite you around here. Like, they can just rip you apart in some of these prolonged fights, and they go with a Pudge coming out, which I don't mind too much. I'm wondering if they're going to do some weird flex with a mid-Pudge. Nah, Brow's just going to stick to that team we talked about. And we have Kasane. I know he's with Whitemon, but there's no need to cosplay as Cuckoo here.
Yeah,
Whitemon's comfy
Cuckoo
enough.
The Cuckoo Mancer is here. The Kasane Mancer. I mean, I love it. Why not? You know, John, I'm a hater of the offlane meta. You know me. I was the guy that kept carrying on about this before it became a meme. But, you know, it's TSM versus SKG, John. Sometimes the offlane meta is going to win.
I want to see Whitemon's camp because he looked like he has PTSD going on here from his time in T1. He didn't look. Kasane, this is the face of someone who has a Veno off, who did not want the Veno off. This is not like Cuckoo laughing, being happy. It's like, oh, it comes out. This is a man who's like, oh, why are we doing this? And I wish we had a Whitemon cam show up because he looked so dead inside. There you go.
There it is.
A while ago he was kind of laughing, kind of cheerful. Now he looks traumatized. It's like, oh my God. I leave Southeast Asia. I leave Cuckoo, and I still get this crap from you guys. To be fair though, the draft from TSM, it's not too bad. We've seen Ari Pudge before, and I think that was when they ran Darkseer Pudge duo.
Oh yes.
Right? Do you remember that?
Game.
Yeah, it wasn't the best. I think Veno Pudge is maybe a bit better, I guess. If you land your slows, you just rot them to death. So there's something there. It's an interesting one. I think at the least, Brawl is gonna stop mid. That's the one thing that you can get guaranteed from this draft. Timbersaw mid is ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. It's not gonna be too fun for Lund. Outside of that, I think this offlane from TSM, this is a risky all-in offlane, which needs to dominate this matchup up against Leonidas. And if it doesn't, then it can fall flat pretty fast because you've got a Pudge with no natural setup. right? You've got one stun. Your one stun is blast off, and I guess you could count this member. This is a very interesting draft from TSM. One stun. Is that going to be enough, Mike? It tends to not be enough.
If you're going to pick Punch, John, you don't want to set up anyway. That's the way I see it. Ari doesn't want to set up. He's going to do it himself. Mind you, you kind of already said this, but, you know, we did see Ari Punch last time, and it was not very impressive.
Bro was just blocking Ari in the cliff. It's like, no, don't get out of that little spot.
When we go. Game number 2. SKG backs against the wall, trying to force us to a game 3. Banner is going to be a bit of an even trade, I believe. Neither side going to try and force a fight. I mean, you already kind of brought this up as well, but the mid lane matchup, like, you're going to have this Timbersaw against this Void Spirit. I mean, I think we're both fairly confident Brawl's going to win out this matchup once again. As top lane, Tomato going to get jumped immediately, but a very quick sidestep. Not even going to take the Primal Spring damage from our Monkey King. So very, very quick thinking as Nine will hand over the tip to Leonidas. Nevertheless, though, mid lane, Jonathan. Bryle against Lund. This is not a very fun lane for the Void Spirit.
No, it's not, especially since Bryle hits level 2 immediately. So he's just going to be able to cop the creep wave a little bit more. He has really good right clicks to trade with a Void Spirit. He doesn't care too much about the Resonant Pulse with his magic damage, with his pure damage coming out in his spell. So you pretty much have the advantage for the Timbersaw the entire time here. It's one of the probably the best answers we've seen to the Void Spirit mid, just Timbersaw mid, and it's going to be a little bit harder for Lund to hammer in onto the Timbersaw. If he misses the Remnant, then Timbersaw has pretty free reign, and that just maintains throughout the laning phase. So it's really down to whether or not SKG can maybe get a support rotation in while levels are low. Take a look down the line if they can, as they're maintaining that tri lane top. And this is a way to play with your arrow burst potential, play with your skewer back potential as well. Can get a bit dicey into Techie's Terrorblade though, just like that.
Jabay, he's just gonna get deleted here by Whitemon, and no blast off necessary that time, Jonathan. The Mirana just sitting at level 1 with arrow, did not have leap charges. Whitemon just holding on to the blast off for next time. I mean, why not?
Yeah, it's just so easy to get these slows off. Just reflection plus sticky bomb, and you can't really run. Already a nice pickup there. The tri lane from SKG being broken up doesn't do too much.
Oh, Jabay. He's okay. Whitemon, he could actually blast off if he wanted to dive. I wouldn't recommend it, but he did have a blood grenade, so he probably would have secured the kill. Nevertheless, Jabay did have one more leap charge, so probably could have just juked it out. Anyway, though, TSM, we should talk about the bot lane. You're going to have Kasane and Ari. They're going to be up against Nine and Ducho. Very weird kind of lane here. The Monkey King and LC. Safe lane combination for SKG. Not very fun, to say the least. So, sure, you've got a nice purge with the press the attack from Ducho, but even then, it's not going to be a very fun lane at all for him.
No. Certainly not. I mean, you take away a lot of the kill threat coming out from TSM, to be fair, with all of these spells stacking on. So you're not going to be able to be as aggressive on Kasane and Ari. But you also can't zone out the Venomancer. And it's double melee into Pudge Veno at the end of the day. So it's not like you can expect Nine to run up and try to do something to get some zoning here. And when it devolves to a farming lane, you're honestly not too upset about that on the Venomancer, so you're kind of fine just trading like this in a farming lane. It's all down to how well Dutra can time his use of press the attack.
Yeah, I mean, well, nice boundless from Nine, really saving the day. Ari's still trying to go. Hook eventually going to be out. Ducho is going to go down. Nine trying to jump in, but now he's in danger. Oh boy. Ari, he will drop for his trouble, but he gets the kill first. Just rubbing salt into the wound of Nine. Kasane, of course, he will remain standing, John. He's got double braces up on the Veno. He's becoming a bit of a tankier boy.
He's tankier. His right clicks are pretty high. He does as much as the LC. and right click, so that's pretty fun with your poison sting on top of that. Very balanced universal heroes. It's that's the weird thing. Venomancer, I think out of a lot of the universal hero typing doesn't use the stats as well, but Double Bracer is just insane on any universal hero. So you're pretty happy with it's coming out here. And for the side of SKG, I mean, we talk about what they needed from the last game, Mike. They needed stronger lanes. It doesn't look like they've really found that just yet. None of their lanes shaping up the way you'd want them to. I'd say it's even cleaner here from TSM in comparison to Game 1, actually, from the laning phase here.
Radiant are scanning.
Certainly is. 1-3 so far. TSM 2k advantage. At least, I think the brighter side so far is SKG have not lost Lund in the mid lane. Like, Lund's not having the best time in the world, but it's not a complete stop. You know, sure, Brawl's 10 CS ahead, but Lund, unlike last game, isn't getting entangled and just being harassed out by a Spirit Bear. And this time around, he actually can hit some creeps and soak some XP. So it's not the worst.
Really not the worst. I think once you hit level 6 in Bryle, that matchup changes drastically, though. Like, the Chakram threat tends to be the point where we see heroes die on that mid. Let's see how well they can dodge out. Whitemon, he does manage to sidestep off the tree line, so no arrow connecting, and they just shove away again, giving a lot of space out to Tomato. It's his Terrorblade. We've seen him farm like a madman on this hero before when there's no laning pressure. Does look like one of those games where he should pop off.
Jubei ends up going down. Whitemon able to secure a kill for himself once again here on the techies. Yeah, Whitemon, he's going to rotate mid as well. No blast off available, so chances are they are not going to be able to try and get the Void Spirit, but it seems like he just wants to get some deeper wards down. It's bottom lane, Kasane, 9 are going at it. 9 kind of losing the war of attrition as he does need to get the hell out. Even Ducho being chased down now. Both of them being slowed up by Ahri. That'll be 2 strength for Ahri. Some nice value here for the Pudge. And Kasane, he's just being a real nuisance here, John. In fact, he's even building up the treads, so maybe we are going to see a right-click build here from Kasane as top lane. Bit of a chase here from Leonidas. Blast off is going to land from Whitemon. Even had the sticky bomb, and with the right clicks, he almost got the kill. Still looking for it. Meanwhile, 9 does go for the tree dance. Jumps back in with the Boundless Strike. Problem is Tomato is in the Metamorphosis, so he's hitting very, very hard right now, but they're just trying to focus down Whitemon. And they have got him. As Tomato, he is trying to back off. Lund is on the chase. Even more TPs incoming. The TP is completely surrounded, but here comes Bryle. Jubei is down. Tomato avoids the Primal Spring. 9 is in trouble. Bryle takes him down to boot, and now the turnaround is on. Lund needs to get the hell out. He will walk away. Has an astral step if necessary. And TSM, they do lose their techies. They will not lose their TB.
That's a lot of commitment out for this. Ducho?
Yeah, Ducho is gone. Kasane will take his second kill of the game. And what do you reckon, John? I mean, funnily enough, I was going to ask you, because you were saying Veno's the worst universal hero in terms of like these right-click builds, right? He's going what seems to be a right-click build. At least for now with the treads build up. Like, what do you think about this?
I don't mind it too much. I think he's actually going for an Atos, it looks like, by this build-up, which is fine. I don't think he go Gleipnir. That's where it gets maybe a little bit funny if Kasane goes for the full Gleipnir upgrade, but you never know.
I'd love it.
This
This
could be revolutionary tech. Cuckoo must be out there watching. Oh, Cuckoo's planning now for his Monday game. It's like, oh, this is the tech.
Oh, nice hook. Ahri, very nice hook onto Lund. Not going to matter, though. He's fine. No further lockdown here for the Pudge yet. Well, he does just hit level 6 now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Dismember is now up. Ahri, in fact, chasing down 9. Or maybe 9's chasing him down because Jubei's going to join in. But Ahri, he's actually a pretty tanky target. Nice Boundless, though, from 9. Landing on 2. Going to set up for 1. Bryle even going to go down as well. Lund, very happy to secure a double kill here. What a perfect setup from the Boundless Strike of 9.
Yeah, they just line up for it this time. Oh, Ducho
Should be dead, surely.
He's just
I mean, he's
trapped.
trying to heal up, but it's not going to be enough. He's down. 9? He's all right.
You know, I'm pretty sure if Cuckoo doesn't see this game, Whitemon will be like, hey, Cuckoo, look at this build.
So you're telling me Talon has a chance? Here we go, Ari. Ari fighting Jabay for a moment. 9 in the meantime. A very nice balance onto 3, but a perfect hook from Ari. Gonna land onto the MK and secure the kill here as the Pudge. A much stronger performance here from Ari on this Pudge compared to last time around. Here comes Leonidas though. Shockwave off the mark. Ari still running. Whitemon actually blocking his way. So Ari now has to be forced to fight. A skewer away though from Leonidas, but a nice RP. It lands on 2. Ari at least should die. Dismember's not enough. Kasane now trying to run, but no, never mind the turnaround. London Leonidas both going down. Jabay in the meantime trying to run. One more right click does it. The leap was just too late. And in we go. Tier 1 bottom tower is gone.
Yeah, this is the one thing you can do. That Terrorblade, group up around the early Metamorphosis and just melt objectives. Gonna be able to find that bot. Mid's already been cleared from just Bryle constantly shoving in, and he's sniping some snacks now as well. So our Timbersaw off to a pretty damn good start. I believe that's Vanguard coming out for him as well. Lots of durability up against this physical output. And the side of TSM, 5 to 14, 7k lead coming out from them. Kasane, the happiest man in the world, as you know, he gets to play a Venomancer, Mike. I'm sure there must be a psychological profile stereotype set that enjoys Venomancer regardless. I believe that's called a sickness, Mike.
It is an illness, Jonathan. It is a pretty big illness. Not as bad as the Tinker players though, John. Let's be fair.
True.
You know, there's
That
levels
is
to
true.
this. There's levels to all this, Jonathan. The Veno nowhere near the level of the Tinker players. I'll tell you.
What if Kasane actually went for Gleipnir though?
I mean, I'd love it. I told you. Jabay, mid leap, gets dismembered. Will pop another leap, but that was his last one, and that means he is going to die. Ari really starting to stack up the flesh heaps now as Brawl in the meantime going to find Leonidas, who already skewered away. Not going to be enough from Leonidas. He's gone. Brawl able to pick up another kill on the Timber. TSM, well, they're just looking for more now, Lund. Could be in a bit of danger. That was his last actual step charge. He popped his last one for now, 10 seconds away from the next one. Uh-oh. All for an illusion rune. Can't say worth.
Oh,
Jabay, very nice hook again from Ari. The sticky bomb lands, no more leap charges. They even have the Rod of Atos up now on Kasane. TSM really starting to take over this game. It's starting to look extremely challenging for SKG.
yeah, I mean, for SKG's part, eventually you can get this Magnus online with Harpoon. The support Monkey does take a lot of the bite away. Like, Empower and LC can be strong, but it's not as scary as a Monkey King with a big Wukongs. I think that's where this closer from SKG just kind of doesn't feel amazing. Like, you're still running basically the POS 1 mag instead of the offlane mag. And that means that...
Ducho?
No.
Yeah, he's had a rough game here again, John Ducho. Not even at the Blade Mail yet, as he's going to drop. Now does have at least the Blade Mail. He does buy it out just before he dies. Not really feeling like it's going to help too much without the Blink Dagger up, to be fair, but it is a start.
Yeah, at the least. You can have a little bit more durability coming out here. I don't know if
Look
it's...
at those items on the Venom. Look at the queued up
Oh
items.
my god.
He's doing it. He's
going-
doing it.
Ooh, what a hook.
Ari! He thread the needle! What a hook from Ari! Kasane, he might die for this, but they've already got Lund down. Now Ari moving in, Dismember is out. Nine's gonna die in the meantime. Ducho is running. Hook again, gonna be right on target from Ari. And Jabay, he leaped in for some reason. Trying to leap back out. It is not gonna matter though, he is down. He will die with the team.
Yeah. goes down with a ship. The only positive for Sand King Gomez is it's space for Leonidas. They see Ari, but they walk in straight lines. That is just so strange. Like, there, they've got Vision with a monkey. Walk the straight line. This one a little bit more impressive for the Ancients for sure. But the hook on Ducho, it's also like you saw the pudge. You know the pudge is there. It's just another straight line.
9. Oh, 9. Very hard to play the MK into a timber naturally, and I mean, you're still looking at the last highlights of the last team fight. Is Ari going to go for a hook again, right on target? Someone tell Ari he's allowed to miss this game. I mean, he can miss once or twice, you know? You can't look this good with the hooks.
You never miss. Man's got to never miss, Mike, because he's playing with a Venomancer. He has to carry it, do his all, just out of fear, out of the trauma that I'm sure, the war stories that Whitemon must have told. Kasane is, I mean, he's going the polar opposite of the usual Cuckoo build, to be fair. It's like, all right, let's make this as the least traumatic experience for Whitemon. You know, they are concerned for their teammate.
I think you mean the new Cuckoo build. This is exactly what Cuckoo will be doing from now on, I think, even as the POS 5.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Maybe he goes back to POS 3 after seeing this. 9? Look at this. You're telling me Cuckoo doesn't want to be doing this? Spamming SMG songs while just killing people with Venom?
No, I'm pretty sure he'd spam like the Polaris voice lines. Pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of
yeah.
What's that caster's name that keeps doing the voice lines for them?
I think Chuplak.
Hold that thought. One moment, John. Ducho's in trouble. Should just be dead. Blastoff's going to land. Very nice. Just on the edge from Whitemon. Ducho at least has the Moonlight Shadow, and TSM do not have Dust available. So he's going to be okay. Can't say the same for Jabay top lane, though. Going to die to Ari, who's been really popping off on this pudge. You said Chuplak, right?
Yeah, Chuplak. Yes.
I was going to say, if that guy gets an invite to TI, we are all screwed. Like, his voice lines are going to just sell out. Nobody else is going to sell anything. That guy, he's bringing out some bangers, I'll tell you.
That he is. He does cast in Messiah, which is also mildly niche. But yeah, his voice lines
they don't
are
hire
always
Messiah for TI?
No, you don't even hire him for Filipino cast. He just does it on his own page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a
Fair
regional dialect. It's a dialect. It's not like... To be fair, I feel like there's more Bisaya speakers now just by population. I remember a stat like that. But, yeah. The Aegis does go the way of TSM as they manage to take a top of that kill. So Bryle has 2 lives, which is always a great feeling. It's a little bit weird to have Aegis on Tim because you respawn, you don't have max reactive. If you had Ags, perhaps it feels a little bit better. Not quite there yet for Bryle. And yeah, it's just a stable game for TSM, 6-27, 14k up. Kasane is almost at Mantis stop.
You gotta get him, Kasane. Look at this. What an Atos. Look at the damage on. Amazing. Kasane, can he actually get this kill solo? No, it looks like he probably can't. They even RP him. Just to make sure. I mean, you kind of had to, right?
I don't know. You have to RP. You just killed the Veno, right? I mean, Lund dodged out the plague damage with the dissimulate, so you're already kind of happy with that. I guess you get what you do what you have to do, right? Like, just find the kill. Even though maybe it's a little bit excessive.
Top lane, Leonidas. Dismember from Ari, gonna be out. Whitemon is there with the follow-up blast off. Mine's being placed as well. Leonidas, he's gonna try and skewer away, but he brings Ari with him. Like, it's... At least SKG aren't out of this game by any stretch. They are still playing out the game a little bit, but it's a challenging one as Kasane's going again by himself into 3 heroes.
What's he doing?
He's a tanky boy, but he's gone into 3 on his own, and Kasane is gonna die. Which is eerily similar to some other Veno players that I know.
I can't. This build.
The Void Spirit getting caught as well. Lund. Gonna go down. I'll tell you what, John. Maybe send one of the boys from Talon this game. You know, forward it to somebody else. They might have a chance at the major.
No, I'm pretty sure Whitemon will be the one telling him all about, telling Cuckoo all about this. They say, hey, Cuckoo, you see this build? So good. Good build. Do it as well, Cuckoo. He stalled out from the ultimate orb, but you know, Kasane's gonna get there eventually into the Manta, into the Scotty, into the Ags.
Nice chakra. 9 gets caught in the tree line again. So the thing is, Tomato's about to hit that Scotty timing. Like, once you've hit the Scotty, I'm pretty sure TSM just trying to finish the game.
We don't care about the Terrorblade Scotty. We care about the Veno Scotty, okay?
That's true. That is very true.
This doesn't matter.
Leonidas thinking about... He does RP to try and escape from this. And in fact, Ducho's going to move in for a duel. This will be the second duel he wins. And Ari, in fact, also getting caught out. So SKG showing that there's still signs of life from their end of things. As they do kill off 2. They do even get their mag out of there.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of stuck buying space for Kasane. He's the one that's taking safe form. I mean, you know, it's funny for a little bit. At some point, you're like, all right, this. You have to be careful about bleeding out these streaks on Ari. It's a lot of gold. Kasane, he goes for the combination, but he can't right-click them down, unfortunately. You know what fixes that? You know what fixes that? Like, you finish the Gleipnir, right? You're already invested in the Manta, I suppose. You could just go Scotty. Go Gleipnir, Scotty, and then go Daedalus. Daedalus, Venomancer. Isn't that the play? God bless.
I like it. I like it. Whitemon, be careful, sir. Tormentor is about to kill Whitemon. He does get away from it. So Kasane going to get the shards up now, John. So now you've got the latent toxicity available on the Venomancer. Very, very nice.
I'm always wondering about this. How does Kasane get it when your 2 supports are poorer and they don't have shard? I mean, you have Ari shard, I guess, so it's always a little bit rough, you know? And it's like, all right, it's between a support and the core gets it, and it's the Venomancer. Granted, latent toxicity is not bad, but, you know, Taser in the jump in, Taser on Ari would be big.
Ducho, he tried to TP out. He's going to have to fight instead. But there is no fighting against that many heroes of TSM, and they immediately smoke up right after. No messing around. They want to head right into the mid lane. Mind you, I mean, they're 1k away from Tomato Scotty, so I don't think he really wants to fight without it, or without the meta for that matter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They are heading down bottom, so it looks like they're just going to try and secure the tier 2 bottom tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Jabay going to be spotted by Bryle here. Bryle can jump in, dismember out from Ari again, and Ari 17 flesh heap stacks now, 29 strength for the punch as Lund trying to get a trade is going to find one. Should be okay to back off, though I say that. He's committed both actual step charges, so Brawl's going to try and rush in. But he does have the dissimulate with the shards up, so still escaping just fine for now. In fact, I say shard, I mean the Talon, excuse me, is Lund. Nice TP away from Lund. And Whitemon's stuck on the cliff.
He doesn't have a TP too. This is beautiful.
Meanwhile, Kasane, look at this, Jonathan. Soloing Ducho in the mid lane.
He's got the Manta up. You know, he's got a self-dispel. Oh my god. Scotty, Veno next. That's exciting. That's when this game should be, you know, unwinnable. The Venomancer's so farmed up.
Oh, here we go. Lund going to jump in. Ooh. Ari actually hooks out the Void Spirit, but I think one of the Veno instead is Lund. Going to get dismembered by Ari. They'll pop the Moonlight here, and Ari should just go down, but they are still trying to fight. Kasane is not backing off as Brawl's going to come in. SKG looking like they're in a bit of trouble now as Tomato moves up with the Metamorphosis as well. Lund is trying to run, but he goes right into Tomato. Astral Step Charge available in 5, and never mind.
Jeez.
Radiant's bottom
Triple
tower
kill for
is
Bryle.
under attack.
Runs right into the minds of Whitemod. And I think now TSM gonna be pretty happy to try and at least move up for a tier 3 mid tower.
Radiant's
Yeah, there's not much holding them off. Like, there's maybe an RP threat from Leonidas, but doesn't have the blink, only has that harpoon and a manta on top. So it's a little bit harder to find the angles in here. See what they can get done. Fortify's there to at least stall out. Tomato doesn't have the most time left in the meta. It's more than enough time to do at least some damage onto that tier 3, less than half HP now. And they just play it safe. TSM not looking to give opportunities out onto the side of SKG. Play it safe, maybe look for some pickoffs again, as respawns are fairly short.
SKG is still holding on, 17k behind. Dota Plus sitting at 4% in favor of SKG, so not a very high chance, but a chance nonetheless as Lund. Mid lane, Hawk off the mark this time from Ari, trying to predict where the Void Spirit will walk, but Dismember will hold him down at least for now. He does get stunned up and he is just dead. Lund tipping Ari a little bit early there, I think. So everyone else starts tipping Lund. Even his own teammates are tipping Lund now. Jump in from Leonidas. He's got Tomato. That's a great target if they can secure him. Tomato, he is dropping rather low. He's gone.
Oh my god.
That's a stun. They've even found Ari, but Brawl's the real problem. The triple kill from the Timber. Zlan brought back for this, but he's the only one left standing.
And they find some big kills. You took down Tomato, it's just that it took all of your control, all of your teamfight spells to come out to find that Terrorblade. And you still have enough output to still clear out these racks. Kasane is just standing here all by his lonesome, and Lund can't stop him. Clears out mid, they back off once more. We are 100 gold, we are 1,000 gold away, 1,100 from the Scotty Venomancer. Let's go. I don't want anything else to happen in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just took the mid racks basically on his own. Like you don't need your calls anymore. He's doing it.
Pretty much. Like, Lund couldn't do anything to stop that, so that's a freebie out for Kasane. I want to see the Scotty, man. I want to see... It's so funny to see Venomancer's attack animation so fast. It looks like it was never meant to go this fast.
It's not, John. It's not. He is going for the Gleipnir, by the way. He's Scotty, Gleipnir. Maybe get to the point where he's able to buy a Moonshot. That'd be kind of nice. You know, why not?
Maybe go like E-Blade, Revenant's Brooch.
No,
feels like...
It's all about the right.
Yeah, but that is right click. What do you mean? It is right click.
Oh, it is
them down,
right click.
right click them through the E-Blade. Amps
But you have
up
to press
your
more
lightning
buttons, John.
damage. That's fair.
Then you've got a
Two
left click.
buttons.
That's the problem. SKG, they do show up top lane. Immediate rotation from Bryle. Ari, having a look around, seeing if you can find a nice Dismember or Hook.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan, of course, going to get started here by TSM. Scotty is now officially up on the Veno. There you go, John. Dreams do come true.
It does 300 damage per right click. Why?
It's a universal hero, John. He's still at hook out from
He
Ari.
does more damage than Tomato's right clicks do. Look at that. 188 to 194 for Terrorblade. For your Venomancer, it's 299 to 302. It's like...
But,
okay. He's
a tomato.
why? Oh, he needs mana. He was trying to regen back. Mana, right. 299 to 302. Terrorblade's 100 less. What is this?
I mean, he's the carrier now, John. Whether you like it or not, this is peak Veno performance right here. So he goes the tier 2 top tower now. They aren't going high ground yet, but I'm sure it's coming any moment as they are just waiting for the creep waves to meet.
Ooh.
Jump in, Bryle. Already on to Ducho, who's forced the BKB up out of this one. Hook, a little bit off the mark. Gonna land, so TSM, seeing the BKB committed by Ducho, they're just gonna move right into the T3 top tower and force a big team fight out of SKG, who are lacking quite a bit of buybacks. Only buybacks they have right now are on the supports for SKG, so it could be pretty rough if any of their cores do end up going down. They're moving with the Moonlight Shadow. Jump in immediately. They've got the TB already, and it looks like they've got him down. That'll be the Aegis gone here for Tomato. But they've also lost Leonidas. So the position 1 of SKG is down to boot. And so Tomato can basically just keep going. Ari's getting tipped again. I think they're paying huge respect to the punch this game, as Ari's just done such a fantastic job. Bryle, in the meantime, getting jumped here by Lund, is still somewhat going down, but has the cheese. It's just gonna eat it. Pauses out from Lund as he's disconnected. I don't know if it's worth pausing here, Bryle. I don't think it's a DC. There we go. GG is called. And there we go. TSM taking the 2-0 victory is, well, you know, Lund, he finished how he started, right? With a quick RQ.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? It was, again, start to finish, strong performance coming out from TSM. Sand King Gomez, a little bit of a struggle. They get, for some reason, they pick the Void Spirit onto the Timb, and then they expect the Timb mid. In the end, the lane matchup doesn't work out all too well for Lund. Inside of TSM, every single part of this machine works out well, even though we saw Whitemon after the Venmancer pick. He looked like he was getting a little bit of that tasty PTSD from good old T1, but it works out here for TSM. They execute on this, well, Kasane with a revolutionary Veno build. I don't know if he even had a lot of impact, but you know what? 300 damage right clicks. It's impactful enough to me.
Let me tell you how much impact he had, John. Highest hero damage is Kasane on the Veno, just so you're aware, in this game. So, I mean, say what you will, he did the most damage of any other hero on the map from TSM.
I feel like you'd still have highest hero damage without the right-click build, though, wouldn't you? Just with Noxious Plague.
Don't be like that, Jonathan. I'm trying to look for some, you know, some key points here. He almost did more building damage than Tomato as well, by the way. He was only 1k off from having the same building damage as Tomato. So do that with what you will with that, Jonathan. Those are the stats here. As we see the highlights, SKG, I mean, props to them, a much closer game than game 1 was, but I mean, to be absolutely fair to TSM, they look like they were having a bit too much fun here in this game. So they do win out pretty convincingly nonetheless. You know, even if it was a closer game, I dare say it was a still pretty dominant game from TSM. Obviously, a mess up here and there, but overall pretty clean gameplay. And with that, I mean, SKG, sadly, Jonathan, that does mean they are remaining in that last place slot for now. And I believe you're kind of reliant on the other teams in the danger zone, kind of losing their next matchups, which are Alpha and Bait, that basically need to lose, which, don't get me wrong, there's a decent chance of that happening, but it's certainly not a comfortable position for SKG to try and remain in Div 1.
Yeah, it's not the best for the side of SKG. Nounce is going to play against Alpha, so that, again, should be Nounce favorite anyway. It's really the Felt versus Bait matchup that might catch them off guard, but again, we've also seen Felt. They've performed really well up against the bottom half, and we do have, again, our scoreboard showing up. We have to hand our MVP out as well. Mike, who you feeling like had the best showing here?
I mean, it's got to be Ari, right? Like, regardless of what the KDA is on Bryle and everything else, like this guy, the hooks he was landing this game, just fantastic, and a pretty big difference from the last time we saw him. You know, last time the punch performance ended up kind of losing them the game, to say the least. This time around, Ari was not having that. Fantastic punch play, very, very entertaining to watch, and I mean, some of those hooks were just art, so props to Ari. Love to see it from this map. He will be awarded the MVP for game number 2 of TSM versus SKG. And that's really it for this series, Jonathan. TSM, again, I dare say a pretty convincing win from them. Pretty much what everyone, I think, was expecting against SKG. Still one of the top teams in NA. It does, of course, leave them in the running as well for the major. However, that implies Nouns loses to Alpha in our next series. That's the condition. Nouns have to lose to Alpha for TSM to have a chance.
Yeah, I don't think Nouns would give them a homie stock, Mike. There's no way they fall down 2 games there. Pretty rough to see, but you never know, I suppose, in NA, although that one's pretty cut and dry. I think the one thing for TSM with this win is that it solidifies their position as number 3, which is important for the points, because despite not going to the major, there's still a pretty decent chance that TSM can be in the top 12 by points. Again, that bottom cutoff will shift depending how the major goes, depending what our final rankings are in the DPC. The safest cut point of 1,300, I believe, or 1,280 is, it's just like the upper end to be completely sure that despite any wacky results in the major, let's say the bottom teams from the 12 or teams outside from the top 12 start winning into the major, like placing first off a top 3 finish in DPC, that's where your minimum starts to rise a little bit weird. But TSM still has a solid shot at ending up at TI depending on results. So it was important for them to find number 3 for that reason alone. And who knows? Like you never know where these point situations end up. You never know what happens in the major. You never know who pops off all of a sudden. So it's good to see. Potentially, we might have 2 NA teams come through. Heck, maybe even 3 if now it's again one of those teams that could just end up upsetting the entire order. Let's say Nouns wins everything, and then that's the kind of circumstance where the minimum bar is raised up. So there's some crazy possibilities with these points, Mike. Should be interesting as we head into Southeast Asia, into Bali. Wish we could be there. Would be fun.
What can you do? I mean, nevertheless, it's kind of the position you don't want to be in as TSM. Like, regardless of whether you still have a good chance or not, now you're relying on results from the major to kind of solidify your chance at TI. And for the NA region in particular, obviously, the fans of NA, that they want more teams to be there. Like, this is the same thing that happened last year when we were doing SEA. It always feels bad when you have like 2 teams that qualify, and that's the maximum. We do have an interview ready with the man himself. Coach Moon Meander is with us, so let's head over to him and see what he has to say. Mr. Moon Meander, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here against SKG. How are you feeling, my friend?
Feeling pretty good. The weather's nice outside. Birds are chirping. Life is good.
Well, Moon, I know it's been a bit of a tough 2 or 3 for you guys. I don't want to get into the depressing side of things straight away, but can you talk to me about the Shopify versus TSM matchup from your perspective? I think that's what everyone wants to hear from the coach. What do you think went wrong?
So I think that this time the ideas I had going to the Tour 3 were really weak. We spent a lot of time focusing on the external factors of the team that we didn't really have much time to focus on the patch. And unlike the previous 2 tours, I felt like they really messed up in the draft, and we just kind of got free wins. This time we had to battle for a win, and they were the stronger team this tour, so that's why we lost.
Okay, fair enough. What are you thinking about this patch? Like, you're obviously drafting for the team. Like, you may have had issues straight off the bat with the patch, but as time's gone on, like, do you like the patch as a coach, or do you dislike it compared to the last one?
Honestly, I really like the patch. The only thing I hate about the patch is the Glico system with the Immortal draft. I think the Glico system is great, but it should not exist in Immortal draft, because you shouldn't be able to pick like the low rank players. So you get like -20, +40. Like, I won 3 games, lost 2, and I lost MMR. And I wasn't the captain in any of those games, so I didn't have any influence over it. I thought it's really bad, really stupid system that they added in. Other than that, patch created the hero, the balance, everything is good. I feel like right now a lot of heroes can work. All this Magnuses, Beastmaster, Medusas, they're all beatable. They're not like free win like last patch, Dooms, they're all beatable. So I think the Dota is in a good balance right now.
That certainly is. Going into TI, Moon Meander, I mean, you guys still have quite a bit of points, so there is still a solid chance to try and make TI without having to go through qualifiers, even if you guys don't get to the Bali Major. But what's the morale like with the team, Moon? I mean, are you guys like kind of happy? You're sad? Is it, are you guys passive about all this?
When my teammates lost, everyone got hit pretty hard. I'm pretty sure individually. It was a wake-up call to each player, and I like to look at the positives. I feel like the positives is that if my team cannot recover from this, we will not make it far in Dota, regardless. And I feel that they will be stronger from this, because it's always the pain and the failures that define a person, whether a person is going to be successful or not the victories.
That's very true. Very, very true. One more thing I wanted to ask before I let John ask some questions. We had an interview with Ari a few weeks back. I think it might have been during the first week or second week. And he mentioned to us that the team was having some communication issues at that time, but you guys resolved it. Are you able to kind of shed some light on that from your perspective? Like, what was happening with the team within the first week of the tour?
I feel like people were... communication has always been a big problem in all kinds of sports, where sometimes people are so focused in the game that they unintentionally not listen to their teammates, and stuff gets repeated, and they're really inefficient communications. For example, someone would say like, I want to go here, but there's no reasoning behind it, I feel like. And I'm really trying to help them push towards the having more efficient comms and stuff, and I feel like it's gotten better since then. And besides that, I feel like they are like 5 young guys, obviously, and there's no really like big boomer captain voice like controlling them in the game. And some might look at it as a downside, but this is the path that and decision I've chosen, and it's because I feel like I was inspired by team spirit, where they didn't have a captain. They were struggling for the whole year, but they won TI because, yes, they don't have a boomer voice, but they have the freaking skill to do it. And that's my vision for this team.
All right, love to hear it. John, go on.
Yeah, all right, Moon. Always great to talk to you. I'm curious, you mentioned, this patch being open to a lot of innovation. I'm curious what your thoughts were on game number 2 with Kasani's build-up. I mean, I know Venomancer is a universal here. I don't think I see a right-click Veno build all too often. Was that something that Kasani raised up with you as well before? Was this something practiced before?
No, the boys played on Overthrow, and we discovered a couple builds. And we feel like Venomancer has a nice spot in the meta because he's a universal hero. And universal heroes benefit a lot of stats and stuff. Plus, we're trying to help out the Cuckoo Mancer in the C region, give him some free tips and tricks like, yo, Cuckoo, you want to build Venomancer? This is it right here. Stuff like that. Because he's about to play his biggest match, right? To go to Bali, his first major. So he really needs his win. So
he
Cuckoo,
does. I'm sure this is the build.
Don't buy Vanguard and all this garbage. Venomancer gives 0 stats as a universal hero. Buy actual stat items on Venomancer if you want to win.
I'm looking forward to whether or not he's listening. I'm sure Whitemon will just straight up tell him as well to do that build, so we'll see. I am curious, on a more serious note here, Moon. You guys have gone through a lot of LANs. I'm sure every single one was like a big learning experience for the squad. You guys still have a LAN lined up despite not going to Bali. Dream League is still lined up. What's the big difference with TSM at the start of the year on the initial LANs and going into this final LAN before TI now?
Well, a lot of two of my members are first year competitive, so they're not really used to a lot of the high level competition. They're like, wow, what the heck, Captain's Mode so different. Plus, they're like first time in a team environment, going to LAN. It's like they went to LAN, so they're getting a lot of experience. And these guys are learning a lot as the year goes by, and things has been rough. Times have been rough, but times has been good, and I feel like as the year progresses, we're only gonna get stronger and stronger.
It has been showing, and hopefully we see that improvement continue, and we'll see what the regional qualifiers will be like. Chances are you guys might not even have to go through it, so all up in the air, but it's always good to talk to you.
Honestly, even if like we don't win, go through points or whatever, it doesn't really matter to us because we're just gonna fucking destroy Nouns anyway if you play the international qualifiers. They're so stupid for like beating us and talking shit about us. Like, if we ever play, I hope we don't qualify through points so I can fucking smash them and they can sit at home watch us play TI.
That's what I want to hear. Hell yeah.
I was going to say, this has been a very unbased interview. Moon's been very, very humble today, but there it is. There's the words we wanted to hear. I mean, if we're going to be based, Moon, Bulba was talking some crap today. He was saying the only reason they lost to you guys in the first 2 tours was because Shopify messed up each time. You got any words to say to Bulba about that?
No, I mean, it's the truth. I don't think he's being based. I don't think he's flaming us. I think he's just telling the truth. He messed up. He won't say why he messed up. I'll tell you why he messed up. He gave us Lina twice and Lina Treant when it was freaking imbalanced as hell. And then when Lina got nerfed, the first 2 Lina gave us Lycan both times. So like, yeah, they messed up like crazy in the draft. That's why they messed up. Otherwise, we actually had to play real Dota, but we didn't have to play real Dota. We could suck dick and still beat them because the draft was so imbalanced. But the Tour 3, he smashed me in the draft. You know, it happens sometimes. So Tour 1, Tour 2 goes to me, Tour 3 goes to him. That's how sometimes it goes.
Oh, man. Well, thank you for the brilliant interview, as always. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and best of luck for the road to TI and, of course, Dream League as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is a lovely mood. I love talking to this guy. If there's one guy I love talking to in NA, it's Moon Meander. He always has something great to say to us, Jonathan. He's had some great words, as per always. And, you know, look, I'm not going to lie to you, John. He did seem a little bit down today. And that's understandable, of course. Like, there was some expectations from him that were not met, sadly. And obviously, as a coach, there's only so much you can do to try and, you know, help the team out. Obviously, it's up to the boys to actually play out the game. So it can be a little bit stressful with the coach. But nevertheless, obviously, as he said, he's still very confident in getting to TI. And he had some beautiful words for Nouns, who are coming up next. Jonathan, Alpha versus Nouns is up next. Now, hear me out. Maybe Moon's playing the psychological game. Maybe he knows Nouns are watching right now. Maybe he's trying to mess them up a little bit here against Alpha. Because if Alpha, right, in the off chance that Alpha wins against Nouns, and I do mean off chance, right, there's a very low chance that happens, but if it does happen, then TSM versus Nouns are officially in a tiebreaker for second place. In which case, we can have a very, very based interview once again with Moon Meander if that were to happen and if TSM were to win.
It would be very based. I don't know if that would happen though. I don't think anyone watches us, Michael Phoenix. I believe the viewers we do get love all of you. They're probably just an illusion in my mind. I think I've made that many accounts on Twitch. You know me. I get very insecure about my own Twitch. So I'm sure we have 5 actual viewers. Great viewers out there, but the rest, I'm sorry. I kind of botched it out. So I'm pretty sure no one from Nouns is watching. But if they were, I'm pretty sure they're not affected. Yeah, you think about Nouns, they're outside of maybe Yamson, they're all pretty chill. Okay, maybe outside Yamson and Moon, they're all pretty chill. So I'm curious whether or not that would affect them.
To be fair, we haven't heard from Astini yet. Maybe Astini talks with us after the series.
No,
maybe Astini has some words to say. Okay,
that's fair.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we do have to head off to a break. But right after that break, of course, we're going to be back with Nouns versus Alpha to see if Nouns can secure the second major spot for NA. We'll be back very, very soon with that matchup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into our final series of the night. It is, of course, going to be Nouns versus Alpha to secure their position at the Bali Major. Jonathan, top 2 spot is on the line here for Nouns. Secure their position, obviously give them a higher chance at TI, but for now, it's mostly about just attending the Major and trying to go from there, I think. And of course, for Alpha, they are fighting to try and stay away from that relegation position that is the bottom 2 of Division 1. Jonathan, before we get into it, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. This is a pretty exciting series to see here in NA. It should look pretty good for now. It's coming into this, probably the big favorites. We can take a look at some of our stats to back us up as well, with some of our team comparisons coming out before we hit the draft. But again, now it should be the favorite coming in. I think Alpha, it's been a little bit of a struggle. We heard the story of this lineup when we managed to talk to Braxy. It's a fresh stack. They had to pretty much redefine themselves coming in here into Div 1. And Alpha as an org has been in and out of Div 1 quite a fair bit here in NA. So it's been a little bit back and forth. It's a little bit rough going, but that's the way NA goes, you know. It's sometimes you just kind of bounce up and down for a long time before getting some stability here. Again, it should be Nouns' favorite, stats-wise even, just looking at how these teams play. Nouns have been able to take faster games, take more convincing games. Of course, the spice here is that if they do drop to Alpha, it's going to be a little bit interesting for that number 2 slot. We heard some words from Moon Meander. You know, there's a little bit of a interesting matchup there with TSM down the line if Nouns don't manage to clear out, as we do see there good faces coming out there. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be, that'd be an amazing matchup if it came down to it. It'd be there'd be some words exchanged here, and I'm sure there's going to be some words exchanged after this series if Nouns do pull it off, as we do get to the beautiful places, spaces of Nouns, not the places, Jonathan. The Nouns is not a place, sadly. Could be, though. So we are obviously going to have a look at Alpha as well. You kind of mentioned that these guys have been struggling, to say the least. You know, still bottom of the pack here for Alpha. They do have their opportunity to prove that they do deserve to be in Division 1 of NA. Mind you, if they do lose this series, it's not like they're guaranteed to be relegated. It just puts them in the danger zone, right? And then you're kind of relying on Bait to lose their next series against Phil if you do lose this one as Alpha, right? And that would make a 3-way tie, I believe, between Alpha, SKG, and Bait, assuming Alpha lose this and Bait lose the next matchup against Phil. And, you know, 3-way tiebreakers, that's always a bit of fun for the relegation spot, but I think Alpha would much prefer not even being in the running for that kind of position, to say the least. But they have a pretty hard matchup. It's up against Nouns. We can see the comparisons here to just show you how tough it might be. And you can see that the stats are not exactly favoring Alpha. You know, most of the stats going Nouns' way. The only stat that you don't want is going Alpha's way. 29.6 is the average deaths for Alpha per game, or per series maybe even, and Nouns 16.9. Not too bad. You know, pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. It's a little bit rough again for Alpha in this tour from these stats. I'm curious to see how our GPM, XPM look like as well, as that tends to also be drastically different from both sides. And here, it's pretty high. The building damage, of course, the one that stands out the most, as that does dictate how well you take these objectives. So it's not going to be an easy one for Alpha for sure. I think Nouns have been in pretty top form. Rather interesting that their game times have been pretty similar. I believe 35 minutes for Alpha, 37 minutes for Nouns. So it should mean that these stats are pretty comparable with the time spans we do have. And we also have our player comparisons on hand. Taking a look at our mids here, Steel versus Gunner, as that is going to be the more explosive exchange on mid. And yeah, this is going to be rough. Like, Gunner's been on point. He's been on point for a while. This player, you and I watched him when he debuted in Southeast Asia. That was literally, I think, his first experience on like the bigger stage of Dota when he came down with Genesis, and he's just grown since. It's always great to see. I love watching Gunner. I love casting with Gunner when he's hanging around with us, you know, trying to drive us off our jobs. And keen to see how they do here, as we should have our draft on hand for our first game of Alpha up against Nouns. We do see the bans. How surprising are these bans, right? Doom gone, Medusa gone, Beastmaster gone, Storm gone. Oh, this is surprising. Alpha go for the Underlord with the Rubik, so you've got the minus damage lane coming out there, and Nouns, of course, techies. Yeah, cool.
Unsurprising. Alpha going for the Rubik Underlord. We do see Rubik being picked up often enough against techies, because I just think all the spells you can steal from techies are pretty darn valuable. So, you know, it's not a bad pickup. And against the Rubik Underlord lane, if that's what it's going to be for Alpha in the off lane, like that's a lane where it's like nothing really happens, right? Because Atrophy Aura plus Fade Bolt means you just don't really have any damage as the opposing side. So at the very least, we know that Alpha's probably trying to just play a very passive, farmy kind of off lane here, just trying not to die too much. But I don't mind the opening. Like, Underlord's still pretty damn good in this meta. Hasn't been quite as popular in the past couple weeks, but still pretty good at just taking Wisdom Runes away. And we know Nouns in particular have been the team in NA that really do a pretty damn good job of prioritizing taking both Wisdom Runes at the 7-minute mark and then just escalating from there. And we've seen the impact of that as well. Like having both your supports like hit level 6 so much faster than the enemy supports, it's just so detrimental because you don't have any other XP tool like the Tomb of Knowledge that you had last patch. So it's pretty rough if you lose both of them. I appreciate Alpha having a way of at least taking one Wisdom Rune, preferably 2. And we'll see how Nouns try to play around that, because again, they've been the team from what I've seen that do the best at securing them at the 7-minute mark at the least.
Yeah, should make it a lot easier to scale up. I'm keen to see what Nouns does with a Batrider as well. I think it's pretty open in where you kind of lane that hero. A Batrider Techie's lane sounds pretty fun. 2 Universal Heroes up against, just typically an Agi carry right now does feel pretty good. The lane is pretty dominant as well. Again, there's some flex here, although looking at it, it does tend to be Moo that just plays the offlane bat, so it should just be straightforward. No need to flex around too hard. You don't really have a great solution from Alpha with the Underlord and Rubik to stop the lasso. Once that's up and running, you don't have a self-dispel on hand, so the Napalm build can also shine here for the side of Nouns. And they take care of, they just ensure that the Batrider is going to have a good time. Oracle taken out, Puck taken out as well. Side of Alpha, taking out some cores, Slark, Ursa taken out, usually the ones you want against the Underlord. Wouldn't be surprised. Monkey King should be the next ban, because that is one here that really doesn't care for Underlord's atrophy all too much as well.
Right.
And that is a Yamsen specialty. If it's not a Monkey King ban, I expect Nouns to actually just pick it up.
Wouldn't surprise me. It's certainly a hero Yamsen does tend to specialize and does tend to pop off on quite often. So, I mean, if you're going to get rid of the Slark Ursa, naturally you probably should just get rid of the MK. We'll see though. I mean, they are thinking about this. Maybe they will leave it, but I do certainly agree that Nouns should just pick it up, as they do get rid of the Morphling instead, which, to be fair, Yamsen has also been enjoying quite a bit as of late. Mind you, I believe he was saying that it's just a good Medusa counter. So no Medusa in this game anyway, as it was first banned by Alpha. So they have left the MK. If Yamsen does want to take it, he probably will. I mean, you still have Atrophy plus Fade Bolt, so maybe they just feel safe against the MK anyway. As they do go for the Spirit Breaker, which was left behind. One of my favorites, Jonathan. You know how I feel about this hero right now. Very, very strong.
Yeah, it's up there. It's been doing a lot of work across a lot of different regions. That looks like it should be a Spirit Breaker support. So our Rubik 5, Spirit Breaker 4, maybe you flip that around depending on how the lanes are. Because I do feel like you don't want to divorce the Underlord Rubik lane. I don't mind a Spirit Breaker 5. I think that hero still works well from that position. If you have an aggressive one as well, you can kind of run down in that lane. It does give you some way of gap closing onto Batrider and maybe stop him in his tracks. For Nouns now, you could probably just pick your support. Like, I wouldn't mind a Shadow Demon. That tends to be the response we see to stuff like Spirit Breaker. Because how do you charge when you're just purged up? It's always funny to see the Spirit Breaker charge when that slow is applied to you and you've got the save and disruption. So I wouldn't mind that too much for Nouns here.
Nouns will have a think about it. I gotta tell you, by the way, John, I know you were asking me for a couple games where we were seeing support Batrider if I was gonna try it. I'm not gonna lie, I woke up this morning and for some reason, I popped into a demo with Batrider and I you know what, John? I think I may have changed my mind. I might try support Batrider.
Yeah.
I might do it.
It's pretty decent. I think it's kind of weird to say. It's almost like a Venomancer support. You just need to dominate your lane. Maybe it feels a little bit easier to dominate your lane on a Batrider in certain matchups. So it does shine there. It can farm the jungle really well. I still prefer it on the core role, and we do get Monkey plus Io coming out here for Nouns. So they don't even need the save. They've got just this strong combination coming off the back. I mean, you've got to be happy. You know, you get your Monkey King into the Underlord lane. You've got the Io to back it up. You've got Io Batrider as well, which I think down the line is what you'd probably play with early. It relieves some pressure on trying to go for travels. It just speeds you up as well, getting some good lassos out. Sustain the mana. Now you also have the option for, say, a Gunner Storm Spirit mid if you want to that. Alpha just going for really strong laners into the Quap. So you already have a mid that can hold its own. I'm curious what Nouns wants. Like, is this the first time we'll see maybe something like a Gunner Batrider? Because Batrider versus Quap doesn't sound awful. It's also not amazing, mind you. The Quap still has a better time with her spam, but it's not bad for a Batrider. I wouldn't be surprised if Gunner went that route. And then you pick move something else here on the off. I think it's open enough that this Quap matchup, like Storm, is okay into the Quap matchup. Again, easier for Quap, but not awful for Storm. Open enough. Maybe a Pango. But Pango into Quap is also like kind of awkward. But they are banning like Bloodseeker and stuff.
I mean, they could also just... They could go down the Ember route against the Quap. Like, I'm not saying the hero matchup is necessarily favored for the Ember, but we have, at least in previous patches, we used to see Ember picked up often enough against Queen of Pain, because you can go down the Flame Guard chains build, and it tends to be effective enough, like especially once you have the max chains up. Pretty big counter against the Quap, if they did want to go down that route, that is. But we'll see. Obviously, gives you a nice way of juking out the Spirit Breaker charge as well. It's pretty easy to just slide a fist and avoid it altogether. Might be challenging against the Queen of Pain mid though. This is 7.33C after all, you know. They do ban out the Ember.
They respect it. They respect it. Like, even though the matchup feels better for the Quap right now, it's not like, I don't know, Quap's weird in lane in that we always say Quap should crush a lot of lane matchup. It actually doesn't.
Yeah.
It just, at best, holds even. Although I feel like Quap and Spirit Breaker support should be able to get a little bit more kill threat by, say, you're level 5.
Is this a bad Void Spirit game?
No,
like,
it's not.
I know
it's
he doesn't enjoy Quap. Right, because you just get Dissimulate, juke out the Shadow Strike. You can't juke out all of them, obviously. There is cooldown. No, okay. all right. Even Braxy's having a laugh about it. He can't believe what he's saying. The mid Omni Knight makes its appearance, unless it's a mid Batrider, but I actually like that a lot, because now, you know, that mid Quap, they don't care for your Shadow Strike. In fact, he probably prefers you use it.
Yeah.
So he can get that added value out of the Heavenly Grace.
Yeah, I enjoy mid Omni Knight. I think when I first saw, what was it? Mikato play it in Dream League 19, I was like, you know, that was fresh off the patch. It worked out well. You picked Troll into Omni Knight?
Oh, okay. You know, it's IO Omni. I did this combo, like, it is going to be the mid Omni, but when you have IO Omni on the same team, it is hard to go up against. It's really hard.
I don't know about
there's
Troll.
just too much. I know, John. There's a Troll against an Omni. Like, you're just gonna press R, and Troll does literally nothing. Literally nothing.
I don't understand. I guess Troll is a okay nullifier builder, but it's not like you rush nullifier first.
No.
And it's not like Gunner's not gonna have the levels to hit his 6. You know, in a bigger team fight, he comes in. Heck, maybe this might even be an Ags rush. Well, not really a rush, but third item Ags pickup for Omni Knight kind of game. Fourth item pickup. Like, I wouldn't mind it. Global presence on Guardian Angel is pretty big against this kind of roster. I like what Alpha has, to be fair. Outside of this Troll, I feel like they had this really good idea. Get some strong lanes going for yourself. I'm not sold in Troll. Like, it's weird. It's just not a great hero. Like, they haven't done anything to improve its ult. You know, you and I haven't been fans of the Troll for what might be since we started casting. Our first year, I think it was okay. Right?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a very long time for this Troll. So I'm not a believer, Mike. Not at this point. I know you're not. I'd lean heavily towards now into this draft.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a believer. Thank you for pointing that out, Jonathan. I'll tell you what, you know, the last time I played Troll and I enjoyed myself, I'm going to go into a rant like you would about this crap, Jonathan. The last time I enjoyed Troll was Dota All-Stars, right? A long time ago, when you could build double basher on Troll, or you could go multiple butterflies on Troll, and nobody would say a word because it was the most broken thing. That was my days of Troll enjoyment. After that, I can't say I've enjoyed Troll ever since Dota 2. Look, there has been points where he's been good. But enjoyment? No, I have not enjoyed it.
To be fair, Mike, a bit of a caveat emptor here. I'm not sure what you enjoy nowadays anyway. I don't think you enjoy anything. So I don't think that's a fair benchmark at all.
You know what I enjoy, John? I enjoy
What do you
winning.
enjoy?
And that's what I've been doing a lot of recently. Winning.
Seconds.
Fair enough.
I mean,
fair enough.
yeah, I have to sacrifice my hero pool, John. I don't get to play my Earth Spirits, you know? Who cares? They'll never buff the damn hero anyway. They'll give, like, Primal Beast a max range onslaught that can go halfway through the map, stuns everyone in its path. But we can't let Q stun with Earth Spirit. I don't, you know?
No, you can't.
That's all I'm saying.
You can't. Just can't let it happen, Mike, you know?
No.
Ice Frog, he's specifically targeting you in these patches. He knows.
He
doesn't
is.
want you happy.
He is.
And,
I
like, God
guarantee
bless
Ice Frog's
him.
been listening.
God
He's
bless
like
him.
this idiot caster keeps carrying on about Earth Spirit. No problem.
Good.
Good.
Keep
Let
ignoring
let
him, Ice
complain.
Frog. Don't listen to this guy. His opinions are invalid. He has a beard that has spiders, for God's sake.
Oh. No. We've seen this before with this Bat Rider. He just skips the wave immediately. He wants to push his own wave into the tier 1 tower and then reset the equilibrium that way. And as well as that, getting the XP early on as the offlane Bat, obviously pretty damn strong, right? With a Techie's lane, you want the XP as fast as humanly possible, and that's what they're going to go for.
They get the D ward as well on the large camp. So, you know, you're just kind of getting what you can. Mook could go for another little sneaky pull, and he will. So safe EXP being gained here by the side of Nouns. At that top, already a lot of damage out on Tokaya as well. With that early sticky bomb, they do drag the Rubik along with the Troll. So you're not getting that double minus damage lane coming out there for Alpha down bot.
Takaya. I don't know. That seems like a dangerous play. He's going to get blood grenaded. Lelis, he has a sticky bomb. He's going to throw it, but the Fairy Fire should be enough. Takaya going to be fine. Does get the courier snipe he wanted, but it's a lot of harass. Like, he's completely out of regen.
He's going to have to ferry out a little bit more. He does have Salve and a set of Tangos at least. So not the worst thing in the world. Taking a look at the other lanes, although they're still maintaining that aggression, but you shouldn't be under kilt right now for Takaya. You've managed to at least get some room out for Blessed Kid to farm. And Mu isn't... Yeah, he's still getting his own, but it's a little bit better for the Troll in this kind of case. Until the levels rack up. Still taking a look at those other lanes once more. We are seeing down bot. You've got your double melee lane, like Underlord plus Spirit Breaker is a little bit weird. Because you're into a Monkey King. Double melee is not comfy into a Monkey King plus IO. Yamsen's going to be able to just control this lane perfectly, not be under any kill threat, even with charge plus Pit of Malice. That's not scary enough. You're going to be clumped up. You're going to give a lot of value to the Boundless when Jingu's up if you overcommit. So it has to kind of devolve into a more passive lane, and Yamsen doesn't mind a more passive lane. He just wants to farm anyway.
Mid lane, there was a bit of a tussle over the water runes there. Still just trying to maybe be a little bit greedier, try to deny one of them away from Gunnar, but unable to do so. Gunnar is able to secure his own. And speaking of that mid lane, he's having a really good time on the Omni Knight. I mean, this is the thing with Omni mid. It doesn't really struggle. Really, really strong. Hammer of Purity, I think, has always kind of been a pretty strong ability to have, even as a support Omni, just at level 1. But as a core, it's extremely potent.
It's just easier to last hit, easier to apply some free harassment on. Steel, he doesn't even opt for the Shadow Strike, because he knows if he sees a Shadow Strike, you just go Heavenly Grace. And that back and forth does not favor the Quap. So he can just play to clear the creep waves, but Gunnar doesn't mind either. He walks up for the Purification. And a lot of back and forth. With some pull shenanigans coming out from Braxy, at the very least, trying to get that EXP. And not much an Aya can do to really punish. But you leave the 1v1 lane for Yamsen. Again, doesn't mind too much. Has a massive creep wave to play with.
Top lane, Blessed Kid. Oh, he's gone. Really stretching the attack animations there from Mu. Just the range. As Takaya now going to be dived a little bit, but Mu's not going to go for it. Doesn't have the spells to throw out. Level 1 Flame Break wouldn't really do the job, as Takaya's courier took a very interesting route. And that was his set of tangos that he brought out, John. So he is stuck now with 0 regen once again.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to walk back to the base, but he wouldn't want to buy another set of tangos. I don't think he needed 2. So a little bit of a waste there. Minute until the respawn should make it in time, but you don't want to wait that half a minute in your base just for a set of tangos either. And with all of this movement across the map, like with the way Alpha's having to play, especially bot, this is a free lane for Yamsen, man. Like your Spirit Breaker's just pulling, trying to get levels, but you're giving way too much out to the Monkey King. To be fair, you can't really do much about the Monkey King here either, but this is mildly concerning. Husky, he's trying to meet these 2 waves together to equalize a little bit. And Yamsen is keeping the creep wave away from his tier 1. He's still going to be able to farm up well. And look at that, just a little chase.
Yeah, Husky even getting the courier of Braxy. Braxy got his own courier as well. Husky tips him for not microing the courier, but then Husky forgets to micro his own courier. And Husky's courier was a lot more valuable, let me tell you, John. Now, Yamsen may have forgotten as well. Oh, Braxy gets the bash.
This is
top lane.
something.
So Kaya is going to go down. Lilith's able to secure the kill. Blessed Kid trying to get aggressive. Can't really do so. Like, Lilith wants to keep going as the flame break. Gonna knock him back a little bit. That is gonna be enough, I believe, as the raindrops are there. Blessed Kid. Oh, he's down. That last sticky napalm from Moo proving to be just enough to allow the right click to finish the job off. As now Braxy, mid lane. Not sure what he was really doing there, but he's in danger as Gunner. It's gonna take him out. Still, oh, he's gonna be very lucky with that. Gets a regen rune. Exactly what he needed on the Quap. It is eventually going to be cancelled off. But yeah, he has a blink. He's okay.
It's fine. Gunner's getting a lot still from his lane, despite losing out on a few runes. He's finding some kills. You can't really zone out or pressure this Omni Knight. He just can't.
Speaking of pressuring out, Yamsen's having a great time here with Husky, but they're going to try and chase him down with the Quap TP rotation. Yamsen will try to boundless with the Sonic Wave. Just on the edge, going to connect with the MK as now Gunner's rotated still. He doesn't really want to die for this. He may have no options though. No. Husky ends up going down. He didn't want to take the kill from Gunner, but he ends up giving his own life away as Braxy will tip Yamsen now. Very happy with that kill onto the MK. And a very important one at that, because Yamsen, he was farming extremely well.
Yeah, he was getting a little bit too much from the lane. So they shift gears, shift focus to try to bully out the Monkey King early on, drag a lot of heroes down. Unfortunately for Gunner, he didn't have enough mana to kind of look for the turn, but he at least find Blessed Kid up top for Moo.
Yeah, sadly for Blessed Kid, he's 1 level behind Moo at the moment. In fact, Moo's about to out-level him by 2 levels. So, Blessed Kid sitting at level 5, Moo is at level 6, almost level 7. And that's the thing, like, if you can't hit level 6 before the lasso's back up, you're probably just going to die again if you're going to come back up top. But it looks like he's probably going to go jungle instead, as the troll.
Yeah, you can at least get that done early with his hero. It does look like Blessed Kid is gunning for what seems to be the Battle Fury build-up, which makes sense. Steve, good jump away. Had the obs. So no real threat there onto the Quap. But they do have rune control. Shield rune for Lilith. He can dive a bit here if they want.
Yeah, they've got Gunner behind him as well. Gunner going for the Echo Saber build-up. Pretty standard for the core Omni. This Hammer of Purity, man. It just deals so much damage. It's kind of ridiculous how much he deals with that thing. The top lane. Oh, Blessed Kid needs to be pretty cautious. He's still level 5. Uh-oh. I believe he is just dead unless he can juke like an absolute champion. And I don't believe he can. He is certainly just going to die. That's without Lasso, John. Lasso is still up. If he gets caught before that level 6 with Lasso, he is going to die a 3rd time. In fact, I say 3rd time. He's already died 4 times. So could be a 5th time. It's Satoshi. Bottom lane going to be chased. Meanwhile, top lane, Takai is also being chased. Just action all across the map. Satoshi Eventually, no. The charge is going to be there from the Spirit Breaker. Just charges right through him. Satoshi, though, still being just
Radiant's bottom tower
followed by Husky. Eventually will drop. There you go. Didn't make a difference. I mean, the charge helped a little bit.
Helps a bit, but not quite enough.
is under attack.
9-2 start for now, and Steel is just being run down.
Blinks away. Yamsun is there with Husky, though, and the Boundless is actually going to miss. Yamsun needs to escape now, losing a little bit too much HP for his liking. Still thought about jumping in with the Blink. He did have the Scream Sonic Wave available, but
Dire's top tower
doesn't want to risk his life, especially while Gunner's still here. And now Takaya being chased down. Yamsun happy to move back in after the Rubik, but a nice bash out from Braxy. Another bash out with the charge. And now still, he'll pop the Sonic Wave out, but he's committed his Blink, so he's in a bit of danger. He needs to get out of there, but he can't do so. He's down just in the nick of time as Lelis is in with a blast off. Finding two more. The sticky bomb didn't even stick to the Rubik, but it was in his path.
has fallen.
So they will find a 3-for-1, only losing the IO. A beautiful trade here for Nouns.
Just some great reads coming out from the side of Nouns to group up together, bully out mid, just to get this running start. Man, I love playing Omni Knight. You know what would be funny? What if Omni Knight was universal?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You know what, John? You might be onto something, right? Because, I mean, it's the omniscience, right?
Yeah.
Of course it's universal. Yamsun's going to find Satoshi. This has become universal too. But, you know, the omniscience. Anyone can join that, the religion, right? Should be universal.
I'm not sure why. Like, why is Abaddon universal, but Omni Knight isn't? Lore-wise, it feels like Omni Knight should be universal, you know? This
true.
makes sense to me. It would probably be... I would actually, you know what? I would really enjoy Omni Knight
be
universal, I think.
Funny as hell.
Oh.
Be
I mean,
hilarious.
it's busted. It's already busted as is as a core. But if you could build some Agi up and get even more damage, keep stacking up the damage with your strength, it's like, all right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I like where you're going with this, John. As a person who enjoys this hero, I like where you're going. Braxy. Sticky Bomb is out. Lelis looking for a blast off. The Bulldoze was committed though, so Braxy's okay to charge back towards Gunner. Gunner going to go for the Hammer of Purity, and now Moo's joined in, so the tier 2 tower is going to be dived. They've even got a lasso on still, but he will be able to blink away in time. As the rest of Alpha do show up, they're going to try and fight back, but Gunner is just rushing forward. He is playing Omni after all. He just doesn't give a crap. He wants to move in and fight. But they will back off eventually. They won't dive too far past the tier 2.
Dire's bottom
Not
tower
too crazy coming out here from Nouns to play it a little bit safe. Echo Saber now flying out for Gunner, and he is going to have his shard as well, which is just crazy. How many hammers can Omni Knight throw? How does he throw all these hammers out?
Wait till he gets the. Wait till if he wants the shards up, John.
Hey, he's going for it.
More hammers.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm
so
I'm
broken.
just curious how he does it. You notice how you know how skills have like flavor text, right?
Yeah.
Like things that just kind of describe the skill from a lore perspective. There's nothing for Omni Knight's Hammer of Purity.
It
just
says
like,
your
dude with a hammer
trading
throws
slash
it out.
harassing ability.
Oh, there it
That's
is.
good.
No, there's nothing. It just says upgraded by shard, but there's no lore description for this. You know?
Problem with popping Battle Trance here, John, is Blesskid is going to get kited by Moo, though he is life-stealing up just a little bit. In fact, he's survived long enough, I think, so Yamsun can't finish off the kill. Instead, he has to go after Steel, who does blink away, so instead they're going to pick off Braxy, but still being chased down here. Meanwhile, Lelis does go down to Satoshi, but Gunner has found Blesskid, as Gunner shows up out of nowhere. Yamsun also chasing down another, wants the Ruby. Takaya not getting out. He will drop to Moo, and Nouns, they are just completely dominating this game. Game 1 here against Alpha.
Adder crushing it. Octarine already up and running on Moo, so he just gets to spam out all his spells. Gets decent amount of regen as well to sustain that spell spam. And yeah, it's looking rough for Alpha. I mean, we talked about Troll as a hero not being amazing. Well, it's Blesskid can't do much. You know, even into the Battle Fury, he's going to have to sit back and farm.
Radiant's bottom
And
tower
farming
is
in
under
this
attack.
map, with the vision game from Nouns, with a Monkey King on hand that's active early on, I don't know if you'll have the space to freely farm. You need to find a tower for Alpha. Like, if you clear out bot, you might have room in that area to get yourself going, but their push isn't amazing on Alpha either. It's not the quickest push lineup. So, I know you're just gonna have to kind of sit back and wait and try to do your best to stall out for Blessed Kid. Your launching point on Steel, it is a little bit behind, but you've got the Kaya up. So you've got some burst plays with a Sonic Wave and Scream. Ag's build up definitely a long way off if they're even gunning for that at this point here.
Well, Moo, he has found himself a Queen of Pain, doing quite a bit of damage. Still going to try and blink away, but Moo can easily chase her down with the Firefly movement speed bonuses. I said the Firefly movement speed bonuses, it's just boot to travel bonuses, really. See, going to be a nice, easy kill here for Moo. Top lane. Charges out, Lilith. Going to be targeted here by Braxy. They have stole the sticky bomb, but the Wukong's command is going to come out from Yamsun. Braxy unable to finish off Lilith. And now Takaya, he's the one to fall as even Moo's joined in. It's just complete and utter domination by now. It's just not even close.
Yeah, it's not close from Alpha. And they're trying their best to find some opportunities to get some punishment, but when you're at this farm deficit, when you're at these EXP deficits as well, it feels impossible. You've got the shard up for Gunner, so the hammers are flying out.
I heckin' love hammers, John.
I mean, it's hammer time, Mike. There's nothing you can do to stop it, you know?
MC Gunner. Satoshi. Dallas strike, Takaya. Took you a while to get that one, John. Takaya's gonna go down. Didn't take too long for that one. Charges out from Braxy. It's gonna land on a couple, but they can't really follow up on this. Make matters worse, now Yamsun's got a Desolator, which he's backpacked at the moment. Apparently he prefers a circlet over the orb venom.
It doesn't need
He's
it.
literally backpacked. Yamsun, put it in your damn bag. What are you doing?
The value of Quelling Blade, Mike. You underestimate its power.
He's literally hitting a tower with that Desolator. Look, where's my damage? Oh, there we go. Whoops.
Is under attack.
Oh, my damage is a bit low.
He's chilling out too much, that Ice Spice or whatever that music is, Mike.
Again,
Chilling
Jonathan,
out too hard.
It's hard to call that music.
Is under attack.
I appreciate your kindness towards the present musicians. Someone got upset with me, by the way, about that conversation we
Really?
had. Someone said, if MLP doesn't think that there's good music in 2023, then he's not listening to music. And I'm just like, I didn't say there was literally no good music, you know? I'm just saying the mainstream artists these days are... oh, Lelis, hold on a minute. He's okay. Well, that's all I'm saying. The mainstream artists these days, I just wouldn't call them very good. You
Yeah,
know?
that's fair. I would agree. I would agree with you
I mean,
on Mike. Maybe we're just
they're making
boomers
money.
at this point.
More
I
successful
guess.
than we are, John. You know?
I mean,
I'm just
Star
a
Wars made
hater.
money. The new Star Wars made money, but you know, I wasn't a big fan of the plot
Yeah,
quality
well.
of that either. So,
Don't get the Star Wars fans started, John. Don't start them, please.
what fans are left of this new
True.
one, huh? Tell me that, Mike. As we go 22-4, Roshan on the side of Nouns, Aegis up and running. Unfortunately, Yamsun can't backpack the Aegis, so he had to move that. He had to move the Quelling Blade away, Mike.
Dire's top tower is under
Mid lane, Braxy, that is the wrong place to
Jesus
charge into,
Christ.
sir. Yep. Bye-bye, sir. Yeah, Gunner, the amount of damage you can do now with this Hammer of Purity, it's kind of silly, you know? A little bit stupid.
Yeah, it is. It is pure damage all the way through. It feels great.
Naturally.
attack.
He
You know,
hasn't
I
even
wish-
leveled up his ult, which bothers me a little bit. but
He doesn't need it. They're not dying. I mean, what are they scared of? A troll with Battle Fury, nothing else? Speaking of,
Yeah, speaking of Blessed Kid, he is trying to man fight Gunner, who literally
God.
doesn't flinch. No battle trans popped. Yamson says, thank you very much, Gunner.
oh, look at this build from Moo. He's queuing up the Hyperstones. He's gonna
Easy.
go for the shard. Let's go.
I love it. I love it.
Now it's so they're having fun, Mike. Right? They're having fun.
They are. I don't know if Alpha is, but Nouns certainly are. As Moo, nice flame break.
The
Moo's
shards.
like going up against 4 heroes on his own right now. Has the Firefly, has the Moon Shard, so No shards yet, but has the actual moon shard as he is going to survive. Takai is down. TP attempt away. Lasso had to be committed to cancel that as the blast off did miss. Satoshi also caught out. Is going to drop. That's a double kill for Lilith. Onto the tier 2 bottom tower they go. Now, no reason to slow down here in this game 1. And they are. Let's wait for Mu to get his shards up. You know, then we'll have some fun with the Batrider, I'm sure.
Or you could just drop his items and wait for the Tormentor.
True.
And hope RG picks him on the 50-50, but you could do that. But
Looks like
he
Lilith
is
is
just
already
tuned
preparing
up.
for the Tormentor.
Yeah, this is the play you want. Like, this is the one thing we've talked about with the techies that we haven't seen ourselves yet, so I don't think this is enough.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's close though. Jesus. I mean, it took out like 80% of its HP with the 3 proximity mines and the blast off. If you had one more mine down, that might have just done it.
I feel like 2 mines would have done it. 2 more. I think that's the usual one. Like a 5 mine X layout is what insta bursts it. Oh, blessed kid.
Speaking of insta burst, blessed kid. Boundless is there from Yamsun. He's got a battle trance he can pop, so it's not going to be quite insta. I mean, it's a nice kind of anime fight happening here, but ultimately they just go back. Yamsun not going to leave his buddy behind. Takes a fair bit of damage. Meanwhile, Lilith kills off Steel somehow. Takai is also being chased. Flame Break is going to knock him back into the arms of Gunnar, who's now godlike 9-0-5. And this is one of those games where it starts to feel a little bit unfair. You know, 23k advantage now, 21 minutes in. Over 1k GPM for the team each minute. As they have found another, it seems. Satoshi joined him. And yeah, Mu with the shards, moon shard. It's
going Dragonlance next. Why not? Universal hero type, man. Just right click them down.
Raxi's going to TP. Going to be just fine to do so. But the mid-tier 3 tower's under siege now. And I mean, you've got an Aegis for 40 seconds, plus the Wukong's command at the Yamsun if you need it. Glyph's going to be forced out. Guardian Angel committed by Gunnar. Just to keep the creeps alive as long as humanly possible. That'll be at least the mid-racks. Though, to be fair, I mean, they could literally probably just go Megas without the Aegis if they want. Bless Kid, oh, he's lassoed. He does have a battle trance up, but they need to fight right here, right now. But Bless Kid is just dead. He doesn't even pop it. Just baits his team into the fight. They are just melting to the damage of Nouns. There is no buyback on the troll, by the way, so there's no way he can come back and help them out. They are just getting completely wiped here by Nouns. Satoshi, the only man left standing, and it's not going to be for long as Gunnar. Ultra kill is what he gets before the GG call does come out. And I'd love to say it was close, John, but 37-4 with a 30k advantage for Nouns. This was a rough game for Team Alpha.
You could still say it's close, Mike. It was close to being a raffle stomp, I guess, coming out from Nouns. I think Alpha... Look, this was always going to be a tough matchup. This is something that is in line with our own expectations, considering how Nouns are placing in here and how Alpha's placing in the DPC as well. So it's not too off the mark. I don't think Alpha should be feeling too bad. I will have to say the one thing that I think they can change off the bat is this draft. The last pick troll just doesn't do you any favors here. I think everything else was pretty solid. Like Underlord Rubik, Spirit Breaker on top, maybe just the positions of these heroes were a little bit awkward. You had some good ideas going into the lanes. The Quap maybe was a little bit early to pick up, and that just left this option for Gunnar into the Omni Knight. So maybe just hold off your mid matchup until you're kind of sure what you can do, because Gunnar has a very, very deep and wide pool in that mid. So I think that's basically it. For Alpha, it's really... The draft didn't do them favors. I think if they simplify the draft a bit, get a stronger safe lane core to play with your support, then you feel a little bit better. Because the off lane, frankly, wasn't that bad. Sure, it was a free lane for Yamsun, but you weren't dying. you weren't feeding kills away to the Monkey King. It was really the top and mid lanes that just got out of control way too quick here.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I mean, to be absolutely fair, like Yamsan did start killing Satoshi a little bit later in the laning stage, but yeah, like you said, I mean, I think the off lane is probably the best they had, and even that didn't work out. So, well, I mean, Alpha, back to the drawing board, I suppose. There's not really too much to talk in the way of, you know, what they could have done this game. I think it was pretty clear cut from Nouns. Yeah, I mean, you know, I certainly agree there could be some pretty big improvements to the draft of Alpha. Like, whether that would have made any difference, you know, is a different question entirely, but you certainly could have given yourself maybe a bit of a better chance, which you certainly didn't. Well, for Nouns, they're one game away now from officially being second place in the NA Div 1, and of course, qualifying to the Bali Major. One game away, Jonathan. This one took, what, 23 minutes maybe? 22 and a half minutes, basically, before the GG was called?
Yeah, it was.
I want to see a
22
closer game, is what I'm trying to say, but it's kind of hard when you had a game like this happen.
I would love to see a close game. I think we have to be realistic, Mike. Again, Alpha's been a little bit struggling. Nouns have not been struggling. It's been their tour to take control of that number 2 spot, as we do have to give an MVP out as well. This is a very interesting MVP. I believe we've got Husky lined up, and you know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate that because he has 0 kills. Not quite enough deaths. He needs 15 deaths for the Milk Award. So I think if Husky wants that... John? Was it really 20? Yeah,
it was 20.
It was 20. All right. So, yeah, Husky's got to feed a little bit more. He's got to feed a little bit more and stay at 0 kills. But, you know, maybe that's what he guns for in game number 2. He did do a lot, to be fair. The relocates were nice to keep the aggression. Running around with Omni Knight must feel pretty damn good for the IO as well. And that's a very beautiful, positive feedback loop that comes out in the sustain. And he ended up with just the mech. And yeah, this is definitely the MVP. I love seeing this. Like, just the mech and the Holy Locket.
Oh, you may not like it, but this is peak IO gameplay right here. Just mech, Holy Locket, finish the game. That's basically what you've got to do. No boots necessary. You run far. You fly. You float with your teammates. It's okay. And there you go. That's game 1 in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, game 2 is up next here between Alpha and, of course, Nouns. Again, Nouns 1 game away from officially qualifying to Bali, being top 2 in NA and giving themselves a better chance at having a shot. Well, I say a better chance. We don't know yet at TI. They may have given themselves a worse chance by qualifying to Bali. We'll find out very, very soon. So we are going to head off to a short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Nouns and Alpha. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 here between Nouns and, of course, Alpha, and it's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan Nouns are 1 game away from making it through to the major. Alpha trying to fight for their spot in Div 1. We do have a draft underway, so let's go ahead and look straight at that, because there's only so much you and I can talk, you know, when these two teams are ready to go. John, you kind of mentioned you weren't a big fan of the Alpha draft last game around, and I think we both agreed the last pick, Troll, was interesting pick to say the least, not really panning out in their favor against an Omni Knight of all things. What are you thinking for this draft? Like, what do they do, John? What do Alpha do to try and keep their hopes alive here?
Well, you have the same bans, which is fine. I think stronger lanes. Okay, ooh, look at that Moo Cam. Can we just stay in the Moo Cam? That's all we need.
Do you like cats, John? I mean, it's a beautiful cat. You know, it's cute.
I like cats enough. I like cats and dogs now. Like, I like both of them.
All right.
It's adorable.
All right. I'm not a cat person, John. You know, but
They're
it
nice.
is
They're chill.
Are
You
they,
know?
Jonathan?
They
are
are.
they?
They are. You know,
Dogs are
like
chill.
if you raise one, they're kind of less like kids, where you can kind of leave them alone, but you can still be affectionate. Whereas a dog is more like a kid. You kind of have to be with it all the time. But it's like a difference in vibes, you know? Difference in vibes. I think someday if I have my own home, if I can afford that and a caster salary, I'd like to have a cat and dog raised together. I think that's pretty fun. Alpha, very different draft. They do pick up the techies and they get the bounty hunter. So this is a little bit more aggression coming out. Oh no, Moo, don't do it. Don't shift the cam, Moo. Okay, now we have a very weird cam. Okay, Moo, what's going on?
This is
Oh,
expert
no.
setting up from Moot. Oh,
Okay,
there we
there.
are. There's the classic
look at
esports setup. Beautiful cat, man. Beautiful cat. Oh, fix it up. Yep. That's still the same. Still the same. It's okay.
It's fine. We see enough of him. We don't need Moo's forehead. We need his cat.
No. Oh, there we go. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, it's the same, Moo. Moo, it's the same.
He's just expanded the forehead a bit. Still have a cat and shot. That's the most important bit. Opening for now, it's surprise, Void Spirit and Magnus. Empower target's great. Magnus, 2 universal heroes. Just ban out the Morphling here from Nouns, and or Alpha have to ban it out, I suppose, if Nouns can pick it up if they want to as well. I'm keen to see what they will go for. Again, for Alpha, this draft is looking promising. If they take these engagements, they can snowball pretty damn fast with a bounty. It's open enough that you could run bounty support or off lane. I'm wondering what they will pick here for Satoshi, what they will do for him. I think Techie's bounty lane is pretty good. Wouldn't mind it too much. Did the cat fall asleep? It fell asleep. Look at it.
Yeah.
It's just dozing off there.
Dire team back.
I'm gonna fall asleep if you keep talking about the cat, Jonathan. I'll be frank. It's the damn cat. It's it's nice. What I think Lilith has one too. By the way, everyone's got a cat.
But his
these
blanket
days.
said Griff Dog.
Okay, good. Good on you, Lilith.
But where's the dog
10
cam?
seconds remaining.
It's not here, John. It's not here.
5 seconds remaining.
Then what does
Just
it
like-
matter?
It doesn't, John. Alpha, they have picked up Techie's bounty hunter first for their first opening duo. So going back to this bounty that they seem to prioritize a lot. We've seen these guys run like bounty hunter Alk a hell of a lot. They like trying to snowball off of that. I guess bounty hunter plus anything is usually pretty good. You know, just being able to snowball in terms of net worth. But I must admit, in most of the series we have seen them bring out these bounties, it hasn't looked great, to say the least.
Dire team
I think that's just more of a reflection of just the state of the team. I think the bounty itself is a pretty decent pick, as long as they can execute on it. It does. If I recall right, they always run it on Braxy, so should just be your pause for wondering what your offlane matchup or offlane combination is. I think it can be awkward if you run a double melee offlane once more here. If you are running that bounty 4 and Techie's 5. They do pick up the Ember on Alpha's end, so you do have, again, a decent matchup against the Void Spirit. Now it's just go into the triple Universal Heroes with a Bat Rider coming out. So Yamson, Magnus, more than likely. Maybe you get the Flex and Bat Rider as a support. Still a possibility, but I feel like Mu enjoys that hero too much. As you can see the great joy in his face while they pick up their heroes.
5 seconds
Fourth picker.
remaining.
Wonder if they're going to give Mu this Bat Rider again. I mean, it looked like he had a lot of fun last game around, so he might want to play it another time. The thing is, Nouns must be feeling like they can literally just build anything right now and probably just still win. You know, it's the Shopify Rebellion vibes coming off Nouns this series. It feels like. Obviously, though, you'd rather not mess this up, you know, because again, if you were to lose somehow to Alpha, then you've got a tiebreaker situation for second place. But you know, judging by the last game, it's kind of hard to see them messing it up.
Yeah, it's not likely. I think they can execute on pretty much every draft on level that Alpha's going to have to try to meet, and it's just a bit of a challenge right now.
Yeah.
I do wonder what we see. This should just be pretty much like our Husky or Lelis hero coming out. Again, maybe flexing on the Bat Rider a bit, but likely not. And they are taking their time here. See, it says Griff Dog.
Well, there you go. Hopefully, we'll get a doggy cam later, John. Hopefully.
Lelis doesn't like to show us his doggy. I'd love to see it, but
That's all right,
Is
Lilith.
what it
You
is.
keep it to yourself. It's okay. I understand.
I appreciate Gunner's bedroom setup. You know, he has some good illustrations in the back. Then he has a trickle stuffy. It's nice.
Yeah, I
Bed looks
imagine
comfy.
this is what most mid-player bedrooms look like. You know, it has to be perfect. It's classic mid-player. You know, if it's not perfect, are you really playing mid? Like compared to say like an off-lane player, like Speed's bedroom, for example, always looks like a mess. It's you know, it's just how it goes.
No. Speed's bedroom looks like he's ready to move out anytime for some reason. Like he's just ready to pack up and go. Like
Yeah,
you know, living up to his name.
such is the off-lane life.
What, getting kicked out of home?
Well, you get kicked out of lane, you get kicked out of home. You know how it is. Alpha,
Ah, it's fair.
fourth pickup.
Nouns turn to ban.
Oh, they go for the Slug this time around. So I guess assuming they're up against the Magnus in the off lane, potentially. I mean, well, to be fair, it should be, but we
No.
know that they like running the POS 1 mag as well, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it's more that Slark into Bat Rider is pretty
10
alright.
seconds remaining.
I
True.
think that's the bigger one. Your matchup against Moo shouldn't be as rough.
5 seconds
Self-dispel, you can pounce on and run away when the Firefly comes in as well. I am curious why they didn't opt for something like the Morphling. I feel like this is triple Universal Heroes. Morphling has massive value. But, you know, Slark instead, which is fair enough. That is a really rough win rate on Slark and NA.
Yeah,
That
it doesn't
is
get much worse,
not
John.
what I
It's
expect.
0%.
Could what would a negative win rate be?
Well, you can't go negative, John. That's not how the math
Well,
works.
Well, I wish we could, Mike. That's what I'm saying.
Nouns
Yeah, I
turn
appreciate
to
that, John. But unless you can, you know, prove, like, you know, unless you can prove that works, unless you're a mathematician, John, who can actually prove
I'm
something new to
not.
us.
I wish I was, Mike, but you know, I'm an animation guy, so I don't know too much about anything,
10
unfortunately.
seconds remaining.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, Mike.
that's what you get with an arts degree, John.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Yeah, if I had a degree. Let's see. Even worse.
I forgot about that part. Sorry, John.
It's no problem. I try not to remember anyway.
Yeah.
This do get true. I'm wondering again, like, will Nouns try something sneaky? Because you could theoretically still run Bat Rider support.
10 seconds
You could
remaining.
theoretically run the Moo offlane Magnus and pick something else here.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
it doesn't feel like you need to either on Nouns, right? Like, you really don't. I'm trying to remember. Help me remember here, Mike. Is Mirana a universal hero?
I think it is. I will check.
So
I'm
you have
pretty sure.
4 universals, right?
It is a universal. I have confirmed. And
All right, just pick a 5th universal. That's it.
I mean, it
That's
would be
the
fun, like
plan.
full universal draft. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't
What
rule
do
it
we
down.
have? No, do it. Go Venomancer or go Abaddon.
Nouns turn to pick.
Those are the ones that stick out. Venge is a dead hero, but Venge could be, but not really. They're thinking about it. You see Yamson laugh, and you see Husky laugh, and no one else is having fun at the 5 universal hero strat. Gunner is just dead inside, as he tends to be when he's focusing on the game. While his teammates joke
10
around,
seconds
he's the
remaining.
all-serious mid, of course.
Yeah.
Go universal. Just
5
do it.
seconds
Listen
remaining.
to the voice whispering in your ear.
Dire
Universal.
team pick.
Is
Okay.
Enigma universal?
I think it is. There you go, Jonathan. They've done it. Are you happy now?
I am. I don't think Enigma's a hero right now, but 5 universals.
It
Let's
is
go.
now.
5 seconds.
It is now.
Oh, the Wombo combo is pretty impressive from Nouns, though. RP, Black Hole, feels pretty good. Are we running something like a Lelis Nigma or a Moon Nigma Lelis Bat Rider? What is the play? Because that's the one thing that's confusing me right now. Because honestly, the Enigma doesn't look too bad here. You don't have any direct way of stopping it once a BKB's up. You've got, again, the Wombo combo kicking in. You can't just Dark Pact your way out of Black Hole either. So, feels pretty good. Alpha, the response is the Primal Beast. So, at the least they have a debuff immunity piercing stun to deal with the Enigma, if you are really concerned about that. You've got a lot of aggression on Alpha. Like, this is a really good draft change from Alpha, just because it plays a lot faster. You're not going to be sitting back and farming too long on your Slark, although the tendency is waiting for Ags. But you've got some early power spikes you could play with. You've got some good lanes. They will run the Mu Enigma and the Lelis Bat in the end. They are actually, oh no, the Yamson on the Yamson on the safe lane. Void Spirit. All right.
You having PTSD, Jonathan? I know.
I am having a lot of PTSD. You know where I'm going. To be fair, I think they can pull it off against Alpha. To be fair,
Sure.
I think a certain team
I
in
mean-
Southeast Asia thought they could do it against another team, but
They sure did.
yeah, that was really bad. Funny enough, we just did a content piece as well. So it's like, hey guys, don't watch the VOD. Don't watch the VOD because they said some very naughty things. They were like, yeah, we're not.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, Jonathan, you were just telling the truth.
I was.
All the languages in the world, and he chose to spoke truth. There you go.
John X fired.
Anyway,
All right,
moving on.
the draft is good. Yeah, I think I've covered why Alpha just has this aggression. They've got debuff immunity piercing to deal with Mu. You have a good way of clearing out the Eidolons now as well. So it's not like you're going to get overwhelmingly pushed in by Nouns. I think I'm keen to see what Gunner does on the mid mag up against Ember. This is not a matchup you tend to see too often, but I don't think it's a complete washout for either side. This should be pretty even, all things considered. And you have a launching point for Alpha. So if you had any draft to go for a game 3, this is the kind of draft that could bring that out, Mike.
Okay, well, let's see how it goes. Game number 2 is officially underway. We can head in there and see exactly what's going on. You heard it here first. John X Fire expects a close matchup between these two teams.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what he said. Thank you, Mike. Exactly what I said. Thank you. You truly understand English, the words I say coming out of my mouth perfectly. This is close. This is as close as it gets. This is like a GG liquid match. This is it.
Yeah. To be fair, they haven't been exactly close as of late. But,
That was not close.
No. Anyway, I believe you, John. I believe it could happen.
You know what's
Very
funny? Think about this
yeah.
really hard, right? Then this also bleeds into NA. The Bali Major in Indonesia, that is where Bali is located,
Good.
potentially just has no Indonesians. Like literally, White Bond was probably the clear, could have been it. Mikado could have been it. Guess what? No.
Wrong. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, that's a real shame for the fans that are attending, for sure. It's just no Indonesians to cheer on at the moment, if this goes Alpha's way, they could 2-1 this series, John, and then there might be,
Yeah, for sure. But to be fair as well, with the tickets, I don't know if there are many locals anyway. I'm pretty sure I'm expecting the usual Bali crowd of a bunch of Michael Phoenixes.
Oh, that's a bit... Well, what do you mean by that, John? What does that mean to me?
You enjoy Bali, right? You like Bali.
You're saying Australians. You're saying a lot of Australians are going to be
I'm saying you specifically. I know what you did. I know where your casting money's going. You're not watching over your child. You're watching the beach.
That's it. If we don't get hired, just buy out all the tickets. Nobody goes. That's all. That's what's going to happen.
Michael Phoenix's game plan right there. So we have a pause. All according to plan here, Mike. I've read the scripts of every region. I am aware. I've got editing power.
Yeah, I mean, you've basically casted every region at this point, this tour, John. So we are going to have a quick disconnection here from Steel. The complaint is lag. Looks like Takai is having the same issues, so they're going to have a reconnection. We may as well talk about the mid lane, John. May as well actually talk about the game. Gunnar versus Steel here on the Magnus versus Ember matchup. I don't know which way this will go. I think there's outplay potential on both sides of this mid matchup, but I don't really see the Mag struggling to CS. That's kind of the thing, like with Magnus at the moment, is you just empower yourself and then you just hit creeps. It's very fun.
Yeah, you're already off to a good start with a lot of denies coming out here on Gunnar, although not too much CS. Steel's doing a good job of getting his own denies off. Level 1 Shockwave does mean that you're not CSing as smoothly, although to be fair, Magnus does have a base damage of 69. Nice skewer back there.
There it is. That's what you want to see. Still getting body blocked just a little bit here. Gunnar might have enough, but the Fairy Fire is there. Shockwave in a moment. He needs a right click with that Shockwave. Maybe 2. Oh, he can't reach the body block with the tree. Rather, the tree block was there from Steel. Gave him just enough. But Gunnar has skewer available, so Steel, I don't think he really enjoys sitting here with no HP. It's not going to be very easy to CS like this.
Yeah, it's uncomfy, and you're also just going to have Shockwave skewer back once more. At least you have the Sleight of Fist, but when you see it committed, it does provide that opening for Gunnar. Has enough to get one more combination off, so I guess we're seeing that mid matchup start to pull away now for Gunnar just with that early aggression. Granted, Steel does have at least the healing salve up, so he can recover if he is shoved away once more. You will have to watch your position. That is key up against any Magnus matchup. Just have to watch your spacing between those two heroes, otherwise a skewer back and could be dead.
I heckin' love Magnus. Of course, bottom lane Satoshi and Braxy against Yamsun and Husky. The Pulse 1 Void Spirit making its reappearance to John's dismay. The difference is though Yamsun, he's having a pretty good time right now. John not really struggling too much as the Void Spirit, though Satoshi's going to try and get a little bit aggressive, but ultimately Yamsun going to be fine to just walk away casually.
Yeah, and I think the one thing with this matchup is that it's actually pretty easy for Void Spirit. Like you aren't too scared for Primal Beast. You've always got the Remnant to save you. It's double melee into Void Spirit. So if you do run up, you just give more value to the Resonant Pulse. You can't really just run up and try to right-click harass the Void Spirit out of this lane. So it is steady for Yamsun. Like he's going to be able to farm. He's going to be able to do what he wants. And they can apply pressure onto Satoshi. He's not going to be able to do as much here. At the least, Braxy is again going for these pull plays. They're just trying to get EXP flowing on their side. If you leave the Primal Beast alone, it can be a little bit risky.
This is a lot of damage. Satoshi will eventually uproar to be able to get away. Husky, though, still chasing with the leap. Will not be able to secure the kill, but they do just keep him very low in that HP pool, and Braxy is forced to salve him up and hand over a Tango. Satoshi bringing out an extra bracer, though, and does bring out his own set of Tangos again. Has a Fairy Fire to boot, so he's quite a bit tankier now as the Primal Beast. But the thing is, they can just keep harassing him down. Like, he's already quite low as it is. He's going to try and uproar and trample, and he might find Husky, but no, Husky is fine for now. Braxy's the one to chase him down. First blood has happened, by the way, at the top lane, where Takaya goes down to Mu. But Braxy is able to find a trade across the map. Still first blood, though, going the way of Nouns on the Enigma.
You're more than happy. Again, the aggression starting to pile on up top. You've got the levels for Lelis to just commit onto these heroes. And it's not the
Bleskid.
comfiest.
Almost dying there. Bleskid able to pounce away, and Takaya was out with the blast off to try and keep him alive. They have brought up Husky here at the top lane. Husky proving to be one of the better supports at rotating, as he does have the level 2 Starstorm as well. Trying to land it, is going to get it perfectly. Right on the edge for Bleskid. And poor old Takaya just trying to get himself out, but Mu able to secure a secondary kill. And I'll tell you, like, one guy that's really impressed me over the past tour is Husky. Like, he's been rotating, being so active on any pos 5 he plays, and he's always finding impact as bottom lane. Lelis maybe going a little bit far, but no, the Aether Remnant. Oh, Braxy tips a little bit too early again. Unfortunate.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Lelis will just be able to walk back.
Steal.
Oh.
Yeah, Husky, I'm telling you, this guy, he's playing a very strong pos 5. I think the meta really suits him with all this roaming.
Yeah. Like, it's basically like you have 2 4s right now on the side of Nouns. That just allows you to really control the map early, contest these runes, contest wisdom runes, which is pretty damn big. I like that little move for Lilith, as they just get to rotate once more. Get the clean up on Satoshi while everyone else is stuck mid. Braxy had to show up to relieve some of that pressure. And a 5-2 start. Lilith does reset on the tower. But already a good start for Nouns once more. That's safely in Void Spirit. Find every single lane going swimmingly well. Like, Moo's just allowed to shove in.
Damage.
He's
Takaya just
got the level advantage.
losing over half his HP on the techies there, just from a Starstorm and a Blood Grenade. RP being threatened here by Gunners. Braxy puts the hand up, but may not really be out of danger yet, as the blast-off does come through, but I think Braxy is waving them goodbye, as he is probably set to die. Husky just constantly chasing him down, is gonna have enough. And Gunner maybe feeling like he's wasting a little bit of time rotating like that into the jungle, but he was there for a power room, to be fair, so won't really mind too much. As top lane, Lelis. This is a pos 4, by the way, John. Just diving Bleskid. Tier 2 tower is going to be a bit too much for him to dive into. But they are not allowing Bleskid any kind of game this series.
They're kind of repeating what happened in game 1. Just extreme pressure up top, preventing any sort of start from coming out in the safe lane. And the Solark is a little bit of a strange one. Like, it can jungle, but it does have much more sensitive farm timings. They're trying to get aggressive onto Yamsen at the least, but you don't have enough stuns to keep a Void Spirit down.
No, he's got double bracer as well. Like 1.1k HP pool on the Void Spirit at the moment. Feeling pretty healthy. Now with the treads up even more. They're doing some pretty decent damage, but yeah, it's just really nowhere near enough yet. Not for Yamsen. Maybe with Satoshi, Onslaught going to be juked out with the Dissimulate. Takaya would love a blast-off attempt, as Yamsen's running right back into him, looking for that level 6 perhaps, but he cannot get it in time. Yamsen, though, is still alive, finally going down, but maybe it was all a bait. Yamsen understood the assignment, and he got 3 for his own life, I think, as Satoshi does go down. I mean, well worth it, even if it is your pos 1 Void Spirit. It feels more so the Gunner's the pos 1 on the mag. So, you know, if you're finding a 3-for-1 trade, you'll be happy to die for that.
Sure. Like, you get this start that you'd want on pretty much every other hero. Gunner has space to clear out these stacks mid with the Mask of Madness up and running. And, you know, the universal strat is working out for Nouns. I mean, we just have a whole bunch of bracers and a whole lot of heroes. And that's all you need. Like, there's a bracer in pretty much everyone but Husky.
Well, Satoshi,
so balanced.
Do you really want to dive in, Satoshi? There's 3 heroes around. Luckily, they do miss the arrow here from Husky, but is it gonna matter? Because Satoshi is just getting dived here by Yamsen, and Yamsen does get him. Now, he just respawned and TP'd in. He is making the walk of shame back to the lane. Pretty rough start for Alpha, John.
It's space at the least. You know, space for Blessed Kid. He needs this Echo Saber up. He queued up the Midas earlier, does opt not to go for it, understanding that you have a lineup that really needs to play faster here. So even just the Echo Saber on the Slork should give you something to play with, to tie in with your Ember, to tie in with your Primal Beast, and get going from there. So, like that change. Feel like you've still given a little bit too much room out to Gunnar to get what he wants on that Magnus, and the instantly Moonlight Shadow out here.
Braxy. I think he spotted this out. He's going to see Gunnar pop up. Braxy going to reveal his position. Might even find a secondary courier. And we'll find Gunnar's courier now. So both Yamsun and Gunnar both losing their couriers as Blastoff was there from Takaya. I mean, Braxy's still giving a lot of info over, but now Lilith is just going to say, screw this, I want this guy dead. And eventually, he is probably just gone. They had the dust anyway if they needed it. Braxy just taking a bit of gold with him while he's at it.
Just finding a pick-off in exchange for those couriers. You feel pretty alright on Alpha to get that done, though. It's gold spread out across everyone. Your big issue right now for Braxy is that you're stuck at level 4. So he needs a way to soak some EXP up. You need these tracks to come out in Alpha. Once you kind of tie in with track plus your Slark Echo Saber timing, the game feels a little bit more playable. You know, the pick-offs feel a lot more rewarding. And considering your deficit, you can rubber band back into this game pretty well if Alpha sees some openings. Right now, very hard to spot that out.
Toshi, getting caught by a Remnant, is going to be fine. Meanwhile, Husky has found Braxy. Arrow not being thrown yet. He's holding onto it for the right moment. Braxy preemptively juking out. Arrow not going to be on the target. Pretty hard to land if they can see you throwing it. Nevertheless, I mean, the impact he's had already is just huge. As we are seeing in a game where they're 11-3, 6k advantage for Nouns. All the core's highest net worth here for Nouns' move. Might even try for a solo kill as he gets a mid-pounce. It's kind of the thing with Enigma, right? Like, even if the hero doesn't feel strong right now, you get caught like that and you're low level, you're probably going to die. As Yamsun, speaking of dying, looks like he is set to fall as well. So he can not get away from Alpha. A nice pick off to start with the Void Spirit going down. They will lose Braxy, but it's a good way of at least trading position once. Still a valuable pickup here for Alpha.
Yeah. Nice big pickup for themselves. Again, focusing all their resources together just to find these single targets. It's big because it just lets you try to get the levels up. It lets you try to get a launching point off your Ember and Primal Beast, who are still struggling. Like we're at the point where, you know, a 6k lead is pretty big for now. And most of that is on Mu, to be fair, but you've got the full Octarine up on this Enigma.
Takaya.
And he does a lot of right click right now.
Takaya getting caught there. Mid blast off with the lasso of Lilith. Not going to be able to get away. Yeah, I mean, Nouns. I mean, they're playing maybe a bit of a slower game here for now, but it's basically a matter of when Gunnar's ready to go, they will start to move as a unit. For now, they're just interested in having a few kills their way, as there is going to be a smoke from Alpha. Or rather, just Braxy walking in with the Shadow Walk. See Husky. Husky will see him as well. They will try for the Bounty Hunter's life, but he does have help behind him. Husky now being targeted, but does have the leap charges to get away. Lelis, however, has to run the old-fashioned way. The Pulverize is going to land. Yamsun looking to try and jump in. Gunnar has joined in as well. It could be a big RP to come out, but no, he doesn't quite get it. He's pump fake for now. It is still available. Sadly, Gunnar did not have the blink to land the 5-man. Nevertheless, though, Satoshi goes down anyway. They did find Lelis, but it's not the greatest trade as Braxy gonna reveal himself for the sake of the courier. Mu will chase him down. Takaya is also still around. Mind you, Alpha, they are hanging about on the high ground. Blesskid and Steel are coming in. But I don't know if they can really make it over. And in fact, Braxy's fine anyway. He actually makes it out.
Anxious to bail out. It's still a decent pickup for the side of Nouns, but it's a lot more worthwhile for Alpha, even though it is just to support Bat. You're so far behind that you just gain more with these single target pickoffs. So you're fine with that. You're getting some EXP up and running. For Braxy, the Wisdom Runes are still intact. So you can kind of find this one for the side of Alpha, which again, you need on Braxy more than anything else. That is his level 6. So you've got track now. You've got that potential to run and gun all over again and just look for that lead through these pickoffs. Lelis is kind of going ham here, just chasing Satoshi a little bit, but not too far.
Alpha going to start pressuring the bottom tier 1 tower. Yamsun hanging around, does have the Echo Saber up now, so could go for the solo pickoff potentials. Braxy is going to reveal himself, but Braxy does have help around him. Aether Remnant off the mark from Yamsun, but he's actually trapped him in the tree line, so he has to walk in. Oh, what a way to get a kill. He just could knock it out without walking into the Aether Remnant. Meanwhile, Roshan just stunning up Mu completely as he's trying to chase down Takaya. Takaya going to blast off across the Roshan pit, go for the TP out immediately. Should be just fine to do so. Still a massive lead for Nouns, to be fair, though. Again, I think they're just playing a very slow game here, but Husky looking for Blessed Kid, still's going to show up. They do not have detection on these cores, though, so they can't really find the Mirana. Meanwhile, Blessed Kid being chased down here by Lelis. Does use the Dark Pack preemptively, just in case the lasso was set to come out. Meanwhile, Husky eventually being found out, but now the jump is in from Yamsun. Braxy is going to go down as Blessed Kid does show up now, looking for Husky. Will land the pounce, but this is for a Mirana. Onslaught is in, Black Hole is out, Lewis caught both. They walked right into it. Even the lasso in. Has found still, he'll remnant away. Desperate plays from Alpha that certainly do not feel like they're worthwhile.
Yeah, it's way too much sacrifices being made by Alpha now for these single target pickoffs, and quite frankly, it's not the pickoffs you necessarily want. Again, you take what you can get if that goes out cleanly, but when you sacrifice 3 heroes for the support, it's an issue. Full SNY up and running now for Gunner. More stat resist, more stats in general to be even stronger on this universal typing. And 20-6 now at 16.5 minutes in. It's a bit of a repeat of game 1 here, Mike. Now it's looking strong. Alpha looking just a little bit outclassed here.
They certainly are. Looking like a pretty big repeat of game 1, to say the least. Just maybe a little bit slower paced.
Yeah, it's not as crazy as the last game, but it's crazy enough, I guess. 5 universal heroes. I mean, what a draft.
Bottom lane, Braxy goes down. Yamsun going to be okay to dissimulate. Gets the Aether Remnant to land onto the Ember, but still is going to go for a chase with the double damage rune, and Yamsun is out of Astral Step charges. Sadly for Still, though, he literally just cannot keep up. Didn't have enough mana himself to continue the chase with his own remnants. So Yamsun's going to be just fine to walk away from this. Funny thing is, like, Moo's been farming this whole game on the Enigma. Like, he's highest net worth. He's basically the real carry at the moment. His item build kind of reveals that as well, almost, as Blessed Kid. Gonna be chased down here by Gunner. No blink up yet, but does have a skewer available now. Meanwhile, bottom side, Lelis has been spouted out on the Bat Rider. He'll just go for a run, though. In fact, he'll turn back onto Braxy. Has the lasso up and ready. Could go for it, but Braxy, no, he'll be left alone. Blast off does connect. Lelis still being chased down here as the Bat. Still will show up and have the damage to take him out. Here comes the cavalry, though. Now slowly moving their way in, but they decide better of it. They're not going to start a fight here. They'll leave them be. But Alpha, it seems like they want to try and press the advantage they have. 4v5, they're going to rush into the mid lane, try to see if they can catch out this Enigma. Pounce was towards Husky, but Husky is okay. Blessed Kid does have the Ags, but Moo might just catch him out. And he does. Even voice lines in mid Black Hole. Meanwhile, Yamsun also finding Takaya. It's a pretty rough game if you are Alpha.
It really is. There's no two ways about it. Is this going to be a full Vambrace gang on the tier 2s just because they're all universal? Looks like it as well.
I mean, they've all got braces.
Yeah. There's a bracer in each one. This is the universal build, man. Simple. Brain off, bracer up, stats up. Easy. One less thing to worry about when you play Dota 2.
I like it. Makes sense. Love the fact that they buffed Bracer as well. After 7.33 initially came out, they're like, oh, we need a buff Bracer. Universal heroes aren't strong enough yet. Get the Bracers up, boys.
Yeah, that's all you need. It's the stat efficiency. Oh,
Bless kid. I mean, geez, that's a lot of damage. That is so much damage. I mean, to be fair, he is standing in the midnight pulse.
Dire's structures.
Not generally advised.
Dire are scanning.
Moo, gonna get tracked up, realizes it immediately, but he's surrounded by 5 heroes. Sadly for him, no black hole available. Otherwise, he would have had a field day there. A nice pickup though. That's the highest net worth hero of Nouns going down, which now makes it so Gun is the highest net worth hero in the Magnus. But nevertheless, a pretty important pick-off to find if you're Alpha.
yeah. I mean, that's one kill that helps you bounce back again, reeling in some of that net worth deficit that has built up,
Radiant's top tower is
and
under
giving
attack.
themselves a little bit more time still. Roshan is being started here by Nouns. Alpha on the opposite side of the map. Their team fight, again, isn't as amazing as the side of Nouns, so even contesting this would have been a pretty tall order. And this is going to be more than likely Gunners or Yamson's first Aegis of the game. I like Gunner's build, just straight into a Swift Blink. Who needs the skewer back plays? You know, who needs this bloody harpoon? Ooh.
He's got a black hole. He has found 2 of them now. Braxy walked back into it. Satoshi, though, he has not died yet. The damage was not enough, but in comes Nouns, completely wiping the side of Alpha. My goodness. Calm down, boys. Calm down a little bit.
No calming down. Full speed ahead, Nouns goes as, well, they clean up and they don't lose anyone. Even Moo is just surviving through the onslaught. I'm a little bit disappointed that Moo is just going for the Sanj. Just go for the Ags. Go for the black hole pull. Just do it, Moo.
Oh,
you know
he changed
you want
it.
to.
He was going for the
he's
Axe.
Radiant's
He was.
middle
He's going
tower is
Sanj now.
under attack.
Sad.
Oh, we are going to have a pause. Bless Kid's disconnected here. Maybe lag issues again. Don't think it's a rage quit quite yet.
No, definitely not. Shouldn't be. Still somewhat playable of a game. High ground defense is not too bad. You've got track kills that can bounce you back in this game if Nouns starts to feel themselves a little bit too much. So you've got some tools to find an opening. You just need to be able to find that opening somehow.
It's not easy. It is not easy at the moment. It's still a much better game, though, for Alpha than last game, even though it doesn't feel like it at the moment. But you are... Yeah, it's a 15k net worth lead, but, last game was just about ending around this time, so... It does feel like they still have themselves a decent shot at trying to make a comeback here, Alpha. They've got to be able to outplay now. So, like, when you're this far behind, you've got to find a way to outplay them, and that's something we just haven't seen from Alpha when it comes to going up against Nouns yet. I feel like there hasn't been one team fight that we've really seen where we were like, wow, that was a complete outplay against Nouns. Maybe a couple pickoffs here and there individually, but... Well, here we go. Pause is done. We're underway once again. And Nouns looking to pressure that top tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Husky's being chased down here by Braxy. Braxy needs a little bit of help to get this done, but he does still a bit of gold for himself, and Husky hands over the tip. He's like, all right, you take that 50 gold. Enjoy.
Take it. You need it more than Husky does at the moment, and you're not going to be able to kill them Rana off anyway. You're fine with just poking and prodding. Inside of Nouns, everything's just coming together. Lullis is also going Octarine. Gunner, his Swift Blink's almost done. The Ags is still... Okay, Moo goes back for the Ags, thank goodness.
Beautiful.
Ags not too far off. So about 1,000 gold, and then we'll get the Black Hole Gravitational Pull, always cool.
Steal. Nice remnant away. Alpha right behind them at the moment, but they don't realize, because they were within the moonlight. They are both just gone. Gunner, double kill on the Magnus. Satoshi still trying to run back to his base. Might run into Yamsun here. Yamsun will just turn the other way. Won't bother with trying to go for this. Instead, I think they just want the T2 mid tower. Still just trying to buy more time for Blessed Kid, I suppose, is Alpha, but Moo is probably about to black hole him. Asked for a bit more TPs, but, you know, I don't even know if he needed it. There you go.
Yeah.
Blessed Kid is gone. Meanwhile, Gunnar, he's going to just push in the T3 mid tower and just he just blinks out. Nobody hits him. He just blinks out freely.
Yeah, it's rough going for Alpha. Swift blink fully up now on Gunnar. It's even more output, even more speed coming out from him as well. And everything's there. Ag's up on Moo. Next black hole, it's going to have that pull. A little bit more damage as well. Everything you could possibly ask for in a game for all the cores here on Nouns are there. I mean, you lose out the Lincolns on Yamsun at the least, on the Courier, but you're not able to dip outside your map. All tier 2's gone. High ground's the next step, and more than set for it now on the side of Nouns. Like, look at the right clicks from Gunnar. Just melts the objectives.
Gunnar looking to put an end to this game with the rest of his team. He's a bit low. Has the Aegis up for a minute and a half, though, so he's going to be perfectly fine. So he almost loses it. May as well go for the reset now, but he's going to just charge into Braxy. Try to find this pesky bounty as Blessed Kid going to jump in, uses the Dark Pack, uses the Shadow Dance. He's just using his whole kit, trying to survive, just in case Gunnar wanted to pop the RP. He does not, though. And without the Aegis, Nouns are going to back off a little bit preemptively. Not looking to rush this game. They're just, you know, this is their ticket to Bali. They're just going to take it easy.
Yeah. No need to stress out about it. You can just play your hand well and just shut down these opportunities from Alpha. And everything still feels fine. Like the Ags is up for Blessed Kid going into the Scotty next. That should be when the Slark starts to feel more impactful. Start to get some of the lockdown and the follow through coming in on Alpha, but the angles are just so hard to find a comfy angle because it does feel like Nouns have been sticking together really well, and even when they're solo, they're solo in the opposite side of the map as to where Alpha's at. And no easy way of just swinging in and finding some.
Lasso is out. Lilith gonna catch the Primal Beast. No onslaught for him. Takaya, do not run that way, sir. He'll run towards the left, but now that he's used the sticky bomb, they know he's there somewhere, so Gunnar immediately just going to chase him down. They won't be able to... Oh, no, they will. Yamsun's there. It's about to say they weren't able to catch him, John. I was completely wrong in saying that, because Takaya is dead, but now Yamsun's in a bit of danger. He does have Dissimulate, however. And he will be able to find his own exit strategy. Blessed Kid, got to be kind of cautious. I was looking for a nice RP once the Dark Pact is down naturally. Speaking of Gunnar, apparently an Ags build is incoming, so you'll have the Horn Toss up pretty soon.
Is pretty nice, just even more control. You know, just re-exploring Horn Toss as it once was.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Why not have some fun? Because you certainly, for the most part, don't see that Ags in most other games, but you've got the chance to do so here. Alpha, they'll smoke up. We need to see some track kills. 2 track kills here would be big.
Oh, into a Moonlight Shadow. Where's the detection? They pop the dust or drop the sentries, but now they're moving back in anyway. The black hole's up. They have found 2 of them. Both supports. They'll drag another one in. Blessed Kid was caught. And now the Primal. Satoshi is gone. Still is out of remnants. He will also drop. GG is called Alpha. They've seen enough. Full team wipe announced to finish this game. 27 minutes in. And a confident game for Nouns, to say the least. And Jonathan, that does officially mean Nouns have qualified their way to Bali. They will be making it to the major.
Yeah, that's a amazing feeling for everyone on Nouns. You can see a sigh of relief across the board. They had a fun game. Moo flexing a little bit at the end. Love seeing what shenanigans Moo is up to, but They have a very relaxed game, but you can feel that tension when we're looking at the draft, right? You can see Gunnar still has something on his mind. He's focused very hard. And it's because this major means a lot for Nouns. They've not been able to go to a LAN outside of, say, Dream League, third-party tournaments out there. So they have something to prove. And this is the tour for it. They prove to be the better team than TSM at this point. They have a greater understanding of the draft. The experience they did get out of Dream League 19 looked like it played a big part in them kind of just learning more about themselves, learning more about what others do, what a LAN environment's like, what international competition is like. So I'm really happy to see Nouns grow into this point, and I'm very, very keen to see how they do going forward as well in these LAN environments.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's the progress from this team has been pretty incredible. I've got to say, from Nouns, there's certainly some massive improvements being made, and I'm sure the boys are very excited, as I can actually see Moo made a very rare tweet saying we're going to Disneyland. I don't know if Bali has Disneyland. John, can you confirm? No, it doesn't.
No.
Well, there you go. No Disneyland, Moo. Unless you're going to Japan, no Disneyland for you.
I mean, there's Hong Kong Disneyland too. It's there, closer by.
Hong Kong. Sounds good to me. Regardless, though, they're going somewhere, Jonathan, and that's Bali, which is a beautiful, beautiful place to be in Indonesia, by the way. I know you like to be a smartass about us Australians being in Bali. I've never traveled there, John, so just so you know.
I remember you've never been. That's why you bought all the tickets. There you go. I was trying to remember why you bought all the tickets. But that's the reason. You want to be all alone there.
There you go.
God bless you, Mike.
You get me. Anyway, you saw the highlights. There wasn't really much to talk about in the highlights. 38-8. It was a complete dominant kind of game from Nouns. And there you go. Good luck at the major from Braxy as well at the end. Good sportsmanship from the boys at Alpha. Understanding that Nouns have worked their way up to this point and they've done a very good job of securing their spot as the second place team in NA Div 1. Of course, we do need to hand an MVP over. And why not hand it over to Moo on the Enigma? This guy, he's been playing a very laid-back kind of series. He's been having fun. And he sure had some fun over this series. The Bat Rider first up and now the Enigma play. Just making Blessed Kid's life an absolute living hell in the safe lane, no matter what he played. He'll get the MVP for this game.
Yeah, he had a spectacular time. He shows us how to really dominate pretty much every lane matchup he had. And he's well deserving of this MVP, especially for giving us the cat cam, even stuff outside of game. Like he knows how to please every aspect of the broadcast, and he knows how to please his team. Moo, a team player, a man who delivers the goods when you're looking for it. And we talked about the Enigma, right? It's a pretty dead hero. He didn't make it look dead. And I want to point out, on our scoreboard, you look down at the attribute of everyone. Universal draft, baby. Universal draft. And that's all I want to say about that. It's beautiful. Like I've been looking for this the entire tour. I've gotten 4 universal heroes before, but 5 no. I'm so happy to get that treat from Nouns. In this kind of match, with these stakes, you get to do 5 universal heroes.
They've done it. They have done it. And I mean, they made it look good, John. I don't think we're going to see that at the major, to be frank with you, John, the 5 universal strap. But I suppose you never know. Maybe a few more buffs to some other universal heroes. We could see it happen. Or Astro could just legitimately just get rid of universal heroes as a whole and just go back to how things work.
No.
Why not?
No. I'm enjoying them too much. I mean, I'm saying they're broken, but I'm just saying tweak them down. It didn't need to be 0.7, just 0.6. 0.6 is balanced per stat for damage. It's like, that's fine. 0.7 was a little bit much, but 0.6, it's fine. That's balanced. Yeah. Believe it. Yeah. I guess Nerf Techniques is the big one, but
why?
Universal's good. It's 700 range, and you ask me why. 700 range with those loops, Mike.
Let me have my fun, John. Let me terrorize people in pubs, please. It's been a long time. I'm finally winning, John. It's been years. Let me have fun.
Just play your Spirit Breaker. He won't get touched, I'm sure.
What do you mean he might get touched?
Buffed. He's gonna get buffed.
No, there's no. He's gonna get buffed. He's gonna get the Earth Spirit treatment. No. I promise you that.
No,
yes,
he's gonna get buffed. He's gonna get 100% stat resist at max level bulldoze.
I'm telling you, there's There's going to be some major Reddit threads. Spirit Breaker's unfun. It's broken. I can't play my Crusader pubs like this with Spirit Breaker in the game every 2 seconds. I guarantee it. It's going to come up. They're going to take it seriously. They're going to nerf Spirit Breaker. I'm going to cry privately into my pillow. And then we're going to go back to how it was, which is just losing game after game. And that's very unfun, Jonathan. Very, very unfun.
That is not fun, to be fair. But, you know, I know. I think Techies is up for nerf first. I think Spirit Breaker, they might just leave untouched, maybe reroll the buff on Bulldoze, but otherwise I think that hero is actually in a fine spot. It's Techies. Or actually, you think about items right now, I feel like Octarine might get hit, and of course Harpoon. Like, those are the two ones that stand out. So I'm keen to see if not, because I feel like it's not fun to nerf Octarine as well. I think that item's just naturally fun, but it has been a rush item. So I don't know. Who knows, Mike? Who knows?
Who knows, indeed. I'm sure there's plenty of nerfs to come in the next sub patch. I wonder if they'll release a patch as well, by the way, before the major comes. Like, do we have a sub patch before the next major?
Sometimes.
In fact, don't even answer that, John. We've got something more important. We've got an interview with the man himself, Mr. Moo, MVP of Game 2, is with us here today for an interview. Moo, congratulations on your victory and congratulations to qualifying to the Bali Major, my friend. How the hell are you feeling?
Great. Yep. Tough match we just had.
You didn't make it look very tough, Moo, I'll tell you. It looked like a pretty easy affair for you. Talk to me. I mean, you guys have qualified. You're second place in NA now. Any celebrations tonight? Are you guys excited? You're happy to go to Bali?
Gonna go to bed so that we can play in our European tournament to get Dream League points for the DPC 2.0. Yeah.
So enthusiastic about it, Moo. I love to hear it. Talk to me about the new patch, 7.33c. You've been thriving in this patch, Moo. Are you a big fan? Do you think anything needs to be nerfed, anything needs to be buffed? What about the new patch?
You know, as long as you just pick a hero in the university section, you go to school every day, you should be fine in the new patch. It's like, you just hit up your bracers, you're good to go.
All right, well, I'm going to go back to an interview we had with Moon Meander in the previous series for TSM. He kind of talked about the fact that now with you guys qualifying to Bali, there might be a bit of an issue now because both TSM and Nouns may be fighting for qualification for TI-12. And he thought he wasn't too happy about it, to say the least, Moo. He believes TSM will smash you guys in the qualifiers. Have you got anything to say to Moon Meander about that?
Yeah, I think he has too many North American players for that. He's going to need to get some more imports. Everybody knows that this is a region for everyone else. You know, America is like a hot pot. Everyone comes here, joins together. So, you know, honestly, a little embarrassing. He lost to 5 North Americans.
Thank you for that, Moon. Sorry, go on, John.
I'm curious. You know, you mentioned a little bit of your viewpoint on the universal hero type. Game number 2, you guys picked all universal heroes. I haven't seen a team do that. Was it on purpose? Were you guys like happy about it? You know, how was the university there for that game 2 draft?
I don't think it was on purpose, but like I don't think anyone's upset about playing a universal hero in this patch. So I don't know. I kind of just let my coach do his thing. At one point, I asked him like, you know, are you doing this on purpose? And I don't think he even realized what I was talking about. So yeah.
Unconscious genius in the draft, then. That's always nice to see when everything lines up, because I've been asking for 5 universal heroes in a DPC match. I'm glad to have gotten that out of you guys. I'm curious, Mike mentioned something that you tweeted out. What's this about Disneyland?
Oh, it's the meme, because Gunner's never gone to a major without getting kicked like a few days before it, so So that's
Is it time then?
Yeah, you know, we're gonna have to wait a few days. I'm gonna have to review the replay, you know, watch the tapes. Saw you had a Mask of Madness today on Magnus mid, and I'm not too happy about it. So we'll see.
All right. On a more serious note for me to close out here from my end, Mu, I'm curious. What do you feel like is the difference with Nouns from the last time we saw you guys play internationally in, say, Dream League 19 into Dream League 20 into Bali? What do you think is the one thing that's grown in the team for these next few appearances?
Yeah. I'll answer this seriously. We have been working a lot on ourselves, like internally, not really as like Dota players, but more as like teammates and people. And I'd say there's like a major improvement in our play and how we speak to each other, how we just do everything besides, you know, just play the game. And I think that's the biggest part of Dota right now. You know, this game is older than some people who play it, so it's still kind of figured out in a sense. So it's a ton on the teamwork and just finding your own style as a team and all that sort of stuff. Working together is a huge thing. You know, maybe someone's having a bad day, so you need to uplift them a little bit. Like, these are the things we've been really working on, and I think it's been going well. You know, maybe not every day, but there's been small steps here and there, and we have, as a team, has definitely seen improvement from it. So
Yeah, it is something that we've noticed as well, and big congratulations on that win. Mike, you have anything else to close out with Mr. Mu?
Just quickly, Mu, before we do let you go, we fell in love with the cat. Can we ask what the cat's name is?
His name is Arkin. I call him Mr. Kitty because, you know, he just kind of shows up, climbs all over me. He likes to bite me a bunch. He's got this cute little bow tie. Let's see if I can show it off here. No, he's not having it.
That's adorable.
He's a very friendly,
that's adorable,
photogenic boy. He'll climb on my lap sometimes. Usually I lock him out of my door and I'll hear him scratch on the door, but, you know, today he's all right, so.
Yeah, lovely. Well, Mu, thank you so much for the interview. Pleasure speaking with you, and best of luck at the major. We can't wait to see you guys perform.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was a lovely. Bye-bye. That was a lovely Mu, Jonathan. You know, he had some very base words to say. You know, some of the points he made, I kind of agree with. This is, you know, NA region. You know, it's obviously, you know, a team like Nouns, they've got the people in NA, and well, you know, that's some drama for later on, I think. I'm sure there'll be some discussion about that at some point, as we are going to see the scoreboard updated now as Nouns have won their final series. That does secure them in second place. That does give them the chance at the major at Bali. What are you laughing at, John?
I just realized this is similar to our Tour 1 lineup when NA score ended 7-0, 6-1, 5-2, 4-3. If Felt wins, 3-4, Bait and Alpha and SKG will have a three-way tie. So that's the one difference, but almost the same as Tour 1, except Shopify Rebellion, and now it's for the top two, Mike. Interesting.
Yeah, it's... I like it, John. I love a switch-up. You know, as much as I love TSM as an org, and I love the boys at TSM, you know, we love a switch-up. Nouns have made it up to top two. You love to see them having a chance at the major. I'm sure they're going to do brilliantly, and well, now what we're left with, John, is one more series before potential tiebreakers. Of course, Felt versus Bait, I believe, is our final series coming up, which I believe is tomorrow, if I'm remembering correctly, and I am. So Felt versus Bait. If Felt manage to win, then we have a three-way tie for relegation. And if Bait beat Felt, then we no longer have that issue. I believe Bait move up to 6th place, and then Sanking Gomez and Alpha are stuck in the relegation slots. So if you want some tiebreakers, you're hoping for Felt to win, and if you don't want any tiebreakers, then you're hoping for Bait to win. Basically, that's the nonchalant way of explaining what's happening with this final series.
Yeah, it's a lot in the line for mainly Bait. I think Fault are probably fine either way, although I'm sure they'd want to win just to secure their position, just to send a message, just to keep that improvement up. So should be an interesting way to tie out the NADPC, but a really great set of matches today. It's always fantastic to see the side of Nouns in particular finally getting that opportunity to, again, go to a major, have some fun, learn a lot, and show us what they can do on a proper LAN environment on a major. I mean, Gunner on a major, you know, it's like, it's always nice to see. And
yet,
if they, no, on a
Not
major.
Yeah, he's not at the major yet, Jonathan. I mean, Gunner.
Yeah, not yet. Potentially. Potentially.
Time to kick him. Get him out of there.
No. Well, if they do kick him out, he can go there as an analyst, as a pro player analyst.
That's true.
He's always got that. He can take our jobs. That's what's Gunner. That's something Gunner's great at. He's a great one.
Well, you know what else we're great at, John, at least, is we're great at closing the show. So we're gonna head off. We've got our series on tomorrow. Felt versus Bait, guys. You don't want to miss that one out. Of course, it is going to decide whether we're having tiebreakers for relegation or not. Apart from that, it is MLP Dota. It is John X Fire. Can't wait to see you guys again. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys all again tomorrow. Bye-bye.